a legal question.
That's
I
a
did
one
not
page.
call James on this yet.
I was trying to get it all on
I
one
don't
page.
think board member Ragland counted.
That number is 73 point.
Okay.
Put it in
Yeah,
bigger.
'cause he's-
Continue to call his name.
Yeah.
Can you
but
see that?
Technically, since
It's
you're not
hard.
really passing a resolution, like, let's close Whetstone High School.
I know, Carol. I'm trying to get it bigger. I was trying to print it out.
Actually, I'm not gonna admit that I can't see
No,
it.
you're right, because we don't.
I didn't bring my
You're not
stuff.
allowed to meet.
I didn't bring my
No.
eyeglasses again.
So he's just
Well, hold on a
participating.
second.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll continue to call
I
him.
can.
We'll
Okay.
play along.
Good morning, Tina.
It's great. And it wouldn't for
Fine,
like
you?
real meetings too.
And
Great.
I will make sure everyone
Give her
knows.
one and then if you give it to,
7304.
it's a handout.
Oh,
Give it.
it,
Maybe I come out better.
Thank you.
I can't remember what I was gonna say, a little brain
Brain fart.
break, yeah.
yeah, you're right. We'll make sure
Oh,
every,
I was gonna say,
All right.
he'll probably go ahead and count it and get paid for it, because he's given us a Friday night to say.
Morning,
Make
James.
sure that that's
Hey,
correct.
James.
Good morning,
all right, we'll,
He's sick.
Okay.
yeah, and we'll go
Cold or
talk about it
something.
after, make sure everyone can.
Worst case scenario is somebody comes back, how, what do you get? I don't know, $60 or something stupid, $100 or I don't know.
Still waiting on the
Nobody
team
comes
to
back,
send me
that
the
wasn't right,
5-year.
but nobody's gonna catch it.
Okay,
I'm not gonna, that's not a hill I wanna die on.
okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, everyone, I guess I have my gavel again. I'll call us to order officially. So we are on, day 2 of our retreat. And I don't think we have a new agenda. There's not a new agenda, it's the same agenda that we had yesterday. So we're gonna continue our conversation with AJ Crable from the Council of Great City Schools. But I still have to approve it, because it's a separate, yeah, okay,
I
so,
motion to approve the agenda for
Oh, oh,
today's
oh.
retreat.
roll, sorry. Yes, we got so excited.
Okay, President
we-
Adair,
Present,
Ms. Beckerly,
Present.
Mr. Brown,
Here.
Mr. Cole,
En route.
Dr. Pierce,
Present.
Mr. Ragland,
Here.
Vice President Reyes,
Here.
and you have a quorum?
thank you. Now is there a motion to approve our agenda this, morning?
I motion to approve our agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
President Adair?
Yes?
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce,
Yes.
Mr. Ragland,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
that motion carried.
Thank you. So we are gonna go ahead and turn it back over to AJ. Welcome back, AJ.
Wonderful to be here. Yesterday, we started the conversation by reflecting on two things. One, what does the board say? Two, what does the board do? And asked the board to evaluate the extent to which there was any alignment between the two. As it turns out, the board found relatively little alignment, potentially none, to be precise, on the June 15th agenda, but plenty of opportunities to create alignment. The work of today then becomes, what does it actually look like to have what you say and what you do line up? And secondarily, what things will you have to change in order to create space for that to be the case? Those are the two issues that we addressed today. The first was, what would it look like to actually spend time focusing on learning and discussing whether or not your students are actually learning, and engaging with your superintendent around her response to the data. And then secondarily, today, spending time talking about what are things that we have to change to make space for that conversation on a regular basis. Before we dive into all of that, I promised before we left yesterday to give folks an opportunity to reflect on the work we did yesterday. In particular, we looked at the board's goals and guardrails and reaffirmed generally that those are the right topics, though there are some tweaks that need to be made. I'll be working with your administration to craft those tweaks and resubmit those to you, ideally for your reapproval at your next regularly scheduled board meeting. But then also we looked at your agenda for June 15th to figure out to what extent are you all investing time into this. The last step of that activity I invited you to do as homework, which is where you decided, are we going to keep, delete, or modify the items where there is not alignment with the board's goals and guardrails. Now, some of the items you're certainly going to keep, so ignore those. For the sake of this conversation, I'm curious, what items, as you were going through that activity last night, what items would you delete, or what items would you modify, and what type of modification would you apply? So before we dive into the rest, I promise you that if you did some homework, we'd give you opportunity to share a little bit about that. So if you did your homework and you identified an item on the June 15th agenda that you would delete, then this is your opportunity to share. Or if you identified one that you would modify, then this is your opportunity to share about that and to say a little bit about what that modification would be. The floor is open. Delete or modify. Dr. Pierce and then Eric, take it away.
So I think one, and I want to start with the superintendent's reports, but this relates to all of our direct reports. So Dr. Dixon, please,
So items 5, 6, and 7?
Yes, but I think with 5, we all said that that's a yes, that's a keep, right? But I think we need to modify how these reports are coming to us. One, I would love to see the reports earlier and in advance. Now, I know some of our direct reports are very good with that because literally every month or so, they're just figures that are changing, right? Dr. Dixon's reports are more involved. Issues can come up within the 24-hour of the board meeting, so there's some changes that will be made to her direct reports, and I understand that. But I would like them to be modified so we're getting them well in advance. Even if it's a presentation that's recorded, or we're getting the script and the bullet points that go along with it. So in many respects, some of the questions that we have can be answered through not only the PowerPoint presentation, but also the script that's going with it. So I think that would be extremely helpful. I think some of the presentations that we do receive, and this is mostly again for Dr. Dixon, but it applies to all of our direct reports. If there are ways that they can be recorded and shared with us in advance, you giving the reports, our treasurer giving the report, and we're watching that in advance, right? Just like when you run through with your staff, if we have the opportunity to see the thought process, maybe, to see that recording, to see the exchanges that are going on with the staff and the team, that might help to alleviate some of the questions that we have in advance.
So this is a type of behavior that I've worked with other districts who have taken similar approaches where they said, what we really want is for the board meeting to be the place for deep and thoughtful discussion around our priorities and then around our legal obligations. What we don't want is for board meetings to be the occasion for long and extended monologuing and presentations and endless PowerPoints and so on and so forth by anybody. Definitely not by the finance people, definitely not by the auditing people, definitely not by the academic people, nobody. And so their way of getting to that is other school systems have said, you know what? Why don't we get all the presentations emailed to us in advance? In some place, like in my district, it's largely PowerPoints that the board members receive 2 weeks before the board meeting. Like if there is any PowerPoint presentation that would have been presented at the board meeting, we get that 2 weeks before the board meeting, and then we don't go through the PowerPoint at the board meeting. We only go through questions, Q&A at the board meeting where there's actual dialogue. But I've seen other boards where they've even taken it a step beyond that, and where the staff does a full presentation, just like they do at the board meeting. But they put it on YouTube, and that gets emailed to the board 2 weeks in advance. And so there are ways to make the board space a sacred space for actual interaction and discussion among leaders, as opposed to you all sitting around and watching presentations for hours on end. And so this is what I hear, Dr. Pierce's comments, and if that's a direction you all are interested in, I can certainly have supported other boards in that direction. I can support you. But importantly, I think doing it that way is absolutely a strategy for redefining your use of time together to maximize the effectiveness of the time you spend together so that it can be really invested into conversations about how our students are doing, rather than listening to presentations that you could have listened to 2 weeks ago and asking basic questions that you could have gotten answers to 2 weeks ago.
And with our student component of those presentations, I would like to see those recorded in advance, because some of our students, when they were coming on, they were having technical difficulties, you couldn't hear them. If we have nice studio spaces, microphones, let's take that equipment into their schools, do the tapings with the superintendent ambassadors, and then loop it before our meeting starts, maybe during our breaks. Loop those videos so people are seeing them continually during that meeting. The next changes relate to really our board announcements. So if we're taking public comment and people only have 4 minutes to speak, our board announcements, we should only get 4 minutes to speak, if that. That should be like 4 to 2 minutes. That's your comment. Don't extend it further than the time that you're giving the public to comment.
You were more generous than I ever was. The moment I became board chair, I permanently deleted that from our agenda.
The
Like, if
board announcements?
Absolutely. If board members wanted to share something, put it in writing and we'll share it out. It just invited monologuing. But the idea of saying we will treat board members, we will extend to board members the same dignity we extend to community members, it has a certain logic to it. Any others, Dr. Pierce?
Well, I let my other colleagues weigh in before I.
Appreciate it. Dr. Pierce came spitting fire today. I'm hoping some other people did some homework too. Eric, what you got?
Several items. I didn't see any just to throw out entirely, unless we did that with executive sessions, but.
Eric got jokes. I like it.
I guess the first thing, and I don't know whether it occurred on June 15th or not, but the first 15 minutes today was just, a waste. And I think we can do better.
That is a cultural choice that you all have collectively made and reinforced over time.
I understand. Yeah.
What do you mean, Eric? I'm not following you. The
We
first-
started late.
We started 15 minutes late.
Okay,
Just say it.
got it.
And that's
Okay,
and
now I get it.
That's actually abnormal. It is,
Yeah, you start on.
normally, but we were eating.
we didn't
And
start on
this is an
time
all-day
yesterday either.
retreat. I was giving some grace.
We didn't start on time yesterday either.
We weren't, okay.
The first, item one, I believe that we can do that. I would modify it to do that more quickly. We don't necessarily need to have a formal call to order roll call or establishing of a quorum. There are, still doing it under the rules. We can shortcut much of that. Adopting the agenda doesn't take any real time. The public comment is an area where we can do much better.
What's the specific modification you're recommending?
Yeah, and I like the idea of just eliminating that. I don't think that this community would permit that, and I'm not sure that it's a good thing, but
Oh, hold on.
You
hold
know,
on.
he didn't-
Just to be clear.
He
you
didn't
never-
say public comment, he
I-
said board
I
comment.
said board comment. I never said anything about
At the
public
end.
comment.
oh, I'm sorry. I was talking about public comment. Board announcements, I agree. They should go or be very limited. We have pared it down substantially from past boards.
Where are those on the agenda, by the way?
At the end.
Item,
At the end.
yeah, the board announcement.
Oh, yeah,
24.
24. I see it, 24.
Yeah, I was speaking to number 4,
Yeah.
public comment, and I think that there's a few things that we can do or consider. One would be that We establish a half hour, say from 5 to 5:30, that we arrive early, those of us that can, to meet with and talk to public, including about issues that they may want to talk to us about. That would soften paring down the public comment portion. Second, we can determine in advance which items are specific to agenda items. Those need to come first ahead of the agenda item, but everything else can go at the end of the meeting, to the extent that we do those.
This has actually become a very common practice all across the country. The districts have divided public comments into the ones that are specific about agenda items, the wind up getting front-loaded in the meeting, and the ones that are just kind of generic wind up getting tossed in the same bucket, along with board announcements in this case.
And that's what we did just at the last meeting.
And then the final comment with respect to item 4 is that many of these are truly administrative matters, purely administrative matters. And to the extent that we are able to screen those out and let them be handled administratively, I think we should do that. Not everything. And I understand that somebody wants to come speak to the board, regardless of.
Nobody wants to speak to the board. They feel like
Well,
they have to.
Yeah, well then, fine. To the extent we can handle those administratively, we should.
So a pro tip on that one, Eric, one of the things, we experimented with a bunch of different things, on not my current board, but my last board, on this topic. And what we found is that we could actually pull that off, but in order to do so, in order to actually render a higher quality of service to people, we had to have people sign up further in advance. When do people have to sign up in order to speak on your agenda?
It's 1 o'clock that day.
Yeah, so that's the way it
Oh, we
used to
moved
be
it
with
to one?
ours.
Or that's legislation.
In order to actually accomplish what you said, the way we got there was we
Yeah.
had to require people to sign up 3 days before the board meeting. And so the deadline to speak at the board meeting was 3 days before the board meeting. And you had to give us, what is the topic that you want to discuss?
We do that.
And so by having people sign up 3 days in advance, then, our version of Misty would take that list, drop it off at the superintendent's desk, and then she'd have, okay, this sounds like you, this sounds like you. People would call folks, because now they had 3 days to work with to try to work things out. By the time the meeting came around, almost nobody was ever left to actually make public comment because their need had been met. And that was actually a vastly better approach than people showing up to board meetings, which you all know. When you show up at the board meeting, your need is not going to be met while you were sitting there at the board meeting. Like, at best, you're going to be told, hey, you should go talk to this person, and then hopefully something will happen after that. And so when we switched, so it was a little bit of a culture shift for folks because you had to sign up in advance. But when we switched to that, we were actually able to better serve people because then we didn't have to waste their time coming to a board meeting where they were never going to get service anyway. So that's possible, but I don't think it's possible under your current practice.
So AJ, we used to do that. People still want to come, just an FYI, even if they weren't answered. Sometimes just to say thank you.
Yeah.
Sometimes to tell you that they didn't like the answer. So, we used to have 3 minutes. Board members wanted to extend it to 4 minutes. Then when we did that, then we had to come back and say, okay, well, we're only going to allow so many speakers because we were getting 10, 15 speakers. So we went down to a shorter amount of speakers. So it's what we've heard year after year is we've had our community come back and say, you're trying to avoid us by taking it. So I just want to put in context, you're trying to avoid us by not allowing us to speak. So we have, in the past, sent out the agenda on a Thursday before the Tuesday, so that not only the public has it, but the board would have it. We would ask our questions Friday and Monday to the administration, so that we spent less time on Tuesday, so that also the public would reach out to the administration, so the administration would answer their concerns. So I just wanted to, we've gone back and forth.
Yeah, and as I said before, my experience is we had to experiment with it for a little bit to find something that worked for our community. And so it doesn't surprise me that you'd have to experiment with a little to find something that works for your community. But if what you want is people to actually get their needs met, generally speaking, the worst place for that to occur is at a board meeting. Like if you can create opportunities for people to get their needs met that doesn't involve sitting through a board meeting, they will be better served by that. Because much of what people want, the board can't help with.
Can I add one thing I'm thinking about here is, I'm sorry. If something should hit the agenda last minute, then I think we'll have to consider giving the public an opportunity to still comment, because they won't have that 3 days, because it might not have come up until Monday, and then the board meeting is Tuesday. So it's a rare occasion, but at times that has happened.
When you say item hit the agenda last minute, can y'all give me an example?
Transportation could hit.
Yeah, something being either taken from the agenda or something that has been added because maybe there's just been a new development, something along the lines of state legislation that maybe got on the agenda because we needed to address that at that moment. Something to that along, yeah. Masks, any number of things, critical race theory, any number of things, yeah.
So I honestly don't know what you're talking about. So maybe Ohio's just different. We quickly found there were only last minute items for board meetings if we allowed there to be last minute items for board meetings. Realistically, there are not a lot of governance emergencies. There are a lot of management emergencies. There are a lot of management emergencies that need to be handled like that. There are very few governance emergencies that require last minute items. And so we just said, we don't accept last minute items. Administration, get organized, head to your business, and do it in a timely fashion. And guess what? They did. So yes, if you open the door to there being last minute items, then there will always be last minute items. If you demand that management handle business and then bring you stuff in a timely fashion, my experience is that is exactly what happens. But in every single district, in every single state I've worked in, where the board has said, we don't do last minute items, so handle your business and serve children, or explain to us why you can't handle your business. Guess what superintendents nationwide have done? They've figured out how to handle their business. And so again, it's entirely possible Ohio could be different. I heavily doubt it. So the question of do we do business last minute is always in every situation I've been in, has always been a board decision. The reason I push against that is because if what you're saying is we are about being transparent, conducting business the last minute does not meet that threshold. There are legitimate governance emergencies. You know, if Lisa submits her resignation tomorrow and says, hey, peace out, I won't be here on Monday, that presents a little bit of a governance emergency. It's something you couldn't have predicted. It's something that really requires immediate response, and the board actually has to do something about it. If Carolyn says, you know, look, I'm disappearing on vacation and I'm done with you, I ain't coming back, that creates a governance emergency. It's something you need to do. Don't get ideas. It creates something that you couldn't have planned, that has to be handled immediately, and that the board has to do something about. There are very few circumstances that meet those three criteria. And so I strongly urge you to consider that the idea of, we used to call them walk-in items, because we'd be at the board meeting, we'd have our full agenda, and then some items would walk in that we ain't never seen before. And so we put a flat ban on walk-in items. And I still remember the very last attempted walk-in item that ever happened. The superintendent's like, hey, AJ, check this out. Like, this thing just came up, and like, we need the board to go ahead and act on this right now, because if not, children aren't going to be served well, and you know, we really need y'all to take care of this. And I said, Mr. Superintendent, hold on a second. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. I heard you say you didn't do your job right, and so children aren't going to be served well. Did I hear you correctly? He said, no, sir. What I said was, we're going to bring this item to you next month, and we're going to handle it for this month. Like, oh, okay, good. That's what I thought she said. Excellent. Well, then we'll see you next month with that item. And guess what? For that month, he handled it, and then he brought us the item to the board next month. That is a culture.
That's really interesting.
That is a culture, and the board has to decide, where do you want to land on that?
James, we see you. Yeah. So I think, and then I think Eric, right, who had their hand up.
Well,
Yeah, I
Eric
had-
was
We
still
hadn't
going
finished.
Eric
through
was
his
Let me
Eric
own.
just
was
give you
still
a
going,
tiny
sorry.
bit more and then move on.
But then James will be
Again,
next.
on public participants, we can consider putting all of them at only one of the monthly meetings. We do 2 meetings a month, so, we can limit that to only one. And especially if we try out the, come in a half hour early, maybe only once a month we do that, but let people know in advance. And finally, duplicate comments. When we have a group come in and there's 10 people all talking to the same thing, with significant overlap, if not just duplication, I think we need to find a way to pare that down. Speak to them as a group ahead of time and, allow them, 1 or possibly 2 people only, but I'd pare that down. There's lots more that I have throughout, but why don't we move on for now?
Look, I love all this people doing homework, on a Friday night. I'm really feeling y'all right now. Like, I'm feeling something really special inside. So no, this is great. It sounds like we got a third board member, James. James, man, they over here spitting fire. You got to bring it now. Bring it.
I think the entire agenda is up for modification.
Let's do this thing.
Yep.
Let's do the thing.
No, but just I would caution against any decision that we make that minimizes access of the public to this body. I'm looking at this from a historical perspective from this board. We have far more productive participation from the public in these days than we have in the history of this board. We don't have as many disruptors that come to board meetings and speak just for the sake of disrupting. However, if we look at the district as a whole, we do have a trust issue that we are desirous to overcome with the public. We do have a customer service issue that we have articulated needs to be addressed in dealing with the public. And many of us don't visit schools as board members. Many of us don't necessarily meet with the public, i.e. parents and community members, grandparents.
Do you have recommended changes for the agenda?
Well, I'm warning us not to mess with the public comment section. I don't agree that the public comment section should go to the end. Look at who our customers are. I mean, do we really expect for single moms to, if they need to speak, to sit in a board meeting for 2.5 hours with their children? I just think that it's a customer service issue that we should be that should be at the forefront of our thinking as we make adjustments. I am willing to adjust everything. I do believe that we should do the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't want to mess with that. I think that that's a part of what, and I think that's a good part that we should make sure that we keep. But everything else, I am open to modification, including how the reports are presented to us. I like the idea of reports being given in advance to the board members, and then the section on the agenda where we speak directly with the treasurer and the internal auditor may be for questions only. That may be a good modification that kind of satisfies some of the issues that board members have raised. I do not I do not support minimizing public access to this board because they don't have access to us anyway. We only meet twice a month.
Are there any other items besides public comment and superintendent, internal auditor, treasurer reports that you recommend modifications on or deletion of?
No, I think that when we do the first reading of policy, I think that's statutory, correct? Board Member Brown?
That's based on our rules.
No,
Based on our
that's
policy.
almost certainly not statutory.
Yeah, it is not statutory. It is based on our policy.
It's good practice, but I'd be surprised if it was statutory.
It's our own written policy is what he's saying. Like we wrote that as a rule.
Okay, well, I mean, there may be some room for adjustment there as well. You know, I would hope that we would get more participation from the entire board on you know, the committee work that's going on too. That may help.
Oh, we're coming to committees. Trust and believe, that conversation's on the agenda for today.
We're coming for committees.
That too.
If I,
Absolutely. But my point is made, so thank you.
yeah, if I could just respond briefly with the public participation. What I learned during my first 15 years of service, constantly talked about the board meeting is an opportunity for the board to do its work in sight and in hearing of the public. It is not a public meeting where we interact with the public. The law requires, sunshine law, open meetings requires that they can see and hear us, but not, you know, for them to participate. And secondly, in terms of public access to us, every one of us has a phone number listed, every one of us has an email listed, and the public can reach us in those ways, or when they see us in the community or in a school, but it doesn't all need to take place at our board meeting.
Well,
Thanks.
the thing I would challenge you around on this topic, because it sounds like there will be various people land in various places on this. And so it's just, like I said, it's something they have to iterate through, experiment through, and figure something out. In this document, this is a framework document, it talks about the critical importance of the board having two-way engagement with the community on a regular basis. Your board meetings are not that. I would describe what happens as your board meetings as the worst form of so-called community engagement, explicitly because it's not actually a two-way dialogue. So if what you want to have is meaningful engagement with your community, don't be confused and think that what happens at your board meeting counts as that. It is not two-way community engagement. It is one way. It is unendingly frustrating for many people. In fact, my first experience with the school board was showing up to advocate for my kid, asking really relevant questions about, hey, these things are happening in my kid's school, what are y'all gonna do about it? And having 9 people stare at me, and they're like, all right, well, cool, thanks for sharing. I'm like, no, I didn't come to share. I came to get something solved for my child. Most people are probably like me, in that they're not here to talk to you, they're here to get a problem solved for their child. And a one-way, yelling at the board about it is not actually what they showed up for. And people like me likely leave more frustrated and feeling more disrespected because their problem wasn't actually addressed by the leadership body. Just a bunch of people stared at them for a few minutes and they told them to buzz off. We've got the next person for 3 or 4 minutes. And so if what you are wanting to do is have authentic engagement with your community, just be clear, what is currently happening at your board meetings does not come anywhere close to meeting that threshold. And so if that's what you want, you need to throw out what you're doing and redesign it. If you like what you have, then great. But you just need to, as a team, be thoughtful about what are we actually trying to accomplish, and then let's design something that actually helps you accomplish that.
And AJ, I appreciate that because in this conversation, we are giving comments related to public engagement, and the agenda item is public comment. So it's not engagement,
It's not engagement.
comment. And so the agenda is accurate in its description, public comment. if we as a board want to move to public engagement, I think there are things that we can do
Yes.
structurally. And I think that gets us into too much of the weeds, as some of my board members may say, because then I'm going to want to know, okay, Dr. Dixon, to our other direct reports, how many emails did you get from families related to transportation or related to this issue? How did your team respond? Who did you farm it out to? We, in some regards, as board members, do need to be kept aware of that information. So when families come and say, I've sent 7 emails and nobody's replied, then yeah, they're going to come to us and expect us to weigh in and advocate so they can get that reply. Do you see what I'm saying?
And
So
public comment is
structurally,
not the place for that.
I think we need to build that in. And then structurally, I think a modification to what will become public engagement needs to be a template in which not only are people just submitting their comments and submitting the topic that they're going to state on, but submitting the after action that they want to happen after their comments. Let the community member really think about, what is the follow-up you want to see? What is the action that you want to see? And really lay that out. That holds whoever the comments are related to accountable, and that holds our board accountable, that we can, after a quarter, go through and say, what outstanding public engagement action items do we have to attend to? Which ones have not been addressed in this quarter?
So as an example of the differentiation between public comment and public engagement, another board I've worked with, they, kept, very, very thin, minimal amount of public comment at their board meeting, largely because that's not how they actually wanted to engage with the community. They wanted to actually have dialogue with people. And so they left a thin amount of that at the board meeting just kind of for legacy's sake. But they actually started scheduling a separate meeting on a recurring basis. There were community engagement sessions, and the way they structured them is all 7 of them would be in a large room, a room like this size or bigger. And each of the 7 of them is a public meeting, publicly called meeting, but each of the 7 of them would be at a different table. And community members could come in, you could talk to any 7, and then toward the end of the meeting, the board members would get up and say, here are the things that were discussed at my table this evening. They report out on the conversations they have with community members. And so people actually got some authentic engagement. Staff, if there was a staff-related issue, which a lot of things tend to be, it's like, hey, well, the staff person's over there, let me go connect you with them. And it really became just kind of a place for clarifying what is the problem to be solved, and and how do we get you to it, or if you just want to visit with your public representative for some reason, then here's your opportunity to have a two-way conversation. And by doing that, the interest in showing up and talking at board meetings, because people actually got what they really wanted, which was to have a conversation. That is almost certainly never going to happen at your board meetings for the reason that Eric described, is because the board meetings need to be where you conduct the business of the institution. But that doesn't mean you can't design an intentional space separate from that to actually have this type of engagement that folks want. James? I saw you
Actually,
wanted
can we
to-
go to Carol and then back to James?
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah.
A couple of quick things. I love that idea. And it also, what I was going to suggest, but this is probably even better, or maybe both. It seems to me we all really genuinely enjoyed those listening sessions that we did. And that one way to maybe tamp down on the public comment is to say to the organizations that we met with, can we be quarterly on your meeting? And then we go, and so you're taking the pulse on a quarterly basis ongoing, because
Take it to
that
the
was
streets.
really good communication. And then if we combine that with AJ's idea of this open session, and then while we're doing that, and we kind of announce that open session thing, we tamp down on the public comment. So it doesn't look like we're trying to shut the community off. Because the problem with the public comment is it's not the right place, but if you narrow it down too much, it looks like we're trying not to. It's not a good look as opposed to a good idea. And the other thing is, I think we need to, either way, treat public comment as purely listening session. I mean, you coached us so well that we weren't to engage during those listening sessions. I think we should not engage during our public comment. It's about input coming into us, and hopefully most of it we can pass off to administration because it's not board work to begin with. But even if it is board work, we'll take it up as an agenda item or something at another point in time, and we don't engage at that moment, even if it's just pleasantries.
James?
James?
I appreciate the idea around the public engagement session. I mean, we're talking about governance here, and you know, one of the first things I did as a board member was host a community engagement meeting at one of our schools, and it was so well received by the community, but not well received by my colleagues, and that you know, I am a direct person. I want to hear from everybody that wants to speak with me, and I think that would be a good compromise for me. I'd be more willing to accept a change at a board meeting on public comment if we were to open ourselves up to a pure community engagement, public engagement session, be it monthly or if we were able to schedule them individually. My preference would be that I had office hours where the public had access to me, you know, based on what my schedule. I mean, we're talking about governance issues here, and I think that that's something that we should also address. But I would be more willing to accept any change on that issue if we were allowed to do some of those things on our own.
So I would not recommend you do those things on your own. The idea is absolutely the right idea. Is how do we intentionally create opportunities for engagement? I will reiterate what I told this body before. Board members out in public on their own are campaigning. Board members out in public collectively with a shared intention are actually accruing benefit back to the children in the school system. And so the question is, who does your engagement benefit? And what I assert to you, every time you go out and you are doing engagement as a solo individual, that is articulated for the benefit to accrue to you as an individual elected representative. It is a campaign activity in my mind. If you want it to be a board activity where the board is doing the engagement, the board is listening, it has to actually be something designed by the board, which at minimum means having 2 board members on the same script, the same agenda, with an intentional plan that is known by the entire board. It's not hidden. It's out in the open. It's transparent. It's publicly noticed so that anybody who wants to attend, not just people who happen to be on your personal mailing list. I mean, there's intentionality around it. And so, James, the event that you hosted, to me, sounds like the right event to host if it's the board hosting it and not just the individual board member hosting it. And so that's the only shift. Is I would not encourage you all to be out trying to be solo practitioners. The temptation to freelance and be on your own agenda rather than on the children's agenda is simply too great. And so let's design it. Let's be thoughtful about what exactly do we want to create? What do we want that engagement to look like? What would be an authentic interaction? And let's design it for the board to go out and do in the same way, to Carol's point, that we intentionally designed the listening sessions. But let's come up with what is the exact work to be done, and let's design a solution that is unique to Columbus City Schools Board.
So one, I really love the fact that we're having this dialogue, and I just want to give James props. I think if I'm thinking about the same engagement session, Ramona and Jennifer did show up, and I was there as a community member, and it had moments of good engagement. So props to the 3 of you. I would like to caution us as we think about how we design this to come from outside of our privileged realm. Starting this engagement at 5 o'clock when many of our parents are at work, when we have board members who have children and are coming and getting ready for practices in schools and need to be fed. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's just putting more on my plate, more pressure to get here at 5 o'clock to meet with community members. I love meeting with community members, but we need to meet them where they are. So if it means that regions, get together and the region chairs in Region 3 and Region 4, and we pick a school in that region and we rotate at 8 o'clock in the night meeting that goes from 8 to 9, one that starts at 8 to 9 in the morning, we rotate that schedule so we are truly meeting the needs of our community members and families, and that we're inside of our schools. I appreciate us going out to organizations, but at the same time, we have an organization that we're responsible for that has a number of great facilities that do need some work, but we need to start opening up those spaces and being in those spaces, and our children and our community members need to see us engaging in those spaces in meaningful ways.
And I think
And
as
with-
we do this, I'm sorry.
And with all of that said, I would be more than happy to come together with a subgroup of my colleagues to help design and plan authentic and true public engagement.
So we have a committee for that,
By the way,
that you're on.
so
No,
so
you do.
I want to. So I always believe,
She's on it.
you always want to catch people accidentally doing the right thing. And so, as we will get to later on, I would crash and burn pretty much everything you've developed as committees. But there are really good reasons to have committees, because sometimes there is a chunk of work that needs to be digested before it's brought back to the board. And so, as you'll see, if you've done reading of any of the materials, I want to just lift this up as an example. For something to be a great use for a committee, one, it should be clear that there is board work to be done, not staff work to be done. And so what Dr. Pierce just mentioned is clearly board work. If the board wants to do engagement and outreach, that's clearly board work. So it meets criteria number one. Second, there needs to be a crystal clear deliverable. And she said the deliverable, we need a specific plan for what our community engagement looked like. And then third, what she didn't mention, but if she kept going before I cut her off, she probably would have gotten to, was a specific deadline by when that plan is brought back to the board. And then as soon as that deliverable is delivered, guess what happens to that committee? Poof. Because the board work is it's really board pre-work to bring it to the board for the board to act on it. So the board pre-work has been done, not staff pre-work. There was a specific deliverable, a specific due date, and when the due date came along, it was poof. The one other thing that I add on to that is if you trust a member of this body to chair one of these ad hoc committees to deliver a deliverable by a specific date, and they do not follow through, they do not honor their word to get it done by when they said they would get it done, the ad hoc committee should still go poof. And if you choose to impanel a new ad hoc committee to complete it, whoever was the chair should not be allowed to be on that committee. They have dropped the ball. They have proved they cannot be trusted with children's work, so we set them on the curb and we get an adult to come in and finish the work. Now, you should be ruthless in your expectations that the people on this team will honor the work that children demand. And you should have absolutely no compassion for folks who are not going to do that. And so I just want to take that as a moment. That's a great example of the exact type of thing that a committee would be perfect for. Is here's a deliverable that is actually pre-work, that is board work, not staff work, and we should set a due date, and let's get it done, because the due date creates urgency. We're not just out here, hey, maybe January, maybe March. No, hey, the due date, we need to get on this. We need to start this, December 1, which means we have to have the plan complete by September 15th. I mean, let's be crispy about these things. And so I appreciate that. I just want to lift that up as a perfect example, because when we get to committees, I'll be like, AJ just hates committees. No, I don't hate committees. I hate wasted time. I love boards who actually get the work of children done, with precision, with efficiency. And committees are great for that if they're used like that, as opposed to used as everybody gets a fiefdom, like the kind of the Oprah style of committee development. You get a committee, and you get a committee, and you get a committee. Like that serves adults, that does not serve children. Like, let's be precise. What is the work that our children need us to do on their behalf, that our community needs us to do, and let's crank it out in a timely fashion. The example just given was a great example of that. Other thoughts about delete or modify? We've heard from a handful of topics that have really been lifted up by 3 board members so far. So we've got 4 of the folks who have added stuff to the list. Ramona, did you have
Yes.
stuff you want to delete or modify?
So I have a quick thing saying that, I don't think we can say that the staff has nothing to do with public engagement because we don't have keys to the buildings. So just an FYI, anytime we decide to make what we consider board work, we have to also understand that we're putting the staff to open, to staff, to put the chairs, the tables, all that stuff. So I don't want to say that we are eliminating, and I'm sure that
No,
Dr.
no, no.
Dixon would love to have,
So this
Somebody.
So this meeting, this is board work,
yes,
but you can't possibly have pulled this meeting off
without
without
the team.
staff. I mean, but that's different than saying we're having a committee to do staff work.
Correct.
Like, that is not.
I
what we-
I just want us to be cognizant as we make plans that we do impact our staff.
Board work will almost always generate
Yes.
staff work.
Yes.
Staff work does not necessarily generate board work.
Yes. So I'm also on board with having the agenda earlier, so that, we can dissect that, piece. So, and having, the superintendent report being more information and data and specific. I've mentioned before, having, if it's grading time, if it's report card time, then we should be getting data on report cards shortly after the report card is released, and then having action items and conversations and so forth. So I'm for that piece where we're spending more time on what's happening with our kids, what's happening in our buildings, how are we progressing, all these goals that we talked about. I'm all about, let's spend as much time on that as possible. I know some of these other items are necessary because that's the way that we run our business. For the board comment, that was something that was added a few years ago. It initially was provide feedback on how the board was doing. That's how it's kind of started.
And just metastasized.
And then people, like, the president kept going, well, how do you think we're doing? What, did we spend time? The question was, did we spend time on board work? That was what number 24
It
was.
used to be a board evaluation.
It was our own
Gotcha.
self-evaluation. What did we do well? What did we do wrong? And then somewhere in between 2009 and today, it went to,
Speeches.
let's do announcements, because people would go into those announcements, so, or they wouldn't say nothing, so the president's like, what do you guys want to do with that time? And people say, well, we want to make announcements, we want to make sure that people know what's going on. So that's how that transitioned to what it is now, with no rhyme or reason or parameters as to that time spent. Yeah, we could get rid of executive sessions, but no, just kidding. So we used to have public comment on one of the two meetings, so that one of the other meetings was really about the superintendent and so forth. And like I said, we also limited announcements. The reason we moved it to the front was the same thing that James just mentioned. We had children in the room, still hadn't done homework, and the parents, so it was a consideration of the parents' time. I was the person that said I want them to sit through the meeting, because most times we answered their question in the meeting. But I also understood we had little kids running around the boardroom, so I'm also open for going out in the community. I think that's a great idea, and having more than one of us there, I think, is essential, just because of the issues that we have to take care of. So again, for me, superintendent's report should be bigger. CFO or internal auditor, if their reports are student-centered, which in some cases, most cases should be, we have to figure out how those are presented.
Got it. Anyone else? Things that you would delete, things that you would modify? Carol?
I think that I would, I mean, I kind of said this already, but just to reiterate, at a minimum, public comment should just be a listening session for us. There should not be any engagement. And it's really hard and it feels awful, but I think that's the only way to handle it. You just say thank you and we appreciate your coming. And I think that's how we have to do that, and I love the idea of all this other engagement stuff, and sign me up for the committee. The superintendent reports, I hadn't really thought of it before about the idea of, should be through the lens of the monitoring of the goals and guardrails, and also, is it a governance issue? And then the rest of it is just more updates on what's happening, and can be really superficial, because I hate how much time I know you all go into to generating those reports and refining what you're thinking, that maybe we don't need to be reported on at all unless it's something, like, it seemed odd in the time of COVID to not say, well, this is what we're doing for the protocols, but it might be a much more higher level thing, at least at the board meeting, which gets to the idea of getting the report ahead of time and having us comment on it in time to, certainly for responding to the questions. But I've seen boards that have done that all publicly, AJ. I think that happens. Like the agenda gets published ahead of time. The reports themselves get published ahead of time. The board members' questions are also published. The answers to the question are public. So it's all done in the public.
Just ahead of the.
But ahead, and people who are interested in have to go find it. So it's not, but, and that.
You could attach it to the board agenda.
Right, but I mean, like, they're not seeing it at the meeting, but it's all public. And that really helps with the accountability thing and stops and forces us to be focused before the meeting. So that's something I'd like to think about. Why don't we be transparent about all of it? Because it's all important information for the public. Like, so for example, if, say, I had a question about transportation, I asked it, it got answered. It's all part of the record. Even if somebody during public comment asks about it, you can say, oh, go look at the website. There's that sort of it's out there and it's available to everybody. And I thought that's and it's just an interesting way that it all should be transparent. And
So one interesting thing you said, I want to, because I saw Misty slip back in. Are you the one who handles board docs around here? Is that you? All right, then this conversation is for you, Misty. Because unfortunately, my experience is that the Stan, Carolyn's and Talisa's of the world cannot be relied on to do this thing that I'm about to say. Like they get excited about stuff and they want to put it on the agenda.
right.
And somebody around here has to be the naysayer that says, hold up, is this board work? And I just watched time and time where the superintendent will show up, oh, this is this really interesting thing, let's put it on the board agenda. And she'll be super psyched about it. And then she'll put staff work on the board agenda. The board will look at it and be like, oh, this must be something we have to discuss and decide on. And then all of a sudden we have a 2-hour conversation on should the Jell-O be red or green next month. And everybody's like, how did we get here? The way we got here is somebody put something on the agenda that was not board work. So the thing I would challenge you with, grounded in what you just heard, is to constantly be the person in the organization who's operating under the lens. Is this directly related to the goals that the board have set as a priority? If so, it definitely goes on the agenda. If not, it doesn't. And when I say directly, I mean directly, not indirectly. Everything indirectly relates to the goals. So if it's directly related to goals, it definitely goes to the agenda because it's definitely board work. If it's directly related to the guardrails, it definitely goes on the agenda because it's definitely board work. But I say directly, not indirectly. Everything is indirectly related to guardrails, only things are directly. Or if it's legally required of the board, it should definitely go on the agenda. But if you're looking at agenda items that any of these 3 August public servants are bringing forward, and you don't see that it meets one of those 3 criteria, then I would challenge you to be the person in the organization and be like, hold up. Is there another way for this to be provided to the board? Because it doesn't feel like it's appropriate for the board meeting. And that's the key thing. Y'all should get everything that y'all want. If there's something about blue versus green Jell-O, y'all should get that too. I'm just saying if it's not board work, then where you get that simply shouldn't be a board meeting. You should probably still get it, email it home, create a video, an interpretive dance, put it on YouTube, all that. But just don't do it at the board meeting. Use the board meeting for other things. We have inspired Stan. I do apologize for that. But I'm just telling you, Misty, as much as I adore these 3 professionals, they cannot be relied upon to consistently identify, is this directly related to the goals, directly related to the guardrails, directly related to a legal requirement of the board? If it meets one of those three criterias, it should certainly be on the agenda. But if it doesn't meet any of those three, then I would challenge you to have the conversation with them. It's like, does this really belong, or is there another way that we can get this in the board members' hands?
Can we do some examples of that? Because I think it's not, it makes sense when you say it like that, but when you start parsing it, like transportation. Arguably, that shouldn't have been a topic at the board meeting if we followed this criteria, even though it's a huge issue for the district. So how would that get to us? Through a,
Prioritize a hotel focus.
So it depends. Is there something that you legally have to vote on?
no.
I thought
Yes.
there was.
Yes.
Yes,
You
there
were
was.
asking
You
us
did
to
at
We are
one point,
legally
pull
yeah.
it.
required
We
to
voted
provide
on it.
transportation.
We
The-
pulled
Yes.
it.
The change in plan had to be approved by June 30th, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Which
okay.
is
That's
why
why
we
it was
didn't
not.
act on it.
Yes.
We stayed with the existing plan.
So again,
All right.
there are three criteria for should it be on a board meeting agenda.
Board
You-
action.
Board, that tell you whether it's board work or not. Is it related to your priorities, goals, or guardrails, or is it legally required? And so it sounds like you all had a legal obligation to adopt something like that. That means, yeah, it goes on the agenda because there's legal work for you to do. If it meets any of those three criterias,
But I think how it went on, or what,
The
in that
content.
presentation, I mean, I think though it could be narrowed in terms of what is our legal obligation instead of just blowing the whole thing.
Right.
I
and
mean,
all-
the truth is, we never talked about it, it got pulled.
At the end of the day.
But that's an example of something.
Well, and I'm thinking of transportation that's come up over the months, not just the
Well-
thing we had to vote on, because we were monitoring, you were keeping us apprised, which makes sense on some level. We have this the
And she
bus
still
driver's
should.
shortage. We have this
Can't get our
problem.
kids to school.
We can't get our kids to school. We got we have to bus the voucher kids, we can't get our kids, like,
and she
all
should
of
still
that
keep
we
you
talked
apprised of that.
Right. I think
but
Just,
the how?
but is it been more beneficial to students for you to be apprised of that as a board meeting versus to have that emailed to you?
That's what I'm trying
And
to say.
instead spend the time at the board meeting talking about, are we actually educating children or not?
and I think too, it's gonna-
James, we see you, you are on
Yeah,
a giant TV in front of us,
Right.
so let Dr. Dixon talk, and Stan, did you have something?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a.
Okay, and then we'll go to you, James.
I was gonna say, one, I think part of it was just culture in the
Yeah.
pandemic. So we
Yeah.
were reacting and just trying to make sure the board and the community knew what was happening with the pandemic-related things. But I think moving forward, one of the things that Ramona has been consistently saying is this whole calendar, right? So now when we move forward, and Misty and I have been working with AJ on this calendar, we know exactly what's going to be presented at what board meeting.
Right.
You would know when it's coming. That will get back to you guys, a thing that Dr. Pierce stated and others. That will allow us, we know on September 1st, we're gonna talk about graduation rates, for example. We already know we're working on those presentations. You have those presentations early because we already have the data and we have on that calendar when we receive the data. So I think that's going to allow us, the organization, to get prepared, to get these documents to you earlier, have the conversations, because we know when to expect them, and not in our minds believing in the past, okay, graduation data has come here, we need to put it on the board. This reading's come out, this data needs to go on the board. And we're not thoroughly giving ourselves, I can say, enough time to really dissect it in a way and then come back and present it. I think we're feeling that we have to present it
Yes.
because it's close to release date, but this is gonna be so helpful and even the, get it out early, put it on a timeline, letting you see it, having more discussions. This is good. This is good. And we know that it meets the criteria, that we've been talking about. And it shows to the public that we're having a deep discussion about these things that the board says are important and we all believe are important.
Stan?
I was going to comment on AJ's point about what goes on the agenda and that evaluative criteria. And at first it sounded to me as if it was for the three of us that there would be a gatekeeper, that no, that doesn't belong on the agenda, and so we should do it in another form. But I then thought, well, what about those items that are board items, to make sure that we do bring them to the board?
Oh, like in a check.
How does that door swing the other way as well? Not that we're doing anything nefarious, but
So we're
to-
not missing anything.
so that you're not.
And that's what the purpose of the calendar that Talisa was just
Yeah.
describing, is that with, part of this work is we will build out a board calendar, and it will have a column that describes, here's when we're gonna be monitoring, here's exactly which goal we'll be monitoring and which interim goal we'll be looking at in each month of the year, throughout the year, from now through 2026. It'll have a calendar that says, here's each guardrail, and here's which month we'll be monitoring it, every month between now and 2026, and which specific interim goal we'll be looking at in that month. I have a column say, here are the legally required things that we are legally obligated to adopt every year. Every year, I'm assuming, did you all have tax authority?
Yep.
So every year you have to, say something about, here's what the tax rate's going to, every year, you all are
not like
required to
that.
adopt a budget?
Budget,
Yeah.
yeah.
Every year, and there's probably a statutory timeline associated with that?
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, there are certain things that happen like clockwork that you are legally obligated to every single year. All of that should in fact be on that calendar, so it's not a guess about what is and isn't happening. Another district I'm working with, they were frustrated because the staffing wasn't completed until June, and there was a concern that, so the superintendent brought, okay, here are all the staffing, because in that state, the board is legally required to vote on, it's a list, it's not, they're not actually allowed to do it individually, but on a list of teacher hirings, of certified personnel hirings. And that list came to them in June, and the board was like, but if we have any gaps, like, aren't we a little bit late in the game? And so they were worried about that. I said, okay, well then move it on your calendar. And it's like, wait a minute, what? And so they moved it from June on their calendar, back to April on the calendar. Well, that means the administration, instead of putting all that staffing together in January, now they're gonna have to start putting that staffing together in November. But what it actually caused the administration to do is say, well, wait a minute, this means let's go to our top performers in November, be like, you are guaranteed a job next year. Don't look, don't think about looking, we got you, you were part of the family, you don't need to go anywhere. And so they locked in their top performers earlier than they ever had, and then started filling the gaps with everybody else. And then they knew, by March, okay, what are the positions we have? And it just forced the administration to be more thoughtful. And the only thing the board did was just change which month do we want to vote on this item. And so by putting on a calendar, it actually is a powerful governance tool for y'all as elected officials to say, here's when we expect things. Similarly, the statutory deadline that you have to adopt your budget by is the July 1st?
January.
January
Close
1st?
to-
It's
But
an
AJ,
odd
this
thing,
stuff-
that budgets are adopted in January and appropriations in June.
Gotcha. And so then, that is the latest date. My suspicion is in statute, that's probably the latest date that is allowed.
Yes, sir.
But the board could actually do it earlier than that. So the board could say, we're gonna do it in December and May instead.
Sure.
That would, I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying, but if the board did that, that would cause your administration, the administrative behavior that would cause is they'd start planning sooner. If there was some strategic benefit to that, then you contemplate it. I don't see that there is, but there's definitely strategic benefit to having clarity around staffing patterns sooner, as early as you possibly can. I mean, so, the more that you calendarize these things, the more it creates an opportunity for clarity about what are we doing and how are we making sure that it's being done strategically and thoughtfully.
I'm happy.
But I'm sorry, the calendars that we've been talking about is Dr. Dixon working with Board Liaison, Ms. Nichols, on the calendar. It doesn't include all of our other direct reports, so if we really mean what we say and we're about kids and we're about these calendars, then
It has
our
to include all
treasurer
three of
needs
them.
to have a
Yeah.
calendar, our internal auditor needs to have a calendar, and they need to align with the goals and guardrails as well. So for
What's
me
one
to
of
sit
them?
here and continually hear about Dr. Dixon working on the calendar, I'm like, well, what are the other two working on? Where's their calendar and how are they reporting?
No,
Be
and
the
I'm
same
saying all
calendar.
of those would be on one calendar. All of their, what I'm suggesting is all three of their items would there be, the board should just have one calendar. It shouldn't have three different.
What I'm suggesting now is I'm not hearing how the other elements are on that calendar. I'm always hearing about Dr. Dixon's
Yeah.
items that are
So
on that calendar.
So for example, the budget, I'm assuming you have some responsibility for the budget.
I am too.
A little bit.
And so that item definitely has to be on the calendar. I'm assuming you adopt some type of annual plan for auditing?
Yeah, if I can just add, the Office of Internal Audit does have a calendar, but you are correct, Board Member Pierce, it doesn't come to the board, it goes to the audit committee, but I think we can seamlessly look at those items that need to come to the board, and we can put those on the board pretty seamlessly. Like you said, yes, we do have an annual work calendar. I also am the person who makes sure that the annual report information comes to the board, and that, you know, we pretty much know when that's going to happen, or the latest that can happen. So you are correct, we can take that calendar and incorporate it into any type of larger calendar.
And I appreciate that. I don't want our other two direct reports to just think I keep coming at them, but I think
That they should be included as part of the team.
they should be included. And as we look at this agenda and paring down, we might find that, yeah, the treasurer and internal auditor only need to do a report once a quarter.
Yeah.
They don't need to be on every meeting.
And can most of my calendar items are statutorily driven.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And the way I calendarize those is we put them on the board agendas.
Yeah.
I can build out the calendar for the next,
5, 10, 15 years?
yeah, I could do that because it's statutorily driven. But on a related topic, because Dr. Pierce reminds us that you talk about the superintendent, you want to include the two of us. Often in policy, we'll say the superintendent, maybe we add or designee, but in policy, it is generally accepted that when you say the superintendent, that's the superintendent and anybody they point to. And at least for me, I don't know how Carolyn feels, but when you say we want the superintendent to do this, we know there's a part that we play in that. So I don't feel left out. I know I'm a part of that. But I think why you referenced the superintendent, and that's why I was so much in favor of your guardrails, the way they were written. Because I'm a be a specific, identify a responsible party, empower that responsible person. We work out the relationship that we have of I have statutory obligations separate and apart from the superintendent. And we work that out. And I will, again, make sure that you get what you statutorily need. But I'm not offended or I don't feel slighted when you say, well, the superintendent, because she's your CEO. And while this is an interesting relationship with 3 direct reports, and I appreciate the repeated references to the two of us,
There's still only one CEO.
there's
Yeah,
still one CEO.
you're not a triumvirate.
And we have to learn to respect that and work
Yes.
within that. Not that we don't, but I mean, that's just what I think. So I appreciate that effort. But when you say the superintendent, I am always listening for, well, if she needs to do that, she can't do that without this, and that's mine.
Yep.
Can we get James in?
Yeah, James needs to do.
James.
No, very thoughtful discussion. With Misty being the gatekeeper for the agenda, my recommendation would be that the gatekeepers be the board president and board vice president regarding what gets put on the agenda, not necessarily Misty. I think that presents some internal conflict that we don't necessarily need. But that was all I needed to say on that. I'm
No, I understand that you appreciate Misty's mental health more than I do.
So AJ, the way we've always done it is that she's kind of like the person that gets it from both sides, right? So,
Right.
and that's the way the board liaison has been used in the past, is they work together with the administration to kind of talk about what what they would like to present according to the calendar. And then there's agenda review with the president and vice president. And then we've also added any board member if they'd like to attend. So there's 3 of us, so we don't have quorum. So that we're aligned. And she also,
Oh, I know, sorry.
Jennifer also sends out a note saying if anybody wants to add anything or delete anything, or we usually not delete, but add anything, that is done at that agenda review. But what I wanted to ask is, one of the things that we did when I first got on the board and we were looking at direct reports, we discussed interpretation and how the board wanted to see or hear the data and have it aligned with what is it the administration wanted us to vote on.
Yeah.
So I'm making an assumption that that is going to happen as I know it's going to take us a little while, but because it doesn't make any sense for Dr. Dixon to give us a report and we're like, I don't understand it, or we need this. I wonder
So-
when and how that work can be done so that,
So you've already done the first layer of that, which is what gave rise to this document. So you've already done the
Right.
first layer of that.
right?
So if you turn past the first page, the second and third page is all the
Yeah.
interim metrics.
Seen it?
And so these interim metrics, this is the data that's going to be presented back to you with the intention of being evidence that progress is being made relative to these. So if you're looking at the interim metrics and it's like, well, wait a minute, that doesn't help me understand this, then 1, that should have been brought up before this document was completed, but 2, now that we're making some revisions, this is your second and likely final opportunity to be like, yeah, these interim metrics, this ain't it. This ain't the stuff. And so, yes, the board needs to be very, very clear that it is on board with the data that is being presented to you as evidence of progress regarding your goals and guardrails. That is what these interim metrics are. And if this is off base to you, then this is your time. Today is a really great time. Yesterday would have been a really great time to surface that.
And so maybe I'm not saying, so I guess the interpretation, how she presents the data back to us, right? So, like for me, okay, you gave me the data, so if we missed the mark, are you going to be, and I'm just making this up, are you going to be talking to me about what are your interventions?
Hold on to this exact
I'm-
question.
I'm way too high.
We're
You're
gonna
too
do,
far.
we're gonna do
I'm
some
too far.
sample
All right,
monitoring.
I'll stop.
The next item we're gonna go to will answer that for you.
Well, I mean, I know about monitoring, but in the middle, in my past experience, I'm just wondering, because it could be, you could probably tell me no. So we've always had, here's what we want, right? And then here's the interpretation of the superintendent based on her 7 members of, and I'm just making this up, like, one of us is always gonna ask about ESL students, so one of us always gonna, and I'm just making this up. And then the superintendent interpreting that these are the data points that will also have to be included for this report, and then therefore,
These are the data points that'll be included in the report. So if it's not on here, then you should not be expecting it.
Or able to ask about it, like you're asking about this.
Yeah, this is what you're asking about. And so
Right.
if it's not, so what I'm saying is, if
but
it's
I'm
not
also
on-
asking it on a demographic perspective. I could ask it on a ESL IEP perspective
And so if,
breakdown. I'm
if
just
you
making,
wanted,
I'm sure she'll give it to us that way.
yeah, so is that gonna be, is that gonna be in the monitoring report? I would not rely on that to be in the monitoring report. So for example, if you really had a concern, right now you have a goal, percentage of third grade students proficient in reading.
Right,
If your biggest concern was, as a board, was around English learners, then maybe your goal should read the percentage of third grade English learners proficient in reading on the Ohio State test. Like, if you have a concern that is really, really narrow and you want that addressed every single time, then you need to articulate that as a priority. Like, that's the board's job to say what the priorities are. So if there's something that this is what we need to lean into, then you should mention that.
But I wouldn't need to lean into it unless they're failing.
What?
Say that again?
I wouldn't need to lean into it unless they're failing. So when you're, so there's 100, I'm just making this,
Yeah.
100 students, and then 30 of them are, I'm just making this up, ESL
yeah.
students. So she puts on her report that the 70 students are doing great, but 30 students are not doing well, and
Oh,
those are the
yes,
ESL.
yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Not.
That's
yes.
what I'm talking about,
Then you-
not,
Okay, now I see what I'm saying. And yes, she needs to be prepared to have that full
Yes.
conversation with you. That is correct.
thank you,
That is correct.
yeah.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
Sorry, it's probably just me.
No, I misunderstood. Yes, what you're saying is absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Ignore what I said a minute ago about modifying the, yes, that is accurate. What you should expect is it will take a little while for
Right.
your staff to get there, just because this is new for them, just like it's new for y'all.
Thank you.
But yes, that's exactly what you should expect.
So, yeah, I was just trying to make sure those, unfortunately, I was through that for 6 years, but it takes a while to get us to where
But
we
yeah,
need to be.
the next document we're going to, by the way, that she's speaking to is this one that's titled Progress Monitoring Student Outcomes. This is literally, we're gonna finish hearing from the other 3 people we haven't heard from, and then we're moving to this document.
Which is-
All right, anybody else we haven't heard from yet? Keep delete, or any deletions or modifications? You don't have to go. If your topic's already been covered, then great. I've got notes on everything that's been said so far. But anybody else, any other items on as you look at the June 15th agenda that you had marked during your homework is delete or modify? Yeah.
I just want to be clear that I'm happy to delete board announcements as opposed to, but I love the idea of, if not deleting, limiting it to whatever we allow the board to do. And probably allow the
Yeah,
public to do.
community.
And then the other thing is, I think our 4 minutes is incredibly generous if you look at other boards.
Yep.
Oh, yes, by
So,
far.
that might be
The-
worth
the norm-
calibrating
The norm
on.
across the council districts right now is about 2.
2 to 3 minutes.
There's a bunch that have, oddly enough, 1 or 1.5 minutes, which I find awkward. But 2 is about the most common, and then 3 is the next most common after that. Actually, when I did this survey a few months ago of council districts on this, I think you all were the only people at 4. I think there was 1 district, I think 2 districts out of 5, but this is out of 77 large urban districts.
Yeah, that came again from people wanting to hear more from the,
It's a hard position for the board to say we're tamping it down. So that's why I think if we come at it with
it used to be 3.
an
so-
alternative, but we're doing this engagement that's more meaningful, it'll be a better headline for sure.
Stan?
You were asking for additional comments about the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to speak to the consent agenda in general.
Yeah.
Certain items in there are by statute required by the board to adopt. Others are primarily policy-driven. And I think many of them, especially in the purchasing area, that beg you to get from board matters to administrative matters. And I know that sounds perhaps blasphemous to some, but if you're really using, and I keep, AJ provided this, so this becomes my Bible, about what goes on the board agenda, and having to have direct report to you on data about student achievement, I would suggest to you that there are the vast majority of those items on the consent agenda that don't directly provide you data about student achievement, and they invite you, all 7 of you, into administrative matters. And, I just throwing that out that you want to give that serious consideration. Again, I read AJ, and I'm very much in alignment with AJ and the board matters and administrative. This is music to an administrator's ears to have a clear delineation and a clear understanding of those differences. And I'm just suggesting, as we look at the consent agenda, you may want to consider some policy changes that allows the board to be the board and the administration to be the administration.
So
So-
you're saying that the administration should have authority to enter contracts without our approval for certain categories of things? I'm not
Yes.
offended by that at all. I just want to make
Yes.
sure I understand that.
Yes, I think your limits on that require us to bring it to the board, are they handcuff the streamlining of administrative actions.
So if,
That, you'll have to talk about that in greater detail, but I'm just throwing that out as something that would help your board agenda immensely.
I appreciate our treasurer's feedback, and I agree that the things that we are legally required to approve in the consent agenda should be there. But I also think the reason why we include some of those other purchases and items, so we can gain an understanding of how we're moving the needle related to our LEDE vendors and processes. And I do think that is something that we as a board need to be more intentional about how we're measuring that and what our true goals and intentions are. Because right now, that does give us an opportunity to look and see how many minority business owners are getting contracts. And to be honest, I think that is the purpose in which a lot of those contracts and items are there, so we can speak to that item. So I think it should be restructured in that way.
So I'll take a moment to be controversial. So if I have not yet caused you to close your ears to the things I've said in the past, this may be the thing that gets it done. This was an issue that came up heavily in my district, predominantly African American, overwhelmingly so. And then, about a quarter Latino, and then a little smidgen of everybody else. And so this issue came up fairly frequently, but when we started having this conversation, we tried to apply the same ideology across the board of what is it that we are doing and how can it bend in the direction of helping us improve student outcomes. That became the mantra for everything. So if we were going to have a bottle of water, is there something about the selection of water, the use of water, the placement of water on the table that's going to better set us up for success with children? We were militant. Like, anywhere we could find a slight edge for children, we were on the hunt for it. And so when the MBE program came up, discussion came up.
MBE.
Minority Business Enterprise. Same thing, LEED.
Right.
LEDE, came up. We applied the same thing, and we asked, if we give contracts to minority-owned businesses, will that help improve student outcomes? Any guesses what answer we came up with?
No.
No, we didn't find evidence correlating those two. Guess what we did find evidence correlating? Parents having jobs. It became very clear from our own study of our own students, our own community, our own district, that if our children whose families had really stable employment tended to do better than their peers where the family did not enjoy stable employment. And so what became a top priority for us, and we rewrote our policies around, was how do we spend district dollars in a way that prioritizes the likelihood that our children will experience families with stable employment. And that became the centerpiece of what we pursued. When we went into that work, we assumed that would line up perfectly with our spend for minority business enterprises, and we were wrong. In our case, I don't know what's true for Columbus. I don't know what your social, economic, structuring and policies are like. In our case, what we found is that a lot of our Black-owned businesses were based in the suburbs and were hiring people in the suburbs, but were getting business with the district because they were Black, but they weren't actually hiring families in the district. And there were actually white-owned businesses that were based in the district that were hiring Black folks in the district. And so when we really broke it down, and I realize what I'm saying comes off as blasphemy, especially because I've been Black for my whole life. But when we really broke it down, we had to make a decision. Are we wanting to support gainful, sustainable employment for our families, or are we wanting to support Black-owned businesses? Because in our data, those were not necessarily the same thing. There was some overlap, but the Venn diagram was not concentric circles, it was a Venn diagram. And so in our policies, we said, we want to make sure that the people who live here, whose children attend here have the best access to opportunities for gainful, sustainable, stable employment as possible. And so we changed our policies to lean in that direction. I give you that as an example because when I said earlier that you want to be ruthless in pursuing benefit for your children in every corner that you possibly can, sometimes you're going to go in assuming that it's going to lead you in one direction. My assumption at the time was this was going to lead us toward the rationale for why we affirm our minority business enterprise program. It actually wound up, frankly, doing almost the exact opposite of saying that's not actually where we benefit our families the most. We benefit our families the most by incentivizing businesses that hire our families, which wound up just being, again, there was some overlap, but it was not, we thought it would be this, it wound up being this. And so I put that out there to suggest that you all have decisions to make. If what you want is to promote wealth creation for minority families, then your lead process probably helps accomplish that. But I wouldn't make the assumption without testing it first that that also accomplishes sustainable, meaningful employment for your families. If that's what you want, then I would encourage you to be looking at what are our policies that accomplish that and calibrate accordingly. And so I put that out there just to suggest this is the nature of the journey that I'm challenging you to be on. Question everything in terms of, is this aligned? And there are things that you will assume are aligned, but then when you actually put them to the test, they won't be. And then in that moment, are you going to be a heretic? Because I literally had people roll up in my meeting and talk about President Judas. They had like shirts that had my face on it, talk about President Judas. People will be chanting in the audience, Judas, Judas, Judas. And it was on us to explain what our process was. And after we explained it, like, over time, people picked up, especially the neighborhood associations picked up on it real quick. It's like, actually, that makes all kind of sense. Like, just because you this don't mean that you are out repping for us. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. The question that you all have to ask is, what are we trying to accomplish? If we're trying to get every possible edge for our children, then we have to be willing to do the homework and follow the data wherever it leads, even when that leads to some place that might be politically undesirable for your political futures. So I wanted to put that out there only because Dr. Pierce made the mistake of mentioning something adjacent to it. But just be prepared to look for opportunities for your children everywhere, even the places that are not going to make you popular.
Is it okay if we take a 10-minute recess? Is this a okay time to take a short little break?
I think James had a comment
James
related
wants
to
to talk
the
now.
topic.
Okay, James, and then we'll take a short recess.
Are you about to call me President Judas?
He's one
No.
with you.
My only caution, as with everything that we're discussing, AJ presents his experience, you know, from where he's from, and Columbus is a bit different in this climate because we do have the benefit of having a city of Columbus disparity study that showed just how much, particularly African Americans, which is our predominant student demographic, African American businesses weren't getting. We have a county study that has, been conducted that has shown almost the same data, if not worse, throughout the county. And the one thing that really it bothers me when we start having these types of discussions, because I have for years now talked about the academic benefit of seeing our students come to us from stable families because of the way that we spend money locally. But, whenever we get into these discussions and it talks about let's spend more with minority contractors or more with, in our case, local economically disadvantaged contractors, we get these terms like question everything, and we've got to jump through this needle, and we've got to jump through this hoop. But that's never the case when we're spending money with everybody else. and everybody else is able to get rich, and everybody else is able to get grandfathered in contracts, and everybody else is able to get no bid contracts. But then when it comes to spending money with the folks who are most likely to hire our parents, we've got this anecdote here that says that it may not work, and it may. And every time that we do those sorts of things, what happens is the minority businesses, or in our case, the LEDE businesses, get further and further discouraged. They lose further trust with the district. They stop coming to us for even opportunities, and the cycle itself continues because the hegemony remains, because we're sitting around questioning things when we should be taking action. I would just assume that we could just err on the side of, let's just get our numbers up with our LEDE businesses and see what we get. You know, let's just blow our goal of 20% out of the water. Let's get to 35 or 40% and see if students start coming through our doors better prepared to learn, because their parents now have high paying living wage jobs and good benefits. You know, I don't think because of what we've seen in recent years with the city and the county spending enormous resources in articulating this problem quantitatively, I don't think that we need to have another questioning session, or that we need to, in our case, conduct another study. We've got the evidence that shows that our businesses, particularly businesses for African Americans, have been systemically left out of the commerce of Central Ohio. And if we can just go ahead and do what we need to do in order to move the needle for those businesses, LEDE in our case, and then blow our goal out of the water, let's just see what our results look like after that. And that's just my comment. I don't consider you Judas for articulating what you saw in your community, AJ. I just think that your community is your community. Mm-hmm. I think it's a different monster, and I would err on the side of the evidence that we have, as well as my experience here in Central Ohio regarding Black businesses in particular. Thanks.
Madam Chair.
We are going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, so we will reconvene at 11.
See y'all in 10 minutes. Are we reconvening at 11 or near 11?
At 11, on the dot, AJ.
Thank you.
He's brutal. He's brutal.
He's not brutal.
He's made me become on time. I'm not saying something.
I appreciate it.
And meet one of our customer care items.
I don't know, they have to make
Representatives.
the screen, Miss, do we, yeah, okay, we have to tell them.
I didn't get.
I need a button or something. They did it. Missy, they did it. Thank you guys in the back. Okay, everyone, we are back. We do plan to take a lunch break around
Hold on. Please do not.
when Misty, I think 12:30, 12:15ish. So that'll be our next break.
People will get excited about that, and that's not what we're talking about there.
That's a good point.
Okay, back to you, AJ.
All right, so we've spent time talking about what changes we might make with the agenda. The next thing we want to do is actually practice going through sample monitoring report. Now, be mindful, this is going to be an iterative process, and your first year of monitoring is always your hardest year of monitoring because you're just constantly refining and getting good at things. Let me just predict for you now, and you could write it down, you can write it in ink because it's going to be true. You will get partway through the monitoring and be like, we need whole different goals, we need whole different interim goals, blah, blah, blah. Put all that on the shelf. Get through your first year of monitoring first, learn everything there is to learn, and then, if necessary, make a wholesale batch of modifications at the end of your first year of monitoring. But don't piecemeal, try to make a bunch of adjustments throughout the year. Just live with it for a year. It will be painful, you will not love it, you will survive it. This is a natural part of the process, but you don't want to be trying to make changes to your goals every board meeting that you'll get off track. And so just know you will find imperfections in what you've come up with and what administration's come up with, so be it. Take note of it, write it down, and a year after you start monitoring, we can come back and do a comprehensive, touch-up. That being said, today the conversation is about Goal 1, interim goal 3.1, Algebra 1. And so, the key documents that you will need for this.
You know, I'll give them this one, it's a separate one,
Okay,
and they can see better.
got it.
Yeah.
So the key documents that you'll need for this, you'll need this one, as I told you before, called Progress Monitoring Student Outcomes. And then the superintendent is providing you a data sheet that
Coming around now.
that has your Algebra 1 data on it. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by going through this document. So if you don't have it up, you need to pull it up now because we're actually literally going to start by reading through this Progress Monitoring Student Outcomes. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to read the first section called What is Monitoring? So take a moment to read What is Monitoring, and then we'll talk about it. What is monitoring? What's something that jumped out at you? As you were reading the first section, what is monitoring? I'll take a couple of comments before we move on. What's something that jumped out at you? Yeah,
Well,
James?
The last bullet point.
Which is what?
If the answer to all three is no, the board may opt to reject the report and reflect on how to respond to the superintendent's non-performance,
Why'd that one jump out at you?
because it's pretty dramatic and extremely important.
Yeah.
And it goes back to the initial statement that I've made, and why you direct the superintendent, because at the end of the day, if you reject that report, you're going to reflect on the superintendent's performance.
That's 100% correct.
That just, I mean, that's huge. that's making a statement. If we don't get the report and it doesn't show these things, it's on you, and we're gonna reflect on that. I mean, that's big. That's accountability to me, and it jumped off the page.
I agree with that, but I also, second bullet point struck me, partly because I'm not quite sure what it means. Table the matter, keep the conversation going, commentary below. And guess just need better understanding.
We will come to keep the conversation going in a few minutes, so.
Okay.
Hold on to that question, hopefully it'll get answered. James, did you have your hand up?
Yeah.
What's the section of this that jumped out for you?
Well, the term sufficiently aggressive strategies, I think we talked a little bit yesterday about Michael's point on setting the goal aggressively. And my concern is if we felt like the goal was not aggressive enough, would the strategy be aggressive enough? And in looking at this, I think it sets us up.
Yeah.
So I'd like for us to finish that discussion from yesterday. I know we talked a little bit about it, but I think this is the more appropriate place to really kind of have it.
That specific conversation, I'll ask that we table, because I'm going to work with your administration to bring back to you some revisions to that document. So I'd rather you all reflect on the revised version, not the current version, because the revised version may fix your issue. But your first point, rock solid gold, which is that if you have a goal that is not aggressive, then it will inspire strategies that are not aggressive, because they'll be able to meet the goal. If you adopt a goal that is more aggressive, then it will require strategies that are more aggressive in order to accomplish that. And so, yes, you all absolutely in your goal setting set the pace for the organization. That observation cannot be overstated. This is why I really appreciated you all lifting up this exact conversation yesterday, because it is the right conversation to have. Now, the flip side of that is, the more kind of aggressive your goals are, that means the more aggressive the strategies are. What that also means is the more disruptive, not destructive, disruptive the strategies will have to be, because there's not magic money out here. So if you want to be really aggressive with strategy in one area, what does that invariably mean?
More money.
And where is that going to come from?
The other areas.
Other areas in the organization, which is going to cause disruption in those areas in order to cause a more aggressive improvement in other areas. And so the more aggressive you get, just don't ever be naive. You have to be willing to pay for it, and not only in terms of human and financial resources, but also in terms of the disruption that you were inviting in other parts of your organization to cause the improvements in the areas that you've prioritized. But as long as you're willing to make that trade-off, then absolutely go all in. Anyone else? Anything about what is monitoring that jumped out at you? Anyone else? Let's read the next section. How is monitoring beneficial? And try to identify is there one of those specific ideas about why monitoring is beneficial that most resonates for you? How is monitoring beneficial? What's one item in the how is monitoring beneficial section that really resonated with you? Who'll be the first to share?
Formative evaluation.
Say more about that.
So in the past, we were able to take the monitoring reports and, you know, I mean, you asked us to reflect on the June 15 meeting. We all kind of looked at each other. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of things that happen in between each meeting. We forget. We're human. So being able to say, you know what, we voted down your presentation, superintendent, because we weren't seeing the progress. And then you go back and you're able to truly evaluate on a year-line basis the performance of and adherence to where we wanted to go.
Yeah.
For me, it's communication and formulative evaluation.
Yeah.
On the comm side, one of the most interesting things I've experienced in my tenure is that with any given number of superintendents, there's always this open window of misunderstanding of what our directives are. Sometimes it's how we have to communicate it very succinctly and clearly, whether it's via our policy, whether it's via a strategic plan or embedded in a performance evaluation. But, you know, it seems like where some things get lost is even at the board table, unless we absolutely voted on it. So I like the idea of, you know, identifying a space or a set of spaces outside of codifying something where we're very, very clear about what our expectations are. And the superintendent and our other direct reports are clear on, you know, where we're providing directive. So that's just been one of those places that, you know, under any space of, you know, executive leadership in the organization, I've seen some friction or some confusion, some gaps. On the formulative evaluation side, it is us getting back to embedding that behavior in our on a meeting-for-meeting basis. Again, at the time that I was elected to the board, it was our board governance model, or the board governance model, was policy governance, the Carver model. And essentially what it did was provide clear delineation between roles between the board and direct reports. In addition to that, it provided a set of what you call executive limitations that any direct report, but most specifically the CEO, would be evaluated on. Things like treatment of people, things like facilities and grounds, and where they are weak or strong in these areas. It also provided opportunity for the board to evaluate itself via community input and insight. We had a committee that was established that provided those metrics on a, you know, semi-annual and annual basis that gave us a grade rating. We never got below a B based on what we said we would be in fidelity to in accordance to that Carver model that was also structured by 4 different goals. So at the end of the day, I think this formulative evaluation piece should be something that we not only structure in accordance to our direct reports, but more importantly to ourselves, and use that, leverage that community input to do that very objectively.
Anyone else? Something about how is monitoring beneficial jump out at you? Yeah, Carol?
The lead by example. I think that we need to change the culture so that everybody feels safe to be open and reflective. And we have to do it very publicly ourselves and holding ourselves accountable. And the other piece is continuous improvement, because we're not doing it in any punitive context. We're just doing it in a, you know, okay, let's adjust. Okay, let's adjust. So it's all very much about the kids and getting it right, as opposed to who's responsible. And I think that's really important.
I think you had Raglan.
James, was your
wants
hand up?
something.
I think he's just nodding.
He went like this.
Something about how monitoring beneficial it resonated for you?
Yes, I agree with Board Member Beckerly, and I was concerned that in reshaping everything that we were doing with the agenda, that there would be less opportunity to celebrate some of the accomplishments of some of our staff members. I think this gives us a really good opportunity to do that. If we're changing the entire culture, like Board Member Beckerly said, some of the things that we celebrate within our staff can be how they present data to the superintendent, and how that then is in turn given to us. And so this provides some real good opportunity for us to recognize best practices in the district, and then celebrate them in the context of the reporting that gets back to us. So I really felt that.
Can I
AJ
add something
oh.
really quickly, only because it ties to this, and it ties to something that Michael said to me a while ago that really resonated. It stops us from celebrating these one-of things that we do really well, but that aren't systemic. And, you know, I tried to do for a while, because I thought it was the right thing to do, celebrate, like, catch somebody doing good, so I did those little things at the end of the meetings, and then Michael said to me once, "I'm so tired of them," and I was like, "What do you mean? I thought that's what we're supposed to do," and he pointed out exactly that.
It's not
And this
systemic.
gets us all focused on that. And so we're celebrating the thing that we're focusing on, and that really creates a laser-like precision that we've been lacking. And I'm sorry, I just had to say that, because it was tying that conversation together, too.
And I think on the flip side, AJ, is catching those things that we have big opportunities to fix, right? So one of my frustrations was that things would come to the board when it's so broken, and then now we're trying to catch up.
Right.
A lot of it being the fear of being truthful with the community and say, hey, we're failing. And when we say we say we, you know, because if the superintendent fails, the board fails, the community fails, and we fail our kids. So being out there and saying, this is the data, this is where we're at, and all hands on deck to get us back to where we need to go, because this is our goal. So we always talk about, we got these LEDs and this and that, and we have all these community members that want to help, and, you know, what's our alignment, and how do we bring everybody in that say, these are our goals, and the only way that we can meet our goals is with you all to be aligned in these particular areas, third grade reading, you know, what, algebra, you know, and if you're not there, you know, that's not where we're aligned. So I think it gives us an opportunity to be very clear and succinct in the things that we're doing well, to keep on doing and expanding, or whatever the goal is there. And then the opportunity to be all hands on deck and be with clarity, saying this is where we're deficient. Not to lay blame, but to bring us all together so that we're striving all and rowing in the same direction. And because I think a lot of times, well, I don't think, I know a lot of times when we come back and say, whoa, we got an F, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, no, you're blaming me. No, we're blaming all of us, because we knew in December we weren't meeting there. And we told you in January what we're supposed to be doing, i.e., you know, what's the superintendent's plan in interventions, and now we're in March and we're still in the same place. So that's what I appreciate about that.
That gives rise perfectly to the next section, tips for effective monitoring. If those are the benefits of monitoring, they only happen when you monitor effectively. What are tips for effective monitoring? Read that section, and then we'll ask a few folks to share. Is there a particular tip that most resonates for you? What's a specific tip for effective monitoring that most resonates for you? Yeah, Michael.
No gotcha governance I would definitely say in the first 4 years, my first term, I saw a lot of gotcha. And what it did was it perpetuated a culture of fear of reprisal.
Yep.
It perpetuated a culture of, impulsive decision-making.
Hide the data.
Knee-jerk reaction, and really lack of paying attention and having faith, if you will. And I don't want to use that word, but for some, but having a strength and a confidence, so to speak, a confidence in what the data really is and understanding reality and knowing how to articulate that to the greater community and to my own colleagues. The other one, though, for me is don't offer advice. Here's where I agree with it. To me, advice for intelligent people, for people who have a bit of even an intuitive understanding of what they do, advice is don't eat yellow snow. Advice is, hey, never take a leak up wind. You get your leg wet. You understand? So that's advice. Wise counsel, though, is something different. Wise counsel is, now we're thinking intuitively about our work. Now I'm telling you where I see some gaps and some holes, and I think these are the areas where we need to either drive something or prevent something from happening. Here's where we can mitigate things. Here's where we can see not even just beyond our noses, but even down the street and around the corner, right? So to me, wise counsel, I have no problem with that at all. I think each and every one of us has the right and entitlement to provide that. So I think that should be a part of the monitoring process, quite honestly. I think it is something that says that right track, wrong track, or concern about something. To me, that this bullet point is premised on the idea that we're going to overstep and, do the whole weed thing with the superintendent or any direct report, that we're going to be, in the mix of their day-to-day work. I don't think so. I think it's our opportunity to really guide, if you will, giving them a sense of right track, wrong track, where we can be a little more effective, and maybe where, again, we can even communicate to bring that back to the table to say that this is a point of concern or a point of praise. So that's my two right there.
Wholeheartedly, powerfully, potently disagree. So the fundamental problem you run into, and I have personally observed this with this team, is that advice from above is indistinguishable from a command. That is the problem you run into. That is that advice from above is, or as you describe it, wise counsel from above is indistinguishable from a command. And I've observed this, and I'll be blunt with you. Some of it is, I think, weaknesses is, in your direct reports, not telling you to piss off. A good direct report would manage up enough to tell you to, yes, I hear what you're saying. That is fundamentally not aligned with what we need to do. And I have not witnessed your direct reports being that direct with you all. There are times where they should be. Given that as a weakness of your direct reports, that puts you at even greater risk that you will offer wise counsel that is actually not the best idea, but because you have given it, that's what they're going to go do anyway. The problem that you face, advice from above, wise counsel from above, is indistinguishable from a command. And so what happens, what I've observed, and again, I've observed this with this team on multiple occasions, is that each of you are very swift to go and offer advice and counsel to your direct reports, but you aren't thinking of it as advice or counsel. You're thinking of it as, this is something that needs to get done, go make sure this happens. And so every time you do that, what you're doing is causing administration to behave in a way where they take time away from the things that you have said are the priority to go do the latest errand that you have sent them off to do. I've watched you do this. I've watched multiple people around the table do this. And I find this to be a dysfunction of organizations. It is, as I said before, it is a weakness of administrators. I think the stronger your administrators are, the more seasoned, the more comfortable they feel with the professional leadership of the board, the more likely they are to actually use wise counsel as just that, wise counsel. But I don't see it being used as that in this district. I see it being indistinguishable from a command, and has the effect of diluting administrative focus on the things that you say matter most. So no, I do not think that there is a level of maturity on this governing team, and that is the 10 of you. I do not believe that there is adequate maturity on this governing team for you all to be able to do that and have it serve the function that you intend. So I hear the function you intend. What I'm telling you is your team is not there. You would like for your team to be there. I'm telling you categorically, your team is not there. And so what will happen is you all will use these for the occasion for advice giving to your 3 direct reports, and you will dilute administrative focus on the things that you say matter most. That is where you are as an organization. Doesn't mean that's where you'll always be. I've seen very healthy organizations where wise counsel is just that. Where you go to the superintendent, you say, hey, what do you think about this? It's like, let me check with my team, let me think about that. And they come back to you, it's like, yeah, we hear you, but here's the reasons why it's actually just not a good idea. We're not gonna do that at all. But thanks for bringing that forward. I suspect you all have not experienced a ton of that. Instead, what you've probably experienced is a ton of, oh, you know what, we're gonna look into that, we're gonna try to figure out how to get that done. When you start hearing your direct reports regularly tell you, thank you for that idea, but we're absolutely not doing that because it's unaligned, that's when you'll have a sense that you are starting to get into a level of maturity as an organization where wise counsel can be received as that. In the meantime, you are 100% thoroughly, unequivocally not there. It will not be received as wise counsel. It will be received as a command.
What steps can
Hold on,
we?
Eric.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's James and then you, Eric.
I guess I've got 2 questions, one to Dr. Dixon and then one to you, AJ. I guess, oftentimes when I am giving what I consider to be wise counsel to.
I appreciate the self-awareness.
Right, yes, it's always given with you can take it or leave it.
Correct.
Sometimes in more harsh terms on what I think she could do. But however, I do mean that. I think we have, and I guess my question to Lisa is that always taken directly. I don't want you to ever feel like I don't mean it when I say that. And you tell me no quite often. Some things that we, that's just not our focus at the time or what have you. But I would hope that that you would feel comfortable in pushing back. And then my question to you, AJ, because and this again is historically based in Columbus. We have seen in this lifetime, not very long ago, where my children were being, educated, a superintendent with absolute power. I mean, a part of what we're doing is trying to align our governance structure with the perception of things that we have just come out of that were community crises. Mm-hmm. We have seen a superintendent who, maybe she was given advice. Maybe they were given advice. They didn't accept it. Maybe they just told you, don't give me any advice. We've seen terrible things happen to this district over the last, couple of decades because the perception was the board was not advising its leader.
Hold on, you all make, I want to clarify something. Y'all may be globalizing. I'm talking about a monitoring conversation.
Right.
That's the only thing I'm talking about. So if there's something not related to monitor, like, hey, there's one of our schools down the street's on fire, and you stop by, you might want to have somebody put that out. Like, that's reasonable. I'm only talking about monitoring conversations.
I'm talking about monitoring specifically.
Okay.
The issue that we had was around monitoring. the biggest national issue that we had was around monitoring. And, you know, I think we've now moved past a lot of that. However, creating an environment where this board is being directed to not necessarily give advice around here, I think that's a little bit dangerous. And so the one thing I would like to know from Talisa's standpoint, AJ, you can help inform this. What is the best way? What is the best way for us to inform you of what it is that we are thinking regarding this issue specifically? I guess is my question. You know, and like I said, every single time I tell them, you can take my stuff or just throw it out the window, you know.
So, thank you, James, you always do that. Two things. One, I'm beginning to create a different system. And so I didn't bring it with me, this gray notebook that has, board reports and conversation. So I'm now, since we have our goals outlined, we're working on the calendar. Now I know where to put conversations. So we've gone to I'm moving to a monthly board meeting, once a month, longer time. And the reason I was doing that, because I wanted to spend more time with board members individually, if it's lunch or dinner, to kind of talk about some other things and outline those things in a notebook. But also leave myself more time to focus on this work. So that when those questions about the work come, and we're talking about those things, but then those other things that may come up that are not part of the goals, I can say, okay, I have that. Thank you so much, James. Let me just, I'm gonna jot this down in in my gray notebook, and then we can come back and see if this stuff fits, right? So we've had the conversation. I've noted it. You understand that I put it in my notes, but it's not a sense of urgency at that time. But you've had that conversation with me, and we've talked about that piece that was the thing that is important to you. Does that make sense? Because what I've done in the past, if I've reacted, right? Because we didn't have a system in place. So I react to all of you, because I think all 70 of you guys have things that are important that you're hearing and that you're seeing that may be happening because we didn't have the goals outlined. But now we have goals and we have strategic priorities. So all of this work is coming together. So now as the leader, I know how to compartmentalize those conversations.
And I would co-sign on that. The question I heard you ask is, if I want to give wise counsel, where is the most appropriate place to do that? In those one-on-ones.
Yes.
What I am categorically, very demonstrably saying is your monitoring sessions are not the forum for that. I'm not suggesting there's not a forum for that. I'm saying your monitoring sessions are not the forum for that. That's the only thing you're hearing me say.
And AJ, I think that comes from years of people saying, if you're not asking questions and if you're not making comment to the superintendent, then you're not engaged. You're a rubber stamp board. But I think, go back to this, where it says, do your homework. You should be asking about the who, the what, the why, the how.
Absolutely.
Right? So how do we do that effectively versus, I got you, you forgot this, you should have done this. It flips the script from making a comment and directing, because just like you're saying, if you got a title, your title, with the title comes, I'm your direct report, one of my bosses just said X, so I should address it in some way, whether we like it or not. And we've always talked about it should be a board directive, i.e. goal and guardrail, and that's how we're speaking and growing in the same direction. But what this helps us do is that first point is making sure that we are asking the question, who is responsible for that? Why are we doing that? Help me understand why we're doing that. What just happened? Why did those numbers drop? What are the interventions that we're doing? How are you going to be doing that? What's my role, or how can I help? So those questions I think are still going to be out there to ensure this public perception when you do governance, right? that's the hard part of doing governance, that if you're not actively making a comment, then you're not actively paying attention to what's going on in the district. So I think that's a reverse of what those questions and how those questions come, and really giving, because I prefer that Dr. Dixon comes back when I ask the question. I tell her all the time, I prefer that when I ask the question that we have a response, because that tells me that we're thinking about it, but it's aligned with the direction that we're going.
And to add on that, another way of thinking about this, if you look at the how is monitoring beneficial, if you want your monitoring sessions to confer these benefits, then these standards for effective monitoring are what you need to execute on. If you are comfortable jeopardizing these particular benefits of monitoring, then ignore these effective monitoring strategies. And by the way, they're echoed on the third page where there is an evaluation for board members. You can evaluate, did we do an effective job of monitoring or an ineffective job of monitoring or a highly effective job of monitoring? And so there is built into this some ability for you all to have your own kind of thoughtfulness about how effective were we. But one of the key elements of monitoring that is distinct from everything else that you're going to do is that this is really your opportunity to inquire of your direct reports and figure out what they know. It is not the opportunity to tell them what the answer is. It's the opportunity to figure out, do they have the answers? Because guess what? What you think the answer is isn't what's critical. What your direct reports thinks the answer is what's critical, because that's what they're going to confer to their staff, and their staff's going to go execute on. And so before you set about the task of giving advice, what you really want to know is, left to her own devices, what is she going to go tell people to do? And you get access to that by asking her questions, not by telling her what the answer should be. I don't know how to be any more clear about that. Like, if your access to really understanding what is and isn't happening in your organization isn't through advising, it's through inquiring. And so the nature of monitoring, as you will see on the next page, we can go ahead and turn the page, is to get the data and then to have a really deep and frankly, in times, intrusive conversation about what exactly is this data telling us? What do you think it means, as our executive team? And that is the behavior of monitoring that is going to help confer the benefits that you all want. Particularly on the clarification of strategies, advice giving does not clarify strategies. It obscures strategies. What you really want is to hear from your staff, what are you going to do next in order to accomplish this? What are you currently doing to try to ameliorate what we're seeing? That will help drive alignment. But if you have 2 or 3 different board members each kind of saying, hey, well, have you thought about doing this? Or, hey, I think you should probably do this, or have you considered this? That's not going to clarify for staff what the strategy is. Now they're going to be wondering, okay, so which parent do we listen to? And what they'll do is they'll listen to whoever they agree with the most, whether or not that's a superintendent. And in that moment, you have just dashed alignment to strategy, because now people are going off in different directions. So this is not to be heard as a categorical rebuke of advice giving. It's to say that that's simply not part of the monitoring conversation. Right. That's all. Let's look at before, during, and after monitoring. And we're actually going to role play this. We're going to have this conversation. Here is the data that your superintendents provide you, for, wait a minute, no, it's not.
Which one?
Which one?
Algebra?
Algebra.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, I can't see that.
So it's a one-page, one top, yeah. You see, and
This one.
yes. So it's under closed opportunity gaps.
So we're
and
looking
interim goal 3.1.
3.1.
Is this real data?
Yes.
Yes.
Students
Not
who,
quite as readable as it might
Yeah,
be.
I mean, this is
Like I
For
said,
some of us,
small with.
the old folks.
Some of us are old.
all right, so the good news is we've just gotten our first feedback about monitoring. Make the print bigger. Got it.
yes. I do want to provide some context.
Well, hold on,
Oh.
before we get into monitoring. No, so you're doing during monitoring, where you're trying to start talking about it. Before we get into monitoring, there are 4 questions that you have to ask about the monitoring report that is in front of you. Who will read the first question?
Question 1, does it clearly show what is being monitored, which specific policy and goal interpretation, etc.?
So does this document clearly show what's being monitored?
Yes,
What does it say is being monitored?
3.1.
Interim goal 3.1, Algebra 1 course, school year 2020 to 2021.
Okay. Who will read before monitoring item number 2?
Does it clearly show data for the 3 previous reporting periods, preferably on a line graph? Does it clearly show the current reporting period? Does it clearly show the target reporting periods, annual targets, and deadline targets?
So the first question is, why would you want all of those data points?
Context.
Context?
Context and comparative.
One point does not a trend make.
You cannot determine the trend from a single point, impossible. But so if you don't have multiple data points for multiple reporting periods, you do not have a monitoring report, period. There's no way around that. So the question is, does this have the items indicated in number 2? No, it absolutely does not.
yeah.
If this was not a role play, what would I counsel you as a board to immediately do?
To ask the superintendent to redo the report.
Yep, to immediately stop. I would not go any further. I wouldn't consider it. I wouldn't discuss it. I wouldn't do anything else. I'd say, madam, you got a little bit more homework to do. When you get that done, we're gonna put this on next month's report. Come on back. We're not gonna do that because we're just in a role play. So we're gonna pretend that it does have the full, it's got 5-year, historical data, the current data, and it shows you, where we're headed in the future. It's got all of that. We're gonna pretend it has all of that. But if you ever get a monitoring report and it does not have that, if you cannot discern the trend line from the monitoring report, there's not a lot of valuable conversation to have. You should just immediately stop. Yes, ma'am?
Could we stay there for a second? So, the way that this data is structured, I think, may I suggest it be modified? When we go to monitoring question number 3, back to the first page, that question is, question number 2. Is there
growth
towards the vision? None of this data is showing the slope or the rate of change across the 5-year monitoring period. So because you're missing that data point, you're going to get questions from me about how are my Black students doing? How are my ELL students doing? How is this particular region doing? If you simply included that data point, that would alleviate a lot of questions.
Right.
Because now I can pinpoint and see. And what I would offer is your slope or rate of change is really your guardrail. You have to figure out what guardrail is going to advance that change that we want to see to get you to your ultimate goal. So for every one of these goals, there should be a slope or a rate of change that corresponds to a guardrail, whether it's an interim guardrail or I'll let you pick whatever one you want, right? But I'm suggesting that we need that rate of change. Right now, and we tend to do this, you give the percentages, and we're just simply as a board saying, well, why did this one go up? Why did this one go down? And that's what opens up this discussion around interventions and what we think you should be doing. You're the expert. We don't know this stuff. You know this stuff. Your team knows this stuff. Our job is to monitor, not to go in and say, are you doing this evaluation? Did you purchase this software? Are you, expanding this reading program? The second thing, when we're presenting data, there should be a key or some terms here. So we have abbreviations, and you don't identify what those abbreviations are. DNA, INC.
DNA, it's whether or not the children had DNA.
Dead on arrival.
Really?
Or it could be did
I
not,
mean,
did
so-
not, assess, but it probably also means,
So-
something about their DNA.
So to me, it's, are we giving data to really inform us to have a deep dialogue around our goals? Or are you simply giving data just to say you gave data?
behavior problem number 12 in this organization.
Yeah, yeah.
So when I
Just
told you,
drowning people in data.
so when I say earlier,
Yeah,
and it was really, maybe I should have said feedback, but these conversations that I know I've had with Dr. Dixon, with Treasurer Pahoric, even with Ms. Smith, is, hey, and these have been one-on-ones. I think we should do this. I think we should calendarize your work and not share it just with the committee, share it with the board, because you report to the board, right? So I've had these kind of conversations and providing my insights to say, I think this is how you'll communicate with us better and more effectively. But I absolutely agree with Dr. Pierce in that there needs to be, just like, for example, right here at the top, interim goal 3.1. Well, state what it is. State what interim goal 3.1 is.
yeah,
number one.
so I would join that encouragement that on the actual monitoring report, I'd actually write the language of the goal and then actually write and say, we're monitoring goal 3, and this is what goal 3 is. And the data we're using to monitor that goal is 3.1, and this is what the interim goal 3.1, and this is what that is. And then go into showing your line graph that shows, here are the previous 3 reporting periods, here's the current reporting period, here's where we're trying to get by 2026. And either those dots line up or they, the dots are doing this, while the goal is up here. Yeah, so I absolutely agree with, other comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric?
Just one more thing. I think also what Dr. Pierce stated is really relative also to question 4. Does it clearly show supporting documentation that evidence the superintendent's evaluation? No documentation here to that effect. If the district is not at target or superintendent's evaluation indicates implementation is not on track, does the monitoring report clearly describe any needed next steps?
Yep.
So if she's saying that slope is, first of all, a barometer of where we are to provide some measure of context of where we are and then where we intend to be by what you're recommending to us to implement, then that's how you make that conversation with us a heck of a lot more effective. So if the premise is that we are not the experts, and some things we are, quite honestly, we're not a bunch of dumb folks sitting up here, listening to you all pontificate things to us. We aren't. And I really abhor the idea that we take that away from ourselves in some respect or another, because that's just not the case. But with all that stated, I think that's where you help us all the more, is by giving us the clear steps by which you're going to do it in some measure of some metric, some barometer that says we're right track, wrong track. Yeah.
So if I could just be clear, the steps are identifying the guardrail that you started with and the guardrail that you're going to use to further increase that slope, that upward trajectory of where we want to be.
Your pivot or
That's
adjustment.
your steps that you're giving us. You're not going into the weeds of this software is getting us there, these
Right.
number of staff members are getting us there. You're keeping us aligned with the guardrails.
Can I ask Dr. Pierce a question, just because I want to make sure I understood? It seemed like you were saying you have a goal trend and a guardrail trend that's supporting the goal. So you were thinking of them being both like integrated on a report.
They are integrated on the report, very
And
much.
the same report, not separate reports for each.
Not separate reports. All of our goals should be strategically aligned with guardrails. There should be no separation. Values are leading and providing the foundation for the actions that we are taking. The actions that we are taking are our goals. So if our goal is to,
So you're
What is
looking for a
3.1?
guardrail to be reported in conjunction with this?
so if 3.1, students who complete the Algebra 1 curriculum during their first attempt, right, by the end of the 9th grade and earn at least 1 math credit will increase from 69 in January 2021 to 80% in June 2026. We should be able to come over to our guardrails and say, we were able to employ, for example, increasing the multi-tier funding that we had around Algebra 1. And it related to this particular increase that we saw. Or we should be able to come down and say that we budgeted more money towards a particular program or a particular algebra piece to align our resources equitably. And this resulted in an increase or change. It's not for me, it's not this separate piece or entity. The goals are the values that are informing the actions, and the guardrails are the values that are informing our goals and our actions. Everything should align.
What I was going to say, just a couple of more observations, I think, is that this discussion demonstrates the need, the importance for this material to come to us early. And one of the things that we didn't specifically talk about was the need for the board to do its homework. None of this is going to work unless, when we get those things early, we spend the time and we actually read them and respond and have conversation with Talisa or conversation with whoever we need to. Otherwise, we're not really monitoring. And that's just a responsibility that we have to understand and take on. And finally, as I've said a number of times, and I really appreciate Tina mentioning the acronyms, jargon, all of that. These documents need to be understandable and readable for lay people, which is what we are in the education arena. And they need to be understandable and readable by the public, because as they get better, they'll be more of greater interest to the public. And they need to be self-contained, which is, you don't have to go find and read a number of different things to make sense of it.
All three of your direct reports are at some point going to be involved in monitoring, and so I hope all three of you are taking notes on this. So a few things to key off of what Eric and Dr. Pierce said is, one, your monitoring reports, you generally want them to be 1 to 3 pages, definitely no more than 5. Like, the intention is not to overwhelm the board with data, it's to be surgical. And to be, as Dr. Pierce said, you're looking at high-level stuff. We're not in the weeds, trying to figure out, really technical and tactical issues. We're trying to stay at the strategic layer. The other thing, that Eric said is absolutely spot on. You want the monitoring reports to be digestible by your families. So whatever your practices are in family communication, you want to apply those same practices to the development of your monitoring reports. So I don't know what your practices are regarding parent communication. That's a y'all thing. But whatever those are, in terms of kind of grade level proficiency that you target language at and things of that nature, whatever you apply to your parent communication, apply that here. And so that's just, again, good monitoring reports, usually 1 to 3 pages, definitely not more than 5 pages. If you can't express the performance of the district in less than 5 pages, it's because you don't understand the performance of the district adequately. And I was ruthless with my own. I've always been this way with my own staff about this. Is if they had a big concept that they wanted to pitch me, it's like, hey, I think we should do this. Bring me a 1-pager. If you can't convey your idea on 1 page, you have not adequately thought it through well enough. I think the same way about monitoring. If you can't convey performance relative to one of these interim goals or interim guardrails in 1 to 5 pages, then you have not adequately studied it in order to have a meaningful conversation with your board. And so just want to co-sign on the things that they mentioned there.
AJ, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can these reports kind of be standardized, for all types of monitoring? I mean, they know that they're going to need to do certain graphs, and by the way, Stan does awesome graphs. But like a standardized format.
So what is pretty common is that districts will, over time, and you just get there over time. Like, whatever you come up with next week ain't gonna be it. But you'll just iterate. And that's just the normal process. I've never found anybody who found the right thing the first time out. And so it'll take you several of these, but then they'll get into a flow that, yes, what I normally see is that they tend to fall into a goal template and a guardrail template, just because the monitoring of them winds up being very different. Monitoring adult input data tends to be very different than monitoring student outcome data. And so I tend to see them wind up with kind of two different templates, one for goals, one for guardrails. But that normally doesn't emerge until usually about 6 months into the monitoring, where you've kind of, shaken off all the dust and figured things out.
And that's the where I was, the trajectory I was
Yeah.
asking about, it's the, what's required, what's the interpretation? What does the reporting look like to be aligned with the requirement? And then lastly, the monitoring.
And I want to appreciate the work that we're doing to get our data in the right place. So, understanding and just having this sidebar with Treasurer Bork, that he has, years of data, and his data, he can do different things with it. So when I see his reports, I can see the change. He can throw in numbers and say, here's how this will change. And, Dr. Dixon isn't in that space where she can do that. But I think as a district, we're going to get there, and we need to be able to get there to be able to adequately assess how we're moving on these goals.
And
I mean,
Stan can
for
attest
me-
that took a while.
For me, we have to be able to say that our guardrails are impacting the success of our goals. If we're not doing that, then we just have two separate processes going on.
Can somebody read the third item before monitoring?
Does it clearly show the superintendent's evaluation of performance?
What does that mean? Anybody, what does that mean?
Does it give us a clear idea of how well we are either on track or off track based on her own personal insight?
Why do you want to know that why do you want to know that from your executive?
Because she's the expert. She's leading the district. She's the one who is the major the major stakeholder responsible for our outcomes.
And we have to evaluate her.
But I think also it's important that we can see whether she gets it, whether she recognizes an area of weakness or not.
Because
Absolutely.
if she doesn't, then she's not communicating the message clearly down to
To her staff.
the
If she
staff.
doesn't see the problem, then
Yeah.
she's never going to communicate it to her
Never.
staff to solve it. Absolutely. I mean, you want to know, like, if the trend line, is doing this, and she says, my evaluation is we right on time. Like, you want to know from her, okay, why do you think that? Like, what do you know that we don't know? But similarly, I've seen it go the other
There
direction.
is something.
Absolutely.
I've
We have
seen
to.
data going like this, and the superintendent come like, I need y'all to know we are off track. Like, the data looks real rosy, but let me tell you why that ain't right. And explain to you, like, here's what's going on behind the scenes. We're about to drop off a cliff, and the data's about to get corrected, and all these other things, we used the wrong template when we reported the data, and now, we're about to clarify the template, but we're probably gonna drop 5 points. I mean, you really wanna know, because as a board, you know this much about what's happening in the operations. The superintendent, she'll know this much. And so you want to have real clear from her, what exactly does this mean? And so at this point, we don't have the trend line, so it's hard to do that. And so remember, this is just practice. This is not real. But, for the purpose of the role play, if you had to assign a red, a yellow, or a green to this, where red means what this tells me is that the goal the board has, the percentage of four-year graduate cohort students who complete state and district graduation requirements will increase from this to that by then. Red means, based on this data, we are definitely not likely to accomplish the goal by August of 2026. We're definitely not likely to be at 86% by August 2026. Or it could say yellow, we still have a shot at getting to 86% by August 2026, but not on the path we're currently on. We're gonna have to make adjustments. Or would you identify this as green? Like, yes, looking at this data, we're definitely on the path we need to be on to accomplish 86% by August 2026. would your evaluation of this be red, yellow, or green? Madam Superintendent?
Yellow.
I say yellow.
Why yellow?
Because when we look at the data, and the reason we focused on this one, because we recognize that with the opportunity gaps, Algebra 1 is still the gatekeeper for student success, and we were not offering Algebra 1 to all our ninth graders.
And so this is.
Last year was the first year our ninth graders were taking integrated algebra. So this data we're establishing baseline.
Okay.
So, for our ninth graders being required to take Algebra 1.
So when you receive a monitoring report and you don't have some type of evaluation, and sometimes I see districts use colors, red, yellow, green. Sometimes they use different words, on track, partially on track, off track. Thank you, ma'am.
Safe travels.
There's a lot of different progress monitoring tools that districts can use. And so I don't know what tool she'll ultimately wind up using. I'm definitely sharing multiple different examples with her, and she and, you all will get together and figure out, here's the progress monitoring nomenclature we're gonna use all the way throughout all of our teams. But whatever that is, if you don't have that in the monitoring report, you hand that monitoring report right back. It's like, no. We need to know from you what you think this data is telling us.
Comment about what Dr. Pierce stated, because we were not initially thinking about the alignment of the goals and guardrails and the reporting. So when we think about,
Yeah, neither was I.
right, so that just caused me a pause, and I just wrote myself a note. So if we're thinking about algebra, first time ninth graders being required to take algebra, we had 1,900 students. Now we're thinking about, we go back to fund intervention reports. We were thinking about it primarily from the reading strategy, the goal, strengthening reading. But to your point, there is a, I just put my note, yeah, okay, there is a math and a reading, all districts focus on that. So we could think about what other interventions that we're using in math to make sure that ninth graders have not only access, but are doing well in it, and then goes back to, so I see some alignment, I'm making notes of that. I just want you to know that I'm making note of that, but that was not the way we initially was thinking about it and the way that we initially designed this.
I'm happy you were thinking about it, because as I look at this, I would say we're in the red right now. If we use this as our baseline, you have 60% that got the credit, 20% that are at that halfway point. So if you keep that as your baseline, and you're gonna have to have at least 1 to 2 years just maintaining that baseline, you're only at 80%. Your goal is to be at 86% by 2026. That already puts you at 2024. So how are you gonna move that 20.5% to get that 6% that you need to meet that goal? Right? And so you're just gonna be sticking stuff
hold on
throwing
a
stuff
second.
at the wall.
So that is exactly the type of conversation you have when you get into monitoring, where you're just like 30 seconds ahead of us. So before we dive into that, I wanted to, you already read it, Michael, so I'll ask you to read it one more time. Question number 4 before you start monitoring.
Question number 4, does it clearly show supporting documentation that evidences the superintendent's evaluation? If the district is not at target or superintendent's evaluation indicates implementation is not on track, does the monitoring report clearly describe any needed next steps?
All right, do you have that in this monitoring report?
No.
No.
If you ever receive a monitoring report and it shows either that you're not at target or the superintendent's eval is not green or whatever the version of that is, and it doesn't have that, what should you do with that monitoring report? There is not a conversation to have. If she is not revealed to you, yes, we are clearly not on track, and here is at a high level what I'm intending to do to get us back on track, then you need to just slide that back over. Now remember, what I said earlier, these things are never going to be more than, ideally 1 to 3, but definitely never more than 1 to 5 pages. So this is not going to be a dissertation. This is going to be high level. I certainly agree with Dr. Pierce. If there are interactions with your guardrails, then it does make sense to surface that. However, often I suspect that's not going to be the case. And so if there are other high-level strategies, the priorities that you all are implementing at the administrative level, then this is certainly an appropriate place to elevate
So
those.
quick question, so when we give these reports to the board,
Mhm.
these reports include the before monitoring pieces there as part of their pre-read?
No,
And then
these,
or all
item,
of that
no,
comes
item
in?
number 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the prerequisites for what should be in a monitoring report.
Yeah, it's before
Right.
we do the monitoring.
Before we do the
need to
monitoring,
reflect
right.
on the.
We need-
Gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha, okay.
Let me-
AJ, will those numbers be adjusted now that we're past COVID? Because, so a lot of the pre-work that we did was, give or take a little bit depending on COVID. Will these be
Yeah, so-
adjusted to, because
so
I
basi-
noticed she says she's got 68.9% here.
Yeah, so based on our conversation yesterday, what I committed to is I'd work with your administration.
Yeah.
We'd make some adjustments to this document and bring it back to you.
Including the numbers
Right,
Well, yeah, that's,
including numbers, because remember,
that you have, because obviously now you have the
because
data.
now we actually have data.
We didn't have the
didn't
data when we
have.
were doing the goals.
yeah,
So-
and a lot of these were just predictions by the team
Right.
based on data that.
Right,
was
so for example, it says, or decline in the benchmark due to COVID. All that language will go away, because
Perfect.
now we
We know
actually have
what
data
it
to
is.
base this.
I figured, I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, let me ask more mechanical and timing, practical question, and that is, these reports are handed to us early, which is good, and we're gonna read them. And let's say not all that information that's required to be here is there. At what point do we, and how do we give it back to the superintendent to redo? I don't think we want to do that publicly at the board meeting.
You absolutely do it publicly at the board. If the superintendent makes the mistake of showing up at a board meeting, not doing their homework, you absolutely do. Now, ideally, you've received all these long in advance, and the board chair has caught this long in advance and says, yeah, this is not ready for prime time.
Right.
But if the board chair misses it, and everybody else misses it or doesn't communicate it, and you find yourself sitting around this, horseshoe, and you look down, it's like, oh, wait a minute, this doesn't actually have any of the previous reporting periods. If you missed it until you get to that board meeting, then one, y'all didn't do your job, and so you should have a personal conversation with yourself of why don't I care about children enough to do my job right? But two, you should, in that moment, do your job, which is to say, this is not ready for prime time, we need to postpone this. And then everybody will also look at it and be like, oh, yeah, show you right, this ain't ready. And so it should not come up in the public meeting, because it should be flagged well before that.
Right.
But if it's not, then yes, you should absolutely not fake like the monitoring report is ready for prime time.
So that's the one-on-ones when you're talking to, when she's reaching out to us, she's asking us, what did I miss?
Yeah.
What data are you wanting to see that I haven't caught yet? Or, well, now obviously it's gonna be based on this, but when we're talking to her, that's the whole purpose of the one-on-one, it's like,
Yeah.
Dr. Dix, especially as we're learning and we're creating the template, which is say, hey, you missed number 3, hey, you missed number 2, or,
Yeah, and I think that is what I meant, is that we should plan for it to occur during that early period at a one-on-one or with agenda review or somehow, but rather than to wait to do it publicly.
Can't we just call her up? I mean, like,
Yes.
there's
Yeah.
no, we don't have to be formal about
Yes.
this. We just communicate it. Right, okay.
because we want our data the way it should be at the board table, so
Not
we're,
gotcha. It's not gotcha.
we're using our
Right.
time wisely.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, if none of you all catch that until you're at the board meeting, remember what I said, that means you failed to do your job. You should reflect on why you don't care enough about children to do your job right, and you should do your job in that moment, which is to call it out. But all of that is predicated on what I first said, which is, that means you didn't do your job, which is you should have caught it before you ever got to the board meeting. It just means you didn't read none of your board materials. And that happens sometimes. I've watched multiple of your board meetings where y'all be asking questions. It's like, I feel like that was sent to the board members in advance. Like, get practice to doing your homework, folks. So that is what it looks like to have a proper monitoring report. It has to have all of those things. Obviously, what we have doesn't have all those things, but we're gonna pretend it does. What's gonna happen now is we're gonna take a break. We're gonna take a break, folks gonna, get their eat on, stretch their legs, do whatever you need to do. When we come back, we're going directly into a role play. We're not gonna have any other questions, we're gonna dive directly into it as if we're in the middle of a board meeting, and this is the monitoring report, and, and we are conducting monitoring. So we're gonna go directly into the role play, we're gonna stay in the role play, we're gonna be there for a minute, and then after the role play, we'll debrief the role play to figure out, okay, what worked, what didn't work, what questions do you have? Now, in terms of your preparation, after it says before, then it says during. And it has 4 columns. For the purpose of this role play, you will want to plan to follow the columns. So first, be asking questions about which students are the data talking about. If you have any questions about which students we're talking about, which students we aren't talking about, who's the DNA, who's the INC, any questions about who, ask those first. Then, after the conversation about which students who we talk about dies down, then go to questions about what? Then go to questions about why. What you definitely won't do during the role play, because in the role play I will actually, call a tech on you, is you definitely won't jump straight to how questions, which is what your instinct will be to do. How are you going to fix this? How are you going to handle this problem? How are you going to do this? What you definitely won't do is jump to advice giving. Why don't you do this? Have you considered doing this? Maybe it might help if you could do this. All of that is future focused. You will start with past focus. First thing you want to do is understand what is reality for your children today. That is the most important thing that you're going to do. And it will feel like the most important thing is to give advice or ask about the future. That is, in fact, not accurate. The most important thing you can do as board members in the monitoring is get clear about what is the reality for my children today and what is the reality that they've been experiencing. And that will be surfaced through the who questions, the what, the why. I've given you sample questions here, but you don't have to use these. Just anything that helps you contextualize and understand the data presented to you. And that's always a retrospective. Then at some point, I'll be like, all right, folks, we've kind of got the past understood. Now start asking making the logical connections of asking the future focused questions. Hey, superintendent, I asked which students is data talking about, and you mentioned this particular group of students, and when I asked why are they struggling more than others, you said this. How are you responding to the needs of that specific group? And so eventually you will connect those dots. But before you go to the future focus questions, don't even go there. Just stay in the past focus questions, the who, what, why. And at some point I will give you this signal, and that will be the indication, okay, you spent a lot of time really trying to understand the data. Now you can start connecting the dots on what is your response to data. So that's what the role play will look like. And again, once we come back from break, there will be no preliminaries, there'll be nothing. We will just dive immediately into the role play. I will play the role of the board chair, conveniently, just so that Jennifer can get some actual practice in rather than having to manage it. So you'll have an 8-member board for about 45 minutes. But just be prepared, you can dive in, and you'll want to watch what I do in terms of trying to manage the flow of the conversation, because you're going to be responsible for this mess. And so this gives you a chance to see it instead of having to try to lead it and learn it at the same time. So that's what we'll do when we come back. Any questions? Madam Chair, when are we going to come back?
Okay, we are going to go on recess until 12:45. That's a 30-minute lunch. There is another room next to our tables, so you don't have to sit and eat at your station, if that's okay. I didn't ask, but there are tables in another room. So, all right, we are going to go on recess. Thank you.
Cohort students who complete state and district graduation requirements will increase from 81.4% and 0.4% in August 2020 to 86% by August 2026. And in particular, we'll be monitoring interim goal 3.1, states that students who complete the Algebra 1 curriculum during their first attempt by the end of their 9th grade year and earn at least one math credit will increase from 69% in January 2021 to 80% by June 2026. So with that as our monitoring report, first I just want to assert for board members, items 1 through 4 that we'll always look for, and we're looking at monitoring reports, that this monitoring report does have the 4 items necessary. It shows which items are being monitored, goal 1, interim goal 3.1. It has the 3 previous reporting periods in the line graph that you can see here on the monitoring report, the current reporting period, and the next 3 reporting periods throughout the duration of this goal. It also indicates the superintendent's evaluation of performance, which on here she has indicated is yellow on a 3-color scale: yellow, red, yellow, and green. She's indicated that it is yellow. That is an indication that in her professional experience, that what this data means to her is that the district is off track to accomplish the board's goals. However, with some amount of intervention, with a moderate amount of intervention, can get back on track. That is distinct from if she had indicated that it was red, which would mean she believes that it is significantly off track and is unlikely to get back on track without a very extensive intervention. But she has indicated this is red, and then she has provided some supporting documentation that evidences her evaluation and a little bit of description about the next steps. So with all items being in order for us to have our monitoring conversation, the floor is now open to board members to engage with inquiry. Remember, the first part of our conversation, we like to really dig into the data itself. And then later on in the conversation, we'll spend a little bit of time on a forward-looking approach of what can we expect from our administration in terms of their response to data. Board members, the floor is open for questions on the monitoring report. Board Member Pierce.
Based on our student demographic groups, what groups are struggling the most? Or who is struggling the most?
Either of those questions are perfectly appropriate. Yeah, Madam Superintendent.
Yeah, so the students who are struggling the most are African-American girls.
You have a follow-up, or are there other inquiry? Yeah, Board Member Cole.
And, can I add?
Oh, please.
African-American girls, specifically in Region 1.
That was my question.
You made me smile with that. I mean, not that that makes me smile, but the way you reported it.
Yeah, the specificity.
Great.
Yeah, Board Member Cole.
Can you help us understand what the variables to that lack of success are? What are those impediments, particularly given that it's isolated to a region?
Yeah, thank you. Well, we found in Region 1 that our students are struggling with reading, and we believe that and we're seeing that our students that are not reading well are not doing well mathematically. So we see that correlation there. And in Region 1 is where we have the students with the, that are struggling the most in reading. So what we've just, we see that those are the students that are not moving, and those are the students where we need to provide more intervention and supports for.
Can you give us a general idea of where Region 1 is, please?
Yes, Region 1 is on the west side of Columbus, and the specific school that we are targeting are Starling Middle School. We're looking at the students that are being prepared before they go to Briggs and West High School, because West and Briggs are the where Algebra 1 is being, that course is being provided for students. And we are hoping that Starling could provide those courses in 8th grade and make sure our 8th graders are prepared, maybe taking pre-algebra to get them ready for Algebra 1 in high school.
We'll go to Board Member Adair, then Board Member Ragland, then Board Member Brown.
Who is doing the best right now? What group of students in what region?
The students that are performing the best are students in Region 6 and those are our African-American female.
Board Member Dare, did you have a follow-up?
Thank you.
And I can add some context of why.
Sure.
So,
Just because you asked it.
and the reason we see the students in Region 6 doing better in Algebra 1 in high school, because those schools have pre-algebra courses in their middle schools.
And
And also, those students in Region 6 is where the career centers are. And so those students that are going into the career centers, we find that their mathematical skills, for some reason, either they have some quality teachers and experience in their middle schools and elementary schools, and we're seeing that those are students that want to be in career centers that are programs that are rigorous and require that students have good math skills.
can you remind me, are the boys and girls schools in Region 6?
No, the boys and girls schools are in Region 2.
Okay, thank you.
I will go to Board Members Ragland, then Brown, then Beckerly, then Reyes.
Yeah, can we check that data on the Region 2 boys and girls school? My question is, what strategies could we implement that are successful in Region 6? What strategies could we use in Region 1 that may help our students there?
So I want to pause on that. That is actually a forward-facing question. You're asking, what difference are we going to make in the future? So hold on to that question. We can come back to it. Before you get into that, we're first digging into what are practices that have taken place. So if you want to rephrase that, or if you want to keep it as forward-focusing, then hold on to it. Which did you prefer?
I'll hold on to that.
Okay. Then we will come back to you when we kind of switch polarity from a past focus to a future focus. Board Member Brown.
Thank you. With respect to these students, and the report says there's 1,943 of them, does this count all of the students in ninth grade throughout the district, or are there some groups not encompassed here?
Thank you. These do not include our students in our gifted program or our students that are in our special ed programs.
Are we doing something with those two groups that addresses the goal for them, and why are they not being monitored in this way?
Right. So good. So our special ed students, we wanted to make sure that we had data. How did we pronounce it? So we wanted to make sure with our gifted students that those students usually, data has shown that they perform really well in math. Especially Algebra 1, and those students are all getting Algebra 1. So we're not sure why that particular school is getting Algebra 1 for their students and the others not. So we believe there are some equity issues that we need to address there. As relate to our special ed students, we did not find that those students were being offered. The special ed Algebra 1 was not a course that students that were in special ed had an opportunity to take. So again, there's an equity and access concern that we're addressing for those two groups.
Thank you, and I will clearly have some follow-ups when we get to the future.
Can I clarify, based on that, what you just said? So we removed them from the data set because it basically skews the number? Is that what
Yes.
you're saying? Okay, on both sides?
Yes, on both sides.
Okay.
Got it. We've got up next, Board Members Beckerly, then Reyes, then Pierce.
Okay, I have a who question. And kind of a what question. So it sounds to me like we're transitioning in terms of how we're, course-wise, when and how we're offering ninth grade, or Algebra 1?
Correct.
can you explain that? Like, so these are 8th graders, these are 9th graders, these are only 9th graders, and they're taking algebra the first time, the second time, or it's all of that?
Algebra, thank you, 9th grade students who are taking Algebra 1 for the very first time.
Okay. And that's part of a shift toward a different focus than we had been doing with the integrated math?
Correct.
Okay.
9th grade students were not offered Algebra 1
Okay.
unless they're in a gifted program
Previously?
previously.
Okay.
And so we're offering this only, we offer it, shift from integrated math because we believe that there was not students taking algebra in the 10th grade. It's not giving them the opportunity to take advanced math before they graduated from high school.
Okay.
So we wanted them to give that opportunity to take advanced math before they exited. And so we knew that, and we know that our students can do well in Algebra 1 if they're prepared,
Right.
especially if we prepare them in our middle school. So this would give us, establishing a baseline to see what do we need, how do we need to change our approach to teaching, and that will allow us to see what we need to do differently in our eighth grade, and maybe have more pre-algebra, and maybe look at some honor courses too. But we have to get back to offering rigorous courses, more rigorous courses earlier for those students who are ready to take courses at that level.
Okay, so this is the what question then. And so we're not necessarily teaching algebra in middle school, which I mean, I'm all for that. We're getting them ready for algebra in
Correct.
high school.
Some s-
Unless they're in some accelerated program.
Exactly.
So it's not rank and file.
It's not rank and file.
The other question I just have about the numbers, so this 1,900 is the 9th grade cohort of last year, the 1943. And it doesn't include gifted and talented. I understand that's a data, or that's another however many. And it doesn't include special ed. And is that special ed, you're talking about special ed, but not necessarily, not the alternately assessed?
Correct.
So you're talking about the special ed who are required to take the test, but you just took them out?
We just took them out.
But they're still, in terms of the state requirements, they're supposed to pass it in order to graduate.
Yes, but they can take it as 10th graders.
Yeah.
So are we
No,
doing this?
It's that
Yes.
cohort of special ed that I was trying to figure out who we were moving out,
Okay.
or not including. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Board members Reyes and then Pierce.
So I had to change my question since mine was related to Ragland's. But since I'm in the mix, I might as well keep going. What gaps exist between student groups, other than the ones you mentioned, primarily those that may be on the cusp of passing?
So let me pause for just a second. So this is, we're making this all up.
I know.
Okay, so, so no. I just want to make,
I know.
so I was going to you, the question was, I will have the data, so I will go ahead and make that part up too.
So-
To talk about the groups, because
So
that
some-
data will be there with all of our groups for us.
Sometimes you will, sometimes you won't.
Okay.
If you
Gotcha.
have it, talk to it. If you don't,
No,
say, you know,
gotcha.
we don't have that.
Absolutely.
But you
Gotcha.
know what? On Friday, we'll send that out to folks.
Yes,
Yeah,
gotcha,
yeah.
okay, okay.
I think that's a great pivot to that.
Yes,
quite honestly.
okay, all right. So, thank you. We do not have that data, but that data is important for us to review, and we will bring that data back, send that out to you and review it at a later time.
Perfect. And when you, I think it's also important for us is who would offer interventions to those groups, because we obviously want everybody to be just like Region 6 African-American girls, but, in Region 6, but I'd be interested to know who would be offering those interventions, and if you need something from the board in order to increase the number of people that offer those interventions, or what do you need for the board?
So
I
this
might
is
be
a-
going to the how.
So this is a textbook
Stops.
perfect question for later on. So
Later on,
Hold on
yes.
to that, we'll come back
Ooh,
to it.
I know,
But I'm really excited that you caught that.
Yes.
And that your colleague, Board Member Dare, caught it as well.
Yes.
Board Member Pierce.
So I know this is pretend, but
Yes.
you know me, I'm always doing homework. Based upon our 2021 high school course guide, our accelerated mapping should have actually our GT students taking Algebra 1 in the 8th grade. So this data is actually pointing out a limitation with our gifted and talented program if our gifted and talented students are doing well in the 9th grade. It begs the question, how many students in our GT program are actually accelerated in taking Algebra 1 before their 9th grade year?
So how many students in our gifted and talented program are identified as gifted and talented, which are the two groups, are taking
Are-
Algebra 1 is 9th grade?
Are accelerated
Or
on the
accelerated,
accelerated
okay,
track
okay.
and taking Algebra 1 as an 8th grader.
As
So
eighth
they
grader,
should
thank
be
you.
done with Algebra 1 by 9th
Right,
grade.
exactly. Okay.
So AJ, point of clarity?
Yeah, Board Member Reyes?
So I understand that you did not offer those two subgroups, but
No, she did.
Right.
They're just not in the data.
It's just not in the data.
They skewed it, so
I know, but I think
not
we,
to say-
I think we, not to say that we shouldn't have it. I think there should be a graph that says, these are the ones who, these are the X group that met our requirements for the evaluation, and this is the other subgroup that we're making that didn't meet the X requirement, B or whatever, and these are the things that we're doing together, because otherwise I feel like they're unimportant and/or we're not addressing it, or we're, there's no expectation of,
So part of what I'm hearing for colleagues is that the monitoring report does need to be clearly focused on interim goal 3.1. However, in circumstances where that data capture is less than 100% of the students who would naturally be captured by it, we'd be curious to see the remaining students captured in supplemental data.
because she's gonna present, she responded.
Right.
This is why it's not happening, and this is what I'm doing to ensure that they're caught up to the group, because otherwise I'm gonna
Yeah.
make an assumption.
Right. So does that come as part, do we add that as part of the monitoring report?
Yeah, I think I think that particular data request, I think is a reasonable thing to add into the monitoring report in future iterations of it. That, say there's 80% of students captured by the interim goal, then keep the interim goal. That's a done deal. But then in the supplemental data, say, here's what the data looks like for the other 20% who are appropriately not included in the board's interim goal,
Gotcha.
but who you're still curious about, know that we have eyes on them and here's what they look like.
We're not ignoring them, we're putting
Right.
them where they need to be.
That's an excellent point. And then we just put that, okay, you show me how to put
Yeah.
that in the report. Okay.
Let's do a quick time jump
Okay.
in the role play. Okay, so we've been going for about 45 minutes, really doing a retrospective analysis of where our school system is and where our students are regarding interim goal 3.1. Really want to invite board members to bring in some of your questions that were more forward-facing. What's most valuable in this is to always take the answers that you received to the data deep dive and then connect to questions about how the administration is going to be responsive to that or anything else that's forward-facing. Board members, the floor is open. Board Member Ragland.
Thank you. What strategy are successful in Region 6 that we can incorporate into the region?
Thank you. What we found in Region 6, that Region 6 has 4 STEM schools. And with their CTE programs, we found that those schools have a stronger emphasis on mathematics, and they have teachers with more experience in math, especially in the elementary schools where you usually find teachers who have a stronger background in reading. Those schools have been able to departmentalize and put their strongest teachers in math in front of their students and pull those students out. So we're looking to utilize those same strategies in our other regions, and also as one approach. And then the second approach, as we are looking to hiring teachers, we want to make sure that those teachers have stronger backgrounds in mathematics. And then a classroom strategy, the last thing we're doing, we're making sure that students have math clubs. So students are not only doing mathematics during the school day, but they have an opportunity to, do after-school clubs that are have emphasis on math.
Can I clarify? Or
Yeah, Board
Is
Member
that
Day.
what, is that what Region 6 is doing currently?
That's what Region 6 is doing currently, and that we're looking to make those, use those same strategies in other regions. However, we have found that with a regional approach, we have looked, some regions are kind of focused on more so on reading than math. And so we're just trying to make sure that that while all 6 regions are focused on reading, that those regions that need to focus on math or science or some other content area, that we allow them the flexibility to do that as well, and the resources.
Board
Point
Member
of
Reyes.
clarity.
Oh, I'm
on
sorry.
that.
Please continue.
Yes, just a point of clarity. How are the math clubs staffed in Region 6, Dr. Dixon?
So those, they are staffed by teachers who receive a stipend. And those schools are using their Title I dollars because they have identified in their Title I plans that mathematics is a priority for them. They're doing well in reading, but they want to increase the students' performance in math, so they've put math coaches and given stipends for after-school programs.
And my last follow-up, does that opportunity exist in other regions throughout the district?
It does, but what we've allowed schools to do is doing the building school improvement plans. And so as they're building their school improvement plans with their staff, they're looking at those priorities, is the reading and math. And usually in schools, those are your two highest ones, two high focus areas. So we have not, as a district, giving buildings a choice to do both, but some of the principals who believe and know how, have the skills to do both, those are the ones we see in Region 6, who've decided that they're going to prioritize math and use both approaches because they know how to do it well. So it's a culture that we're trying to make sure that other regions know that they have the same opportunities too.
Board Members Reyes, then Board Members Pierce, then Cole and Brown.
So, Dr. Dixon, given what we know about the successful interventions in Region 6 and the world that opened up for us from a technology perspective, where our students can connect via Zoom, how can we speed up this, the progress on adding these interventions in other districts via technology? And would that increase our cost or have a budget change in order to do so?
Thank you. That's a great question. Well, what we've been able to do since we're utilizing technology, we have those curriculums, those resources on their laptops, on their Chromebooks. So students have access to that information 24/7. We have developed teacher professional development where we have a new strategy now that we're allowing teachers the opportunity to get more professional development on how to use those tools so that students can use them independently. I guess what I'm saying. So we know that teachers are teaching the content during the school day. We want our students to be doing some additional work after hours. So we want to be able to leverage technology for those programs after hours while teachers focus on making sure students are mastering the content during the school day. Maybe not ideal, but that's how we're approaching it right now.
So I was just wondering if if Region 6 has those clubs after school now, and Region 1 does not, is there a way that we can utilize technology for those Region 1 students to access or attend what's already available until we can disperse and grow?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I definitely would talk to the technology team to see how we can make that happen. You're right, with technology, we should be able to have students just
Yeah.
kind of plug in to the clubs virtually. And that is a way to leverage technology.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask
So,
a-
so Board Member Reyes, your question, if we're looking at clearly, in the green, kind of in the gray area, or clearly in the red, I described that question as being kind of gray, red leaning in terms of advice given.
That was
Yes,
gonna be
I
my
know.
question.
And so, a different way of asking that question in the future, instead of adding on the tail end of it that offers the advice, just ask the more general question of, what could we do to have these students have access to these resources, given the constraints in our system? And then maybe she identifies technology, maybe she identifies something else. And so I felt like that was kind of in the gray. I think it could have easily been made green just by dropping that off, but it also was very quickly headed toward red. So just a
Because I
heads up.
tried to keep it in the gray the first time, but she didn't quite hit it, so then I had to go specific.
So,
Yeah.
next we go to board members, Pierce, then Cole, then Brown, then Beckerly.
So, Dr. Dixon, thank you so much for sharing this data. And I appreciate you calling to our focus the fact that Region 1, those students are not performing as well as Region 6. What I find interesting about that is that the two subgroups that are doing well are African American females. But what I also want to, I guess, challenge or push the envelope on is the cultural aspect and difference between the two regions. So while I appreciate the administration moving forward to implement math groups and math clubs, I understand that from a socio-political aspect, those are two very different cultures. And there might be various reasons why some families have chosen to put their girls in career centers and chosen to put them in schools in Region 6 versus the choices that are happening in Region 1. So my question is, how do we bring interim guardrail 4.3 to bear on helping all of our ladies in Region 1 be more successful in algebra?
So that also starts to feel gray.
Yep.
So in that moment, you're identifying a specific strategy that you think is the one that's going to make the biggest difference, and asking, how will you use this particular strategy? So what is the more general question that gets at what the superintendent believes is the ideal strategy?
How will you begin to ensure that our mathematics teachers are culturally relevant and understand the culture of the West Side student to be able to connect and scaffold learning in Algebra 1 in such a way that they get it and they succeed?
Thank you. So one of the things we're doing is one of our priorities is that we ensure that we have strong learning communities in every region. And with that, we are ensuring that every teacher in every region understands the students and the families in that region. That is so important that we are telling those stories. We will assign even a communication expert in that region. So I think that's the piece that we're missing, that we look at the district as a whole, and we have not really focused on where students are coming from. And then when we have a better understanding of where they come from, then we will, I believe, know what strategies to use for those students in that region. And that's something that we're working on with our equity team and their work, as well as our curriculum team. So they're working on those strategies together. What we have found that is working in Region 2, in our girls' school, we have a strategy that we're working with Dr. Monique Brown, and really working on confidence of students, specifically Black girls, and making sure that they're they're confident in their skills. And we believe that those working with teachers, with Dr. Monique Brown working with teachers in Region 2, that would be a strategy that we should utilize in our other regions, specifically to girls.
And so as I'm thinking about the question, Another way of asking the question that might be more clearly in the green is, Dr. Dixon, to what extent is there an interaction between what we're measuring in interim goal 3.1 and what we're measuring in interim guardrail 4.3? And if there's a strong interaction, how might that be leveraged? And so the key difference in the inquiry is, one, getting a sense of, does she see an interaction between them, which gets you out of the assumption that this is the right interaction to pursue, but then follows it up with, if you do see a strong interaction, how might we leverage that? And so that's, I think it fundamentally gets at the same thing, but still has you focusing the inquiry on your superintendent's judgment rather than applying your own. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, the applying my own judgment really was just around, culture, and culture defined very broadly.
Yeah.
Right? To be specific, I didn't really see it as a racial question. I saw it more as a socioeconomic
Yeah.
question.
Got it.
If we look at that west side, it reminds me of my family, Appalachian. It reminds, it's a socioeconomic
Yeah.
more than a racial.
We've got,
Yeah, but when I look at that one, Region 1 and Region 6, I see the same things though, right? Because Region 6 is that Linden area. And I mean, from a social economic, so maybe,
It's more like JD Vance. Have you, Hillbilly? So it's a JD Vance. It's a culture around. There's some gender elements there. There's some socioeconomic class, but it operates very differently in an Appalachian.
Agreed. Yeah.
It's hard to explain if you're
Right,
not.
right.
Yes.
I know what you're right.
So next up,
You got
we've
more
got
immigrants.
board members
Probably
Cole,
should use Region
then
6.
Brown, then Beckerly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Superintendent, for your presentation thus far in this data walkthrough. You've alluded quite strongly to not only the culturally responsive aspect of our district, where we might have some weaknesses there. You've also alluded to the idea of equitable allocation of resources in the district. Is that a fair assertion, first and foremost?
Correct, that is fair.
Okay. So with that in mind, if we're looking at the idea of closing opportunity gaps in the district, which it seems like you are directing yourself towards doing, what interim guardrails do you see, do you intend to employ, invest, execute to close those opportunity gaps? And thus, I mean, with that in mind, I guess where I'm kind of going is I've seen some alignment between some things. I'd like to get an idea if you can make the same correlation. Do you see a connection between your goal,
Yeah,
3.1,
and any of the interim goals that we're.
and
And then the guardrails.
Interim guardrails.
particularly,
Well, hold on, before you get in particular, first let's just figure out from a greenfield question, is there something she sees without being prompted?
While she's thinking, can I do a timeout question? Because I have to control, so he started off cross-examining the superintendent. Is that appropriate?
Yeah, so.
Sure.
So the question I heard him ask was, I think that what I heard you say was this. Am I understanding you correctly? That's what I understood the nature of the inquiry to be.
Okay.
Was to try to test to make sure that he interpreted a prior statement accurately. That, I think, is absolutely, in bounds. To take the conversation, I think what would be problematic is to take the conversation outside of the scope of the monitoring. Hey, I'm out in the community and they say you did this, what's the situation? Why are you what's going on? I would, the fact that he referred back to what was taking place in the monitoring conversation is what made that safe to me. If it had been the exact same conversation about, I heard this, when I was down here on the block, let's focus it inward. That would feel more like an externally derived cross-examination for which she has no way of being prepared. You really want to keep the focus on what is she prepared to speak to, which is the content within the monitoring report.
It did sound like a lawyer to me, too.
Well, it's hard because we're using fake stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean, we would know everything she's gonna
So if-
say anyway.
If I can
Yeah.
provide the clarity, and this is a practice I make fairly regularly. I want to make sure, in keeping to the conversation, that everything that you said opened the door for me to be able to ask you that question. So yes, I wanted to clarify. Are you saying that there are opportunity gaps that we can leverage greater investment for equitable allocation of resources?
Right.
Your answer was yes. Okay. You alluded to some issues around, again,
I think it's
It,
the
it
tone.
wasn't content, it was
Right, right.
tone.
It was
because
tone.
We're
Right.
not supposed
It was
to play
tone.
gotcha.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not supposed
Over here, it just sounded to me like, yeah,
Tone.
I was on the same page.
Gotcha.
I'm
Did you-
lost.
so
That was so much more lax.
Yeah, correct. But this is Mike.
But it's Mike,
but it's Mike.
but still, it does.
But
But
right,
it sets
right.
the tone for
It
the
sets the
board.
tone for the
If we are
board.
not
Right, right,
supposed
right,
to.
And you know what? And sometimes, like, well, what if it's not you?
Oh,
It's
Lord.
then it comes across like accusatory
Yeah.
and
So,
interrogate.
I could totally see it.
Yeah.
I could
'Cause-
totally see it going that way in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Now I completely understand where your question is coming from, because I've watched board do, okay, well, how about this, superintendent? Well, how about this?
That was not
Yeah,
your
my-
intent,
My
but that's,
experience is that it's very much gender-based, the recognition of tone and how that plays. That's just been my experience, that, you know,
gender-based.
Right.
Yeah.
that you are, the
Venus
women
and Mars.
are more sensitive to tone.
right. So two
That's a
things
horrible
I would-
assumption. You look, you just had Tina walk
I'm
out.
with you. I'm
And you had Sam walk out.
So two things I would lift.
I
One,
don't know about that.
I see alignment to three of them, just, well, all four of them. One, when we talk about focus on the whole child, right? So we know with the MTSS, there are two sides of the pyramid, the social emotional and the academic. Are we making sure that we are meeting the academic needs and the rigor of all of our students? You know, where are they on a continuum? Fund interventions. What are those interventions that each region needs based on how well their students are performing? So we may need more interventions on the west side of Columbus than we need in Region 3, for example, or Region 6. Align our resources equitably. I think this is one that that we're working to do a better job, and that is how we staff each of our buildings. Because what we're learning that in Region 6, they're allowing their elementary schools to departmentalize, right? Where on the west side, they don't have enough teachers in their building to do that. And so that causes a problem when you're a teacher that's trying to teach both reading and math and accelerate our students. The ensure cultural responsive staff, I think that fits as well because we want to make sure, I know we always talk about one of our former colleagues used to say that belief gap, and I agree. If we see that our staff don't believe in our students, which we believe and hope that they do, but how that is demonstrated and how they interface with our students and how they grade our students and how they basically, as I stated, interface with our students. So I definitely see some correlation of those, all of those guardrails as it pertains to interim goal 3.1.
Awesome. So, okay, so you do see that there's alignment you feel that correlates to some of the interim guardrails.
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome, awesome. I look forward to hearing a little bit more about that as we go on.
So I want to pause the role play. In a moment, I'm going to have you self-evaluate the role play and see what you come up with. But before we do that, I just want to hear, how are you feeling about the monitoring conversation? So we are role-playing what literally half of the time in a board meeting would be spent on. So we'd likely be in this conversation for an hour, hour and a half. How are you feeling about the conversation? Kind of what is this like for you? Yeah.
I think it's great, but I am scared about how we're gonna start off monitoring this as me, like, making sure, because I know that some members already think that I shut people down, and I just,
Yeah,
if we
yeah.
have these if we have these, you know, set things that we are supposed to ask and not ask, I just want to make sure we all have consensus on the way that you would like me to monitor that and tell you we are out of bounds because we're all agreeing on what we're doing. And it's, you know, even though like in the moment I have to try to make the judgment, I just want to make sure I'm doing that in a way that you all agree. So like, so there was a difference of thought about how
Yeah.
Michael, you know, said his question. Ramona and I heard a tone that was felt like a gotcha, even though it's not what he intended. That happened right now, but there might be others. Like, you know, you said Dr. Pierce, her question was not quite aligned. You called out Ramona and James that they were too far ahead. So I'm asking my colleagues how you would like me to.
How comfortable are you going to be with you're doing
Yeah.
what I did?
Yes.
So if I can, this is just a thought. The first is about timing. So one of your questions is answered in terms of timing, and it seems that we give ourselves enough time to deliberate on, or even investigate on, where the past and the present. That we're making some time available to identify, you know, those issues, those questions we have. Then we move and transition to, and very smoothly, you do it well, transition to, okay, what are the future next steps? And guiding us in that way. I think one of the things that we do is I'll express very honestly here at the table right now and say anytime moving forward or anytime in the previous, I have to, by virtue of my seat, I own any gaps, lapses, issues that we have. So if you stated something and identified it, for me, it's not a gotcha. Now it's an opportunity for me to tailor the conversation directly to those things and then align our interim guardrails or guardrails to how are we going to identify those solutions. If you see correlation, where do you see it? Where does it make sense to you? And then that guides us towards what we need to know moving forward.
I want to finish your question, but before we do, I just want to get everybody to check in right quick. If you could use one, maybe two, but if you could use one word to describe kind of your feelings about the monitoring. So we just role-played one, but imagine that you're spending, this is what you'd spend half of your time in each board meeting doing. If you could use just one word, we'll start with Raglan and we'll make our way around the circle. If you could use just one word to describe kind of the feeling or the experience of monitoring and kind of what it's like for you, what would that one word be? Raglan?
Terrible.
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 No, sterile.
Sterile.
Sterile. Okay. Got it. That's a different word.
Purposeful.
Purposeful?
You said purposeful?
I said purposeful.
Oh, I'm at a loss.
At loss?
No, I have no word.
No word.
Yeah.
Helpful.
Helpful?
Objective,
Objective?
sterilely objective.
Lots?
Sentence. She's got a sentence. Almost transitional.
Transitional?
Uh-huh.
Aha.
I feel like we're finally getting to the important stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's more than one word.
Talisa?
Oh, gosh, enough with one word. Almost like almost like a connection. It's like yeah.
So I got to tell you, I was sitting over here quite excited. I've watched a lot of your board meetings. I've never seen you all have a conversation like the conversation we just had. I've never seen you all have a conversation like the conversation you just had. What that tells me is like it is in you. There are some boards where the first time we do this run through, I'm like, this is going to be a lot of coaching, and that is not the case here. Like, you all are really quite adept at this already. So it is already within you. It's just going to be a matter of just practicing and repetition to get into this as a habit of behavior rather than kind of how you normally run your meetings. But but it's not like you need a bunch of coaching on how to interpret data or how to be thoughtful about inquiry. And that's where I wind up being with a lot of boards. Like, and so you all are, like, in this whole monitoring scenario, like, you all are, trending GT compared to the what I normally, deal with, and the quality of, the quality of questions you all were asking is just where boards find themselves, like, 12 months into this, almost never where they find themselves initially. James and then Pierce?
Thank you. My question to you, AJ, and I guess would include Dr. Dixon in this. If we're going to be getting the information well in advance, would it be helpful if we generate questions that we want to be addressed in the public setting, for us to submit those to you either through Misty during our briefing opportunities or what have you? I mean, I just, whereas I want to allow for there to be space for board members to be present and accounted for asking certain questions. Yeah. I think there's a place for that. However, if we are transitioning, and this is a transformative way in which we're going to do business, can we submit some of the stuff that we want to have fleshed out?
Yeah.
In advance, and then have that.
Yes. So absolutely. I love the inquiry. The answer is 100% yes. It is always going to be helpful to the process for you all to look at the monitoring report, and then if you have particularly questions of a technical or tactical nature, don't ever expect that your superintendent will have an answer to those on the spot. It is not appropriate for you to expect the superintendent to have technical answers on the spot that are beyond the scope of what is literally in the monitoring report, or tactical answers on the spot in terms of, what is ground level implementation at a particular school look like. What you should always expect, without any prompting, without any advance notice, is that your executives should always be able to respond to strategic answers at any given time, without advance notice and prompting. Like, if your chiefs don't know what the strategy of the district is, like, you have larger problems. So strategic questions can always be asked, but particularly if you have questions of a technical or tactical nature, definitely send those in advance. But that being said, you can also send the strategic ones in advance as well to give her a chance to respond. The key difference is, one of the things that you all have said is you want to create a framework where you get information for business items earlier and can ask questions about those business items and get answers about those, all occurring before the board meeting. The intention of doing that is to save time at the board meeting, that you don't have to be asking all that. The intention of submitting questions in advance for monitoring is not to save time. You still want to ask those questions at the table and monitoring. The intention of submitting those questions in advance is just to help your staff with their preparation for the monitoring conversation. And so just remember, you're asking the questions in advance for two different reasons. On monitoring things, you're asking it in advance to help staff be better prepared for the conversation that you will always want to have. You never want to shortcut the conversation. This is a culture-building conversation. The Q&A that you do on business items, you're doing that in advance explicitly to save time, to carve out more time for the monitoring conversation. And so, yeah, absolutely, send those in advance. I really appreciate you surfacing that.
You said Pierce.
Yes.
All right, so I want to go back to when we're talking about Jennifer, President Adair, posing the question, how would we feel with her playing the role that you play?
Yeah.
I think, one, we have to establish that we assume good intent.
Yeah.
Right, regardless of the tone and tenor that people may take, always assume good intent. And I don't think that assumption is always there, right? So I think collectively, we should probably work on that and assume that more. Secondly, I think when it comes to the gray area questions, and this is where the homework comes in on our board part, the question that I related, or I posed about culture, can only relate to interim. Like, if you really look at the guardrails, it can only relate to guardrail 4.2,
Or
4.3,
yeah.
maybe 3.1, and maybe 3.3. Like, there's only a couple. So by me drilling down and pointing out 4.3 and relating that to knowing that, one, math teachers need to be specific in their content area and what they know, and connecting that for you help to alleviate this, do you see the connection? By keeping it a broader green question. Like, I'm helping to pinpoint that question specifically.
You're advising.
I'm advising the way that the question, that I'm posing the question, because that's the answer that I want. I want the answer related.
Yes, that's
I
my
want
point.
the question is related to 4.3. I want the answer related to 4.3. Point blank, period. Now, I appreciate if she comes back and says, well, it's related to 4.3, 3.1, 3.3. Like, yes, oh, you got me smiling. We going somewhere now.
So if you already know the answer to your question, why bother asking?
No, I don't know the answer to my question, because here's the difference. Even though I'm in education and I'm at a university, I see Dr. Dixon as the expert. And I'm not ashamed to say that, right? And I have a doctorate. I'm at OSU. I work with a variety of different people. And I've told Dr. Dixon all the time, I might question or ask a lot of questions about why you're doing it or how you're doing it. But once you tell me this is what I'm going with, I say, I support you, I got your back. If this is what you're willing to do, I got you. We're going to make this happen, right? And so because I see her as the expert, then my question is, yes, understanding that both of us as educators know the importance of culture and how that culture on the west side is very different than the culture on the north side. How are you then responding related to 4.3 to address the goal that we have for ensuring that those young ladies are being more successful in algebra?
Yes, ma'am.
That was a better question.
That question was different
That
than
was
the
a
question
very
she
different
first
question.
asked.
Actually asked.
Yeah.
That
No,
was a
I mean,
ve-
that's the question. So
But
I'm
that's
gonna
not the
word
way you
it.
said it.
No.
It's the same question.
No.
That's the same exact question.
I think that the answer you want is the same, but I think the way you asked it was different in terms of you didn't give any advice in that the way you said it. In it, you didn't tell her the answer that you were seeking in the question. I think
Yeah.
is what. the
Let's
first way
replay
you
that,
said it.
because I don't recall giving her advice in the question.
Is it safe for us to give some allusion to where we see a connection, not as advisement, but just merely clarity to see if there's a shared sense of that or a shared urgency around any particular, because I think is that the spirit in which you were asking the question?
I think you can ask, but that's what I offered as an example. I said, hey, Dr. Dixon, to what extent do you see a relationship between what we're measuring in interim goal 3.1 and what we're measuring in interim guardrail 4.3? And in that moment, you are explicitly asking, to what extent do you see a relationship there? It could be, no, we don't see, we're not actually seeing a whole lot, or yeah, we actually see a whole lot, or moderate. But the intention of that question is not to lead and say, there's definitely a huge connection, what are you doing about it? It's, to what extent do you see a connection between these things? And sometimes the answer is going to be, we've looked and we didn't see anything, or we haven't looked. My guess is it's probably only moderate. It's definitely not the most influential thing. That's why we're actually focused on 3.2 instead.
And another thing that we're going to do, I think I stated it earlier, we did not look at these as connected, that alignment. So now when I go back to the team, I'm going to make sure that we are keeping that in mind, because when Misty and I was doing a calendar, we were thinking that we would report on the guardrails like separately.
Right.
And they will be
not-
calendarized separately.
They will be counted, okay, gotcha.
No, I disagree.
Yes.
Can
Yeah,
I
they should-
I
I
totally
do
disagree with
too.
that. I think they're part of each, they are the values.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So definitely recommend that you focus on one thing at a time, and their interactions can be a part of that conversation. But I recommend that for this monitoring report, it clearly be about interim goal 3.1, And I recommend that you clearly have a separate monitoring report where the conversation is centered on interim guardrail 4.3.
That's fine, but they're
think
just
that's-
they're not out of bounds.
It's,
They're
it's an-
connected.
No, I
It's
didn't say
both.
they're out of bounds.
It's both.
I said they're going to, each
It's
of
both.
your interim goals and each of your interim guardrails are going to be calendarized. That's the only thing I said, is they are going to be calendarized separately.
so you're
There-
very specific to each of
So there is going to be a time where each thing gets centered in and of itself. And then you could talk about what are the other things it interacts with, but through the lens of, we're focused on this thing today, and then the next day we're focused on this thing, but we're checking on interactions, and the next day we're focused on this thing, but we're checking on interactions.
Let me ask,
Okay.
with these, I guess, question about what the monitoring report from Dr. Dixon will look like. How much breakdown will there be?
Well, it's going to be no more than 5 pages, so not a lot.
Right, I understand that. But we've asked a lot of questions, and many of the responses have to do with equity, whether it's
Yeah.
gender or race or something else. We also talked about things by region. So will the report that we get to read in advance and then ask questions about contain that breakdown, that kind of data? And
So-
some of that will go to a guardrail in addition to a goal.
Yeah, so the short answer is to remember, 1 to 3 pages, definitely no more than 5. So will everything that could possibly be in there? Absolutely not.
Right.
Which means there are going to be things that aren't. Corollary to that, you really want apples to apples in your monitoring. So whatever you're looking, so if you monitor this particular thing 4 times a year, you want to be looking at the same data sets each of those 4 times so that you can start to see the trend line. If you jump around to different, we're looking at it by school this time, we're looking at it by region this time, we're looking at it by gender this time, then you won't see the pattern over time. And so, yes, in order to do this well, you sacrifice some amount of granularity for a higher level of clarity in trends over time. And that is just the nature of monitoring. You're never going to get everything you want in the monitoring report. That doesn't mean you don't get that other data. It just means it's not part of the monitoring report, and she'll probably send it home on a Friday. It's like, hey, here is 15 pages that go deep into this area. Feel free to read that at home. But for the monitoring report, it's going to be this. Now, that said, what specifically that will be, that's going to wind up a ongoing conversation between y'all and the superintendent over the next 6 months, and expect that it's going to evolve. And then usually about 6 months in, it reaches an evolution that, yeah, this is pretty static. This is what we need on a go-forward basis. So just expect there to be some fluidity rather, over the next 6 months, and what the exact content of it is, while she's trying to calibrate to what it is that you all most want to know over time.
AJ, I think what we haven't said, or maybe we haven't said, it's implied, is that we need the data set that provides us the information that Dr. Dixon needs in order to move us forward. So, and I think that's, and I think that's what Eric is getting to when I'm, if she wants our support, if she needs us to give her more money, if she needs us to, whatever falls under governance, if she's asking for that, the only way we're going to be able to say yes is that we have the data set showing progress towards the goal, whatever that looks like, right? So like, the reason I said transitional is because we're there, right? So I want to talk about what is it that I need to know in order to give her the yes, no, maybe, whatever it is that she's asking of us. Number one. Number two, I also need to know whether she is going in the right direction as to what we have said that we want her to do towards the goals. So my questions should be focused around those things, not hypothetical, well, you didn't do that, more like, okay, so, I need this data set, and like you give me this data set, then I'm good to go. So I think that's when
Yeah,
when
I
you're
think
talking about what does the report look like,
Yeah.
So I agree with Eric, you got us there with including the gifted and so forth, right? Because if you're only giving me 80% of the data, then I don't know what's happening to the other 20%.
And
Oh, now I know what the other 20% is doing, so.
And again, you all will get there.
Yeah.
Just be patient, because it is going to be an evolution for the first few times through. Carol, you've been trying to jump in here?
One thing, not weighing in on how does Jennifer manage us? The actual,
Don't worry, I'm coming back to that.
You throw the gavel
I'm coming back to that.
the actual thought I have about Dr. Pierce wanting to, I think correctly, understand how we're being intentional about the guardrails supporting the goals. Just a thought, as we think about that more. It may fall in better when we're not so much monitoring the goals, but when we're monitoring the guardrail. So when we get to guardrail 4.3, you're talking about what specifically did you do to support goal 1? What specifically did you do to support goal 3? It just might
And
fall
those
better
questions
there.
are completely in bounds.
And vice versa.
But I
Yeah.
guess what I'm thinking is, it might naturally fall there rather than doing it in reverse with the goal, because then while you're monitoring a goal, you end up monitoring 4 guardrails at the same time. That was my only thought. But we don't
Yeah.
need to talk about it anymore. I'm
You
just
can do
tossing out
both.
there something to think about.
I think we'll practice it and figure it out.
Yeah.
So I want to come back to Jennifer's question, and I'll just ask it simply this way. So during the role play, I would either, if it was, generally what happened, I'd let you ask your entire question, and then once you're finished asking your question, I'd try to identify, is that something that's in bounds, but needs to be asked later? Is it inbounds and should be asked now, or is it something that's gray or completely out of bounds? And I waited for you to ask your question, and then generally before she gave an answer, tried to do some traffic direction. Are you comfortable with your board chair behaving that way during these monitoring conversations? That's the question that's been posed, and I think it's fair that she received an answer to that.
It's her job.
I heard you say it's her
I
job.
just want to make sure we have everyone.
I agree, provided she does it in the right tone.
Oh, now we got Jeff.
You're going to get a completely different tone, Eric.
Starting today.
Okay, so here's the thing. Part of what that means is you're gonna have to, just do the normal work to level up your own skill set in this area. And so my commitment is, if that's what you all want, I'll work with your board chair, provide you some clips of monitoring, meetings from around the country. We can run some role plays. I can throw questions at you and try to stump you and see if you can identify kind of where it falls. And so we could do some additional coaching to try to support you in that. What I want to switch to right now.
Well, hold on, before you move on, for my colleagues, that means I'm learning this as well. And so there might be moments where you do disagree with something, and we can come back and work through that later. But in the middle of a board meeting, I'd prefer us not get in a big fight. And we can take those as learning experiences, we can debrief, we can do our own continuous improvement and evaluation to tweak how we do that. But I would ask that we not do that in the middle of a board meeting. I don't think we typically do, but I just want to put that out on the floor.
Basically,
Because we're all learning.
Is accept the referee call in the moment, even if you don't like it, but then let's commit to talk about it after the board meeting.
Right.
And if, as a referee, I need to recalibrate, then I'm open to that.
Yes.
And I think you should share those.
Share, thank you.
I think you should share that with the board, because you know what? Because you're going to coach her, and we're going to be like,
Share that
well,
information
where did
with
you
us."
come from?
Yeah.
I think it's valuable for us to know, to see good and bad examples.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, yeah.
I think the board will be surprised.
Good
The
point.
other thing-
Materials you share with the president,
Yeah.
we should have them as well for our own purview, and it's our due
Oh, yeah.
diligence.
Yeah.
And some of the boards that do this, particularly well, often it's usually because they've practiced a lot. Like the 2 boards that I'll immediately share links to, they probably did, 5, 6, 7, 8 sessions just like this before they ever did one for real.
And AJ, we did that when we had Panasonic, when I first got on the board. I mean, they showed us good examples, bad examples. We did a lot of role playing. I mean, we have had a lot of board retreats. My first
Yeah.
few years on the board, we had a lot, because we were still in the implementation phase. We had a lot of great coaching.
Yeah. But we'll-
Every Friday night and Saturday, I mean, for at least once a month, we had a weekend board retreat where we were being coached by Panasonic. And it's intense.
Yeah.
But I think we're a different board now, and I appreciate that, but we're a different board, and I think the value in this whole process is that everybody should be included, because you never know when leadership will change.
Yeah.
So everybody should be prepared
Well, it's so,
to take it on and
so
step up.
if you all, if instead, so I don't know what your appetite is for meeting. So like I said, some of these others, we literally had 6, 7, 8 practice sessions over a 3 or 4 month period before they actually started in on their monitoring. And so if you would rather do that so that all of you are leveling up simultaneously, I will gladly do that. I just didn't know if that was your appetite. If that is not your appetite, then I'll gladly meet, with just a small group of you or just the board chair to help them level up. But if there is an appetite for that, my personal preference would be, do role plays with everybody. And when we've done those role plays, we've actually passed the gavel around. And so, okay, for this role play, all right, Cole, you're chair of this thing. Don't
that's a
screw
good
it up.
idea.
Yeah,
I just want the
not
resources.
easy, huh?
Yeah, it's a lot harder than it looks.
Right.
It is.
The only reason I make it look easy, because I've had more practice. When you have as much practice as I have had, it'll be smooth. But getting there, it's just gonna take a while, because you just need practice.
So,
And if I may add too, that will help us lead our committees better as well, because at the end of the day, we chair committees as well, and we get questions from community members.
And then some clips too for us on the presentations, because we've not organized ourselves where I'm the one that's doing all the
Yeah.
talking up here, because I should know this information. But is it presentation, and then, because usually we do presentation, staff do presentations,
Yeah, no.
and then they're asking the
No.
questions.
No, it's monitoring report, dive straight into conversation.
So, right, so all those presentations that we've done, those are the ones we're saying that we could videotape.
Yeah, and send them.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, get to, so we're videotaping, sending those in advance. We've had
Board
all
members
that pre-read.
They could do their due
Have the
diligence.
videos, and then we go into starting the meeting, deep dive.
Right.
Got
The,
it.
the way you saw me model it is exactly what I recommend. Like, first, as board chair, like,
Yeah,
all right,
be
this is
2
what we're
minutes
going
late.
into.
Right.
We've affirmed that we have the information we need. All right, the floor, first, we're gonna start with, questions that really help us dive into the data. Later on, we'll get into questions about administrative response data. Board, the floor is open. I mean, that's what I
No,
did.
I like that, I'm just trying to make sure too that I prep my team for now we're gonna do videos, even we do here, we come doing our videos, and we making sure we get those in a timely fashion, so you get your packet in your videos and all that information is sent.
And I
see-
think
Oh,
this-
PowerPoint, I'm just asking, because I've never done
Yeah,
this before
I
either.
think that's true. And I think the other thing that we're saying is, you really just need to update us on what you think is important. You don't need to do a report unless it's really, it need not be as in-depth maybe as it's been, or,
Okay, so
you
we
can-
don't
you
want
can
that
be-
stuff that we didn't have before.
you can think a little
That's
bit,
not what
you can pare down. what
First
you're
of all, I'm
reporting
not
to
sure
us.
any
Doesn't-
report, let's be honest, I'm not sure any report you've previously done has actually been tailored to this.
Correct,
So-
that's what I'm saying.
Right, that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
saying that we've not. I'm
Yeah.
saying
Yeah, so
now-
I'm not
there may
sure we
not
can
be a
actually
report.
answer this because we haven't done the exercise
Well,
yet.
hold
So-
on, the answer is one, that you keep your portion of it to 5,000 feet, 5 pages, no more.
Correct.
1 to 3 ideally,
Right.
where you are going over your highlight points. We have now an operating paradigm by which we will have a very guided conversation with you and a deliberation amongst ourselves. If there is any additional supplemental, deeper dive information that will provide us stronger context around what you brought to us via 3 to 5 pages, submit that. Submit that as early as possible.
So
we're
the
trying out
question,
two different
right, because I'm saying, so we're gonna do more, we're gonna do more practicing, right? We're gonna do more practicing. So
The
next,
other 50% of.
right, so next month, I'm coming coming Tuesday, well, not Tuesday, well, the next board meeting. Okay, I'm coming to the board meeting, we won't have these because the calendar will have those data points yet. Then what is the board looking for those what type of reports are we doing? Are we not doing those reports? We're going to just doing business?
Oh, you mean in between while we're waiting,
Right,
getting ready?
right. So what are we doing
The other
in between
50%
that
of the
as
meeting.
we are getting prepared to monitor and change the conversations based on how we're going to, move forward? I just want to know what are we going to be doing in the interim? Because I don't want to kind of flip-flop and go back.
Can we do some level setting data? Like, I don't know, AJ,
Sort
you
of like
can
we did on
jump
the
in.
15th. I just want to make,
Other
So-
operations would ideally entail the treasurer with his continued reports based on our committee work.
okay,
We've got other real business that is so to
Yeah.
speak,
Yeah.
non-student based, but we
Yeah.
do have other business to tend
Correct.
to.
And,
So-
and I would
So
also,
I would suspect that would be a part of that conversation.
And-
Just not as much of the conversation as it has been
Right.
in the past.
and the last thing we
Yes.
want to do is have your team busy making reports for us and not getting this stuff done.
so right. So my team is already, we're organizing that this is the work.
Yes.
We have our priorities aligned to the board goals. This is the work. But what I'm hearing is we need some more practice to get ready for our meeting. So all I'm just asking is, as we are practicing to get ready, we have a meeting Monday. I already know what I'm reporting on next Tuesday. Just some small points, not a big same old report. But I want to get the organization, those going to be watching,
Thinking
seeing that we're moving in a different direction. So I don't want to do 2 months of old reporting out, but we don't have data sets.
It's okay, we understand.
Right, we don't have data to come back, like we're doing, this is a make-believe, but we don't have these data.
Actually,
sets.
what I would
Dr.
say is keep the meeting really short and let's try to schedule another practice session.
So Dr. Pierce, and then Stan, I thought I saw you trying to sneak in here.
And then,
So could I just offer that one, as we are in this transition, we will be going back to school during a pandemic, and I think it is important to share snapshots of what's going on in the district. This wouldn't necessarily be the student ambassador reports for each
No.
school, right?
Right.
This wouldn't be, this is how the students are getting on and off the bus, right? But these are snapshots to say, hey, 75% of the routes went out on time, right? 80% of the kids came to school the first week, right? 95% of our staff is vaccinated and ready to go. So that high snapshot, right, of data, if you want to call it data. The second thing that I think might be helpful for us is, as a board, it would be nice to see committees outside of policy governance give reports. Our community engagement did not give a report at all last year. And the year that both Ramona and I served as chairs, we really got online and we had a calendar and we were moving forward in a positive way and never gave a report. There's actual work that we as a board and as board members are doing that we don't report out on. So we should be giving reports and telling the community the work and the actions that we are doing within our board structure, and recognizing that that's gonna have to change,
And that
but
needs
it
to be
should not
calendarized.
always be our direct reports reporting out on what they're doing.
That's correct, and that needs to be calendarized as well.
And then I think too that, with our meetings, I think, and how can I say this? We as a board, we're not legislative, like, we're literally oversight. If there are some decision points that you want our input on, bring those 3 decision points, and that's what we're discussing. So if the decision points is yes mask or no mask, then that's what we're discussing. If the decision point is transportation and what we're gonna do about it, that's the decision point. But to bring 10 decision points that we literally only get a small fraction of time to really dive into and discuss is a disservice to us, to the community, and to your team.
Oh, listen, I recognize what we've done during the pandemic. I mean, it was overkill. I was stressed. I've been stressed with the way we have been reporting out because it's been, but I think me and my colleagues across the country can be able to say that. And so I try to think about reporting out prior, pre-pandemic, right? And then thinking about what are those things that we want to discuss as we move and change the culture of our board meetings. And I think the way we begin sets that tone. And so even next Tuesday, you were discussing with Scott, what is my report in taking the small pieces, so I'm not going through, this long report of what AJ calls a certain show. But we just really get to some meat of the thing. So that's why I said, let's talk about mask, right? So we may not even need to talk about it now since CDC has already come up. So we were ahead of the game. So we were ahead and we talked about mask and we made it mandatory and now CDC has. But to your point, I just don't want to start, or the expectation of the board to be that I start the year in the meetings.
In the old manner.
In the old manner.
Right.
As we prepare the organization for something different.
But I think we also have to be prepared in that those decision points that you bring to us may not be the decision points that are in the community, right? The decision points that you bring to us should be the decision points that legally we're required to make.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I was
Agreed.
The
thinking.
mask piece. The
Wasn't.
mask piece is administrative. I mean, I hate to say it, but we can, as a board, establish that policy. So if you want us to support you in that way to do that, then by all means, bring it to us. But I think you will have the tough job of prioritizing and really, probably along with legal and Treasurer Board will probably help you with that, determining what should come before us in terms
Yes.
of the decision point.
Yes.
Yeah, so,
Oh, sure.
so Dr. Dixon, I am not a fan of immediately jumping into the deep end of, we're just gonna send you all paperwork and presentations when we haven't even sat here and talked about what the.
Yeah, so-
Oh, I agree.
So-
I agree. We're not
So,
there.
I'm a fan of, just like Tina saying, what I've said before, is like giving us information that we need for you to make a decision based on whatever you're going to present. I mean, for all I care, if you're gonna present 3 slides that say, I need a decision on this, decision that, and this, whatever it's gonna end up being is what I think we need to work towards, to have an illusion, and this is not to you, just maybe to us, to have the illusion that we're gonna start this year in one manner and can't change it for the rest of the year. And I don't know, and that's not what you're saying, but I think it's a Jennifer has shared with the public and with everybody, we're transitioning into a new way of doing business. So bear with us as we work through this, the work of the board and the district, right? So it's the work of the board and so it's gonna look clunky out there, but, you coming in, I would see, some sort of small, short presentation. You can give us the background prior to that, so that as you're learning what we wanna see in the finished product, whether that's, it might take us the whole year to figure out what the finished product looks like. But, as you start shaping it, it'll start looking different and different and different until we got to that point where you're saying, you know what? This is exactly what we all agree should be a presentation of whatever topic. Now we can transition to you sending us that and then going to the meeting. I don't feel comfortable with saying, just send us, because we're all gonna interpret it in a different way. We're all gonna start reading and we're not gonna be aligned.
I think we're talking about 2 different its. And maybe, or I'm confused anyway. If you think of each meeting as in 2 parts, 50% is supposed, as we go forward, 50% of it's supposed to be monitoring, and 50% of it's supposed to be the other business. Now, we're not ready to do the monitoring yet, so we just lost 50% of that meeting.
Correct.
Until we're ready to kick off the monitoring, and that's gonna be an iterative process, and that's gonna be,
Correct.
all of these things, it's gonna be clunky at first and blah, 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 and we're gonna just keep doing continuous improvement on that. If we're talking about the other 50%, that is a legal decision we have to make. Anything we have to vote on because our policies say we have to for contract reasons or whatever. And unless we change our policies, that's still that very long list, and somebody today suggested we shorten that list, and that maybe we establish a committee to take that up. Establish a committee to take up this engagement thing that Tina suggested. But what I want to make sure we're all talking about is that other sort of business as usual superintendent's report, which kind of touches in fairly detail, bunch of, on different things. Now, I think the two things to think about that is, the more she's doing that, Talisa and her team are doing that, the less time they're spending really focusing on the monitoring. So I think we don't need reports for report's sake.
No,
Right.
What-
saying the exact same thing.
Okay,
actually, just
we
to make
are,
it-
I just want to make
that-
sure, because,
But the way that it started was, we're gonna give you all, her question was, do you want me to give you the information? And then we dived into the questioning. That was one of the
and which
responses. and I
information,
think
the monitoring information or the non-monitoring?
Any information,
Yeah, I was just starting off saying that when we start our meetings off, until we get to more practice,
exactly.
what do you guys want to see in the superintendent's report? Maybe I
And-
should
and
have
I-
just said it plainer, just say, what, because I don't want to start off the school year
Doing
in
the same
old-
thing.
in the old
Yeah.
superintendent's report, but Dr. Pierce said it. Here are the things you want us to vote on, here are the things we legally have to talk about, and, of course, and stand. And those are the things that I'll make sure that I have in my reports moving forward.
And I think you can have very little,
Yes.
and you need to know that we're okay with that.
Yes, and that's why I was trying to make sure
Yes.
that you guys were okay
Yes,
with
yes,
that,
yes,
so
yes,
there's
yes.
not an expectation that we have those old.
It's not the
There's 3
expectation.
points I wanted
Yes, yes.
to make
Yes.
briefly. First,
Then James is next.
Okay.
oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, go ahead.
So everybody went up there.
First is that, yes, this is moving, and it's going to take some time for us to develop the monitoring function and to develop that and to allow that to be half the meeting. But in the meantime, I think we can immediately start working on paring things down. We have to find ways to, give up some time that we already spend, and we can do that pretty quickly. Second, with respect, there will always be exceptions. The exception that came to mind was about masking. That is something, Tina's absolutely right. It's an administrative decision entirely. However, based on where we were and CDC and pediatricians and everybody else hadn't acted first, we talked about, let's publicly show
Yes.
that we're on the same page
Right.
with our superintendent. Even though it's not necessary that we act on it,
Right.
it would be a good thing. Now that everything's shifted and followed us, maybe it's not necessary.
I agree.
And the third thing is more of a,
So excited.
it may be personal, but it may be everybody. When we get these written reports, and it's going to be expanding, and I like that, if those documents could be given to us not only electronically, but in native format, which means not pictures, not PDFs necessarily, but documents that we can put our own notes on. Documents that, there's going to be a lot more documents.
You can put notes
You
on
mean like
PDF.
in comments?
Yeah, you can put notes on.
Do you mean like if there's an Excel and you want to like play with the data or something?
You can do that in board docs, actually. If we actually use board docs the way we supposed to use board docs, you can highlight, put things in the margins, you can do all that stuff. We have not taken full advantage of our own tools that we use as a board. I mean,
Perhaps.
seriously, you can sit there, you can have, and as a matter of fact, you can even share it back to whomever. You can have a whole highlighted with 1,000 questions and share it back to the superintendent and say, these are the 100 questions I have. We just have never,
Yeah.
I utilize board docs like that for other boards. We don't utilize that like that here.
And if that's a way to do it,
Yeah.
the point is just need to be able to mark up and take notes and
Through my email trying to find the document.
I know.
Thank-
So I know we've got one more board member, but then we have to transition. What do you got for us? Ragland?
He's like, that's awesome.
To the point about the board docs tool, I think be a product of our orientation process. I mean, there should be formalized training, and we've talked about that before. Those types of things, we should do it there. I would hope that if there are issues that we need to vote on in order for school to operate in August, then I think that should be the priority for the upcoming board meeting. And then if it's only an hour or two of a meeting because everything is pared down fine. But I would hope, I just want to voice my opinion that we should have more of these type of sessions as we pare this down.
Yeah.
We should have more input as opposed to us getting a baked product. So that's it for me.
Break.
Amen.
Small break.
All right, we're gonna take a break. When are we coming back?
Let's do a 10-minute break, so 2:20.
All right, at 2:20,
Short recess.
we will come back and take a quiz. That is the quiz we're gonna take when we come
Gotcha.
back.
Okay, so we're gonna work on this student outcomes.
hoping to live. I'm hoping to live that long.
I mean, I'm out of my lane here, Stan, but
All right, ladies and gentlemen, break is over. All right, so the next task is the final page of the document labeled Progress Monitoring Student Outcomes. The final page is in evaluating the quality of monitoring. Please circle the column in each row that describes the board's performance during the previous role play. Please circle the column in each row that describes the board's performance during the previous role play. Conduct the monitoring quality evaluation on the third page of the document. Was it ineffective, approaching effectiveness, effective, or highly effective? Please circle the appropriate one for each row. All right, give you another minute. Go ahead and circle how do you do on preparation, data and opinions, question and statements, past and future, progress monitoring, and project management. Give you just another minute to go ahead and score yourselves on the last monitoring session, on our practice monitoring session. How did you do? All right. What did you all do for preparation?
Well, we didn't really have preparation because
Exactly.
we just got it, so.
Had homework.
Exactly. I scratched through it entirely. If you scored yourself on that, you don't know what you're doing. All right, that one's done.
You gave us homework, though. Kinda,
Next,
sorta.
how did you score yourselves on data and opinions?
Effective.
Why effective?
I thought, for the purpose of this role play, this exercise, in part because we were directed, immediately prior to this to do that, I think we adhered to that fairly well.
Anybody else? Anybody have something other than effective? Yeah, what do you have? Dr.
I scored us as highly effective.
Okay.
I feel like there was a real, on our part, there was a genuine move to understand the data, what was missing from the data. And there was specific reference to the data, and we tried to come back to that data often. So I put highly effective.
Anybody else have something other than effective or highly effective? All right, for that one, I would have rated you effective. As I said, you all were really impressive. You were absolutely not highly effective. There were a couple questions so highly effective says essentially every single question referenced data in the monitoring report. That was close to accurate, but that was not. I think there are two questions that snuck in that did not. And so you were very, very, very close, which, as I said earlier, is highly abnormal at this stage in the process. It'll be very easy for you all to attain high effectiveness. What did you do for questions and statements?
I thought we were the high end of approaching effective because you were helping facilitate us.
That was help.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody else have something other than the high end of approaching effective? Yeah.
I had effective.
Yeah, why effective?
I felt like our conversation did mostly focus on the data presented. I thought we had good conversation around that data. We tried with as much fidelity as possible to really stick to that. I feel like we were effective monitoring and in a transition towards becoming highly effective with that potential.
Stan?
I had it marked down as effective, primarily because what stuck out for me was in approaching effective, it starts off, conversation is largely statements of opinion. And I would give kudos to all of you because for the first time in 7 years, I did not hear board members give statements of opinion. I thought you did a great job of at least attempting to stay away from that. So as a direct report, that stuck out to me like a sore thumb. And I'm impressed that you all could do that quickly. It was like, I had to go out and check and make sure I was in the right
I was
district.
gonna say, who are these people? Who stole my board?
Yeah, I mean, I was like, I'm looking around going, oh. And so that's why I said I thought it was effective. You just stayed away from the opinions. And maybe you didn't always stick with the data, you didn't quite ask the question correctly, but the spirit of was, okay, here's this data, what do I need to know more about that?
Right.
And I didn't hear you trailing off, so that's what I thought was pretty cool.
I'm really pleased that you're able to say that to the board. I think that's great.
Yeah, so certainly that was my experience as well. I literally said the same thing earlier, is I've watched a lot of your meetings. I've never seen a conversation like this one. I had you down as effective, not yet to highly effective, but again, I can't think of a board I can't think of any board that I've worked with where in our first practice monitoring session, the monitoring session was as quality as this one was. Like I don't have any examples of that in memory. And so that's why I was said, like, this is clearly already within you all. You've just been waiting for an opportunity to express it. And the opportunity is now upon you. Past and future, how'd you rate?
Approaching.
Why approaching?
I think there was quite a few examples of questions that went to future that were, because you were here to referee.
It got redirected.
Yeah, everybody did that. I think that's going to be a hard thing for us to do.
It's a tough thing.
Can I ask, what's the thinking exactly by if you're more quality monitoring, the more you're focusing on the past? It's just because it promotes understanding of the reality and that's the goal?
Yeah, so the first intention of monitoring is to understand the extent to which reality for students matches the expectations of the board. That is the first major function, of monitoring. But that's for some people this is helpful, for other people it's not. But that's also kind of fundamentally true in your PLCs. Like step one, understand what's true for students. What did they learn? What did they not learn? And then step two is, what are we going to do about it? But if you go to what are we going to do about it without fully plumbing and understanding and having kind of this deep-seated understanding of the root cause behind what don't they understand and why don't they understand it, what you choose to do next probably is going to be off target. And so this lives in the genre of measure twice, cut once.
I also think it lives in the genre of you can't unknow once you know.
Yeah.
And, this is forcing you to know. in a detailed way that might not have been as clear to a board member who wasn't digging into the data this deeply in the past. And I think that we should not, as a board, and I'm doing that. I was a teacher, so I can tell you, shuffle, but sorry, I am. I think that this will have a huge cultural impact that you can't even begin to fathom when it starts to sprinkle down that the decisions are being made by people who are forcing themselves to really know. Because Way felt when you're down in the trenches teaching that there was such a huge disconnect between your reality and the decisions that were being made. And this is going to narrow that, and I think that it's going to change rank and file behavior a lot faster than you realize. So I'm excited.
AJ, can I ask a question about past and future? Let's
Yeah.
see if I can try to articulate this. So at some point, the future becomes our past, and does that mean that it's then open game to talk about? So for example, if at one meeting, we obviously have a future question, like superintendent, how are you going to?
Yes, that is entirely appropriate.
And then the next, it becomes part of the past discussion, and so that's why
It's
we also
entirely
spend
appropriate
more
at that
time.
point.
Okay.
It is fair game at that point. You're absolutely correct. So here, and that is a healthy practice, is so, Talisa says, oh yeah, this is what the data says, and oh yes, Dr. Paris, we're absolutely gonna work on that. Here's what we're gonna do about that, over the next, few weeks. 3 months later, we do the same monitoring. It is absolutely fair game to say, hey, one of the things that you saw last time was that this was an issue and that you're going to do this. Did you do it and did it make a difference? At that point, that is an appropriate past-facing question to ask. That is absolutely rock solid appropriate. In some districts, they even go so far as to have, their version of Misty kind of keep track of some of these things and say, hey, we're not evaluating our superintendent on whether or not she did these things, but we do want to make sure that in our next monitoring that we remain cognizant. Can you keep some notes of what were some of the high-level things that the superintendent said she's working on to ameliorate these things and help, so that we can be reminded of that going into the next time we monitor this 3 months from now. So that's absolutely a great question, totally fair game. So how did you evaluate yourself on past and future? What rating did you give yourself? Anybody?
Approaching is what I did.
You did approaching?
I thought we were a little higher than that, but again, you helped us, because as soon as you identified at the beginning with the wrong type of question, I think then that self-adjusted our behavior.
Yeah, I put you all down as effective because, yes, it did take a little bit of adjustment, but the fact that I saw you all noticing and flagging, oh, wait a minute, that is exciting to watch. And then finally, progress monitoring and project management. How did you rate yourselves? Anybody? James, how'd you rate?
Yes, I had us effective on that.
Why?
Well, I just felt, it says, mostly focused on understanding performance rather than discussing school and system operations. I think it was a detailed discussion on what the performance was. We dug really deep into that and we stayed on it. Of course, we had a little bit of help, but I felt it was effective. I felt it was effective that we stayed on task, I guess.
Yeah. Anybody have something different than that?
I had approaching.
You had approaching? Why approaching?
Because when it's talking about conversation, is blend of offering advice, discussion programs, and understanding the program. I think we were clarifying among each other what was advice and what was not. And then, thank you, I'm sorry, we were clarifying what was advice and what was not to move us into what are those, to discussing programs and what type of questions to ask so that we can get the answers that we needed. So that's why I think it was approaching and effective. I think as we practice more, I think we're gonna go from approaching to highly, in my estimation, because we're just getting to seek understanding and understanding what type of questions to ask.
Yeah. I had you down as effective for every domain on this evaluation. I've literally never, ever, ever before had that be the case in the first role play for a board. It has literally never happened. So on one level, like I said, you all really have demonstrated the, GT status on this practice. On the other level, however, you all are really very distant from highly effective. As much as you are absolutely not approaching effective in this role play, you are clearly effective. You are also very clearly not anywhere near highly effective. And so there is a growing edge here. But this is the growing edge of, our graduation rate is, 95%, and we're trying to make it 98%. This is not like our graduation rate is 75%, and we're trying to get to 85%. It's a very different kind of growing edge. But certainly I encourage you to do that. And so just every time that we do a role play, we'll probably pull this thing back out and give you a chance to self-evaluate again, so you can just be thoughtful about what do I need to change. As an exit ticket, as a way of exiting out of the conversation about monitoring, and we've intentionally spent all of our time on monitoring because this is the meat of your meetings going forward. But as a way of exiting out, what is one thing that you've learned or will take away from our time today spent on monitoring? What's one thing you learned or one thing you gained, one thing you'll take away? Who will be the first to share? What's one thing that you learned or one thing you will take away from our monitoring session? Yeah.
How powerful this tool is, because once we all started taking it seriously, we got on the same page. Like, it's almost, it feels a little like magical. Because, it really does help everybody to align.
Understanding the balance of the conversation in a way that doesn't feel like we're being laissez-faire leaders.
Yeah.
If there's anything that I personally struggle with, and why I spent so many of the years of my participation on this board being not engaged in day-to-day, but really getting to know the district by being in the community, being in the buildings, talking to families, being totally open to, getting that conversation in the grocery store, is because I don't believe in being hands-off, laissez-faire leadership. This training here has given me a measure of learning how to have a conversation with all of you in a way that is objective, substantive, without feeling like I'm being totally hands-off. Like, here you go, Doc.
Yeah.
I just don't believe in that.
Right.
Amen. Nor should you.
That's good.
Anyone else? What did you learn? What will you take away?
I think that going through this in this way was really helpful, but I think one of the things that I've felt is that it's easier than I thought it might be. And listening to the rest of my colleagues, everybody in the room, it feels more doable because everybody's on the same page, and we've been able to have the opportunity to discuss that. Some of these are things that I've had in my head for a long time, and some of them are new. But I just, giving us the framework and helping us understand why this is good and why this is important, I don't think it's as difficult to actually get there.
Yeah.
What's difficult is to decide that we want to do this and make the change, and that we're willing and open to doing that.
Yeah. Anyone else? What did you learn and what will you take away? Yeah.
I think it's also, it points to the importance of us having group norms. But assuming positive intent, respecting one another, because there are going to be times where one person assumes, or two or three people interpret a question being one thing or related in another way, and being respectful enough to let that person that is asking the question talk through the question and explain it. I think that's going to be key and critical for us, how we interact and the norms that we establish as we're going through this process. President Adair being vulnerable enough to say, hey, I'm learning this as well. So, you know, just so we don't get into any fights.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be moments of fights and tension.
Yeah.
Whether it's related to an opinion being given or a question being asked, and where we see those questions aligning and falling. And so I think it's going to be very important for us to collectively establish what the norms are as we enter into these spaces to have meetings.
Yeah, absolutely. Talisa?
Oh, I think, I know this process allows us to let the board become kind of experts in the areas that they have identified that are important.
Yeah.
So you heard from the community, we prioritize these things, so now they have all the information based on what I provide, and we can openly discuss, so that their discussions, as Michael says, he's go back and talk to community members, they have the real story, and there are no gaps, and they're able to fill those gaps and monitor that information. So provides a lot of clarity for me as we pull these pieces together. So that's a good thing.
You know, I want to invite you to notice, and you may have noticed this before, maybe you hadn't noticed this before, but begin to reflect in your own life and begin to notice the frequency with which what you talk about in the community is very much connected to what you talk about in board meetings. Like, a lot of what you know about the school system occurs in board meetings. A lot of the in-depth, you know, kind of details about the school system you grab in board meetings. Begin to reflect on the reality that for most board members, what you discuss in board meetings winds up playing a pivotal role in what you talk about outside of board meetings. So imagine what will be like a year from now when you have spent a year with the majority of your time at board meetings talking about where students are actually at and talking about what strategies are actually being deployed to make an impact on that. Begin to consider, whether you realize it or not now, just the habit of behaving in that way in board meetings will have a significant impact on what you talk about and how you talk about it out in the community and everywhere else you go outside of board meetings. If you've never noticed that before, you know, just notice it. You know, it's sometimes easier to notice in your colleagues. You can go back and notice the things that they talk about in public at meetings and stuff. It's like, oh yeah, that's those are the exact talking points that we went over at the board meeting. That's just because that's a normal, natural habit for board members is to respond and focus in on what we talked about there, because that's where you've grown some expertise. That's where you've grown some additional knowledge above and beyond what the community has. So now what we're saying is, let that knowledge, let that growth be grounded in what is possible for children, and then let that be what a lot of your dialogue with the community flows from. It's, we talked yesterday about the impact of this work on culture. That's a significant part of it. Board members who are deeply steeped in monitoring is the predominant focus of their time each month, talk about things differently than board members that don't do monitoring at all. Anyone else? Something you learned or something you'll take away from our time together before we transition? Yeah, James?
I appreciated the process. I appreciated that we were able to, you know, pretty much get on the same sheet of music board. The big elephant in the room for me is always going to be, you know, what is our appetite for the resource allocation?
Yeah.
Once the is interpreted and
Yep.
the moment that resources are going to have to be moved in order for the solutions that the superintendent helps us to come up with, you know, to be manifested. And that's where it gets tricky for us, because we have other actors. And so the one thing that I'm gonna take away is to make sure that I'm cognizant of strategies that we come up with or the superintendent comes up with to do this type of training with the rest of the staff, so that the culture is in place there and that they understand it the way that we understand it. It can't just be because we're monitoring it differently that they'll have an understanding and then a willingness to go along with it. I think they're going to have to get a little bit more granular on this as well.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to be interested in seeing how that happens over the next, couple of months.
Yeah, that is a very normal part of the process, is then superintendents will call me up and say, okay, the board's doing this. I clearly need to level up my cabinet and senior leadership team around this. And so I wind up spending, in fact, I had 3 different sessions this week that weren't with boards. They were with cabinets and kind of super cabinets, usually anywhere from 15 to about 35 folks. And in one case, they brought in all of their district leadership. So it was actually, there were about 300 people in the room for the session, specifically to support them and catching up to where the board was heading. And so that's a normal thing for superintendents to request, and I absolutely spend a fair amount of time doing so. Anyone else? Yeah.
Sign them up.
I mean, my biggest thing is now we're gonna be more student-focused, right? So, for the last several years, I felt that it was rare that we discussed what was going on with our students, sad to say. I can't remember the last time there were snippets, but to be, and Talisa said it earlier, I was like, can we calendar? Can we be very specific? Do we have data so that we can focus on the things that that we can do to help you eventually get our students where they need to be? So I like the focus, I like the restructure.
I like governance and the executive leadership work that I get to support teams around, but it's actually not my area of greatest strength in the education realm. That's actually in restorative discipline. One of the things I was most proud of my time as the Deputy Commissioner in Education in Texas was I helped lead development of a whole new set of tools for our school districts across the state in the area of restorative discipline. And so getting to go out and actually train middle schoolers in restorative practices and high schoolers, because I believe in a peer-led model where, in my ideal view, students run the discipline and behavior systems for schools, and adults are secondary. They only get pulled in if the students aren't able to work something out. And so I was doing a training last school year, well, not last school year. Yeah, it was last school year, but it was before the pandemic, with a group of middle schoolers. And one of the students who came to the training was Janice. And one of the teachers was like, man, what is Janice doing here? Like, she's so bad. She's always acting up. She's a mess. You can't rely on her. She's always, talking. She's always starting stuff. Why are we rewarding her by letting her be a part of this work? Because I was leading a 2-day retreat, for these students. I was like, well, we'll see. This could be the opportunity she needed. And sure enough, man, she took to peer mediation like that. Like, she could sniff out BS from her fellow students and redirect them and get their, no. You obviously, created this harm. Now, you need to be clear about what harm you created and what are you going to do to repair the harm. I mean, she would break folks down because she had been on the other side being the foolishness. And so you couldn't get nothing past her. And so this school year that just finished, she actually led the peer mediation team at her school. I mean, all of her grades suddenly turned around. Instead of being all C's and D's, they're all A's and B's. She joined the basketball team. She wound up being the captain of the basketball team. And she joined the principal's leadership team for the school. I mean, complete turnaround. And one of the things I said to her after that initial workshop, when it was clear to me that her trajectory was about to shift, I was like, Janice, you got a problem. And your problem is this. During this workshop, you have shown me what you are capable of. So guess what I will never be accepting again? Like, any patience I had for anything less than greatness is completely ruined. I will never accept non-greatness from you again, Janice, because you done shown me what you have to work with. And sure enough, over the past year, it's been nothing but her stepping into the greatness that was always within her. Why do I share this story? Y'all done messed up now. I feel like I've been incredibly patient and kind and generous in every interaction with you all about your behavior. But that patience and kindness and generosity must now die because y'all have shown me something more that y'all been holding out. That you obviously have it within you and that you have just been waiting, holding on to this greatness to step into. Now that y'all done stepped, expect that there will be nothing but impatience from me regarding any time you choose not to live into the greatness that is clearly within you. Well done. Next topic, committees. 2 documents.
You set us up.
thought that was a eulogy.
Totally set us up.
2 documents. Completing a board committee diet and your current Columbus committee structure. 2 documents. So, once again, you can turn to the second page, a section called Section 2, How to Conduct a Board Committee Diet. You will need this document, you will need pen and paper, all that good stuff. And so, the first thing you will do, same thing we did before. The question is it board work or not? And the way to get clarity about is this board work or not, is you can only answer yes to that if the entire purpose of the committee is directly, not indirectly or tangentially, if the entire purpose of the committee, as written, is directly focused on the board's adopted goals, or the board's adopted guardrails, or the citation can be found, oops, I got a typo, can be found in state or federal law mandating that the school board create or have a committee of this nature. So basically, if it's directly related to your goals, directly related to your guardrails, or is somehow mandated, is legally required, then we'd say this committee is focused on board work. And so what you need to add next to the name of each committee is either a Y for yes, this is focused on board work, or an N for no, this is not focused on board work. Again, is it directly related to your goals, directly related to your guardrails, or for some reason legally required that you have it? And if so, be prepared to share what that citation is. Don't give me assumptions it's legally required. Either it is or it isn't. Go ahead, you'll get we'll put 3 minutes on the clock. Go ahead and put a Y or an N next to the title of each committee. Either yes, it is focused on board work, directly related to goals, guardrails, or things that are legally required of the board, or it is not. Yes or no? Are you legally required to have this particular committee? Is it directly related to your goals, directly related to your guardrails? If your assertion is that you are legally required to have this particular committee, please find the citation in statute. Got 1 minute left. All right, let's start with the first question. Which one of these committees is required by statute? Which one of these committees is required by statute?
I don't think any of them are.
All right, you don't think any one of them are. Anybody else? Which one of these committees is required by statute?
I think we have them to do some of our statutory function, but I don't think they're required.
Yeah, that's an important distinction. We could use them to fulfill statutory requirements, but that's distinct from are they statutorily required?
They're not.
Anybody else? Which one of these is required by law? Yeah.
In part, the Audit and Accounting Committee, to the extent that the auditor requires that, I'd say yes. But aside from the auditor's requirements and reviewing that data with us, I don't think so.
Is the audit committee required by law?
What you're referring to would probably be the post-audit conference, and that's by statute allowed to be with the
Absolutely,
full
that's
board, so you don't need the committee. So
Okay.
the full board
That's
could
it.
be addressed by that in executive session. That's an allowable condition. So the purpose of that does not require a committee.
Okay.
All right.
Public engagement has previously been by statute. It was in, I want to say, '09 to 12 or 13, when it's been funded by the State House.
So there may have been a prior condition
Yeah.
where one of these was, but it sounds like there's no current condition where any of these are. All right, well, that knocks down one of three criteria. So now the question is, which items did you put a Y in? Which questions did you put it in next to? So let's start with Ys. Who put a Y next to one of any of these, and which one? Yeah.
I put a Y on audit and accountability, on finance and appropriations, and on governance policy.
Okay, so audit accountability, finance appropriation, and governance policy. So which of the three criteria did audit and accountability meet? So the three criteria are directly related to goals, directly related to guardrails, legally required. Which of those three criteria did audit and accountability meet?
I would suggest that it's related to guardrails. Without that work, I think we would tend to go off track fair amount, and that we would,
Which
audit can be directed.
which guardrail is audit and accountability, the general purpose? It says, I'm reading the general purpose. Which guardrail is this saying that that it's directly speaking to? I'm not asking,
Well-
could you potentially in some way use this committee for that purpose? I'm asking, which guardrail did you say, we are designing this committee to help us address this guardrail? Which guardrail is that?
G2.
I think align resources equitably.
So Audit and Accountability Committee, let's see, the superintendent will not allow any region to be without strong learning communities. Annual budget allocations, personnel allocations, school-based comprehensive staffing. I don't see any of those three things mentioned in the language of Audit and Accountability Committee. Like, not even hinted at. Am I missing something? All right, so,
In the equity statement, the equity says the committee will utilize equity as one safeguard to maintain legal industry compliance standards of CCS, programs and operations.
Can I explain this document? Can I explain this document that we're looking at?
Yeah.
Okay, so remember everyone, this was a draft and we were trying to do our own restructure, trying to start the work AJ's got us on, right? Ourselves, right? And so we knew we needed a restructure, a realignment, we were trying to figure it out. This was in draft, this is how we proposed what the new committees were going to be, and we discussed them and we agreed on the names, and then we were all in the process of writing charters for these new committees, which we stopped, because then we started working with AJ. So not everything, so this was a draft at a point in time that was written prior to some of the final things going on with the goals and guardrails prior to AJ coming. And so that's, if you were just to remember what this document is, and we're in that process, or we're in that process of writing the formal charters, which we paused.
And to Jen's point, I think she anticipated the goals and guardrails in a lot of them because she wrote it to say that the committee work, this one doesn't say it, is to make sure that
Right.
we're monitoring the goals and guardrails. So I think that, yes, AJ, you're absolutely right. Nothing of this now in terms of how it's written ties to the goals and guardrails. But I'm wondering if we said the purpose of the audit committee was to audit our implementation of the goals and guardrails. And that was the lens through which the audit universe was identified in terms of how that whole function works. I think to your point, though, I'm guessing that you're going to say the whole board should oversee it and not a committee. Like, I guess the distinction maybe is audit function versus audit committee. Like, we're not throwing out the audit function just because we conclude we don't need a committee.
No, so the audit, you clearly have a
Right,
full-time
right,
staff,
right.
so audit function is not going anywhere.
Right.
So now the only question is, what
Who oversees?
What is the board, what committees does the board need what are the deliverables that need to be delivered back to the board that would be benefited by having a committee work on them first? So we came up with a really very compelling example earlier today of a specific deliverable that it would be a little bit unwieldy to have all 7 people try to work on. So in that moment, it makes more sense. Wait a minute, is this board work? Yeah, it's board work. It makes more sense for a subgroup of the board to put something together and then bring that back to the board, and then the board could work from, that deliverable. So there are really, really, really good reasons for having committees. We literally surfaced a great example earlier. So-
It also doesn't mean that the actual committee and the people involved just disappear. It just might mean that instead of a member chairing it, Carolyn chairs it, or Stan chairs the finance committee, or it becomes an administrative committee, not a
Yes.
board committee, because I think functionally, Stan, you have your hand up, you can speak to it directly. I think they help you, your committee helps you, but it doesn't mean, and board members could participate as you see fit, but we wouldn't chair it.
You're on the right track,
I-
in my opinion.
I agree.
I think that if you look at the topics and the substance of this particular committee, it's administrative. It has to do with internal controls and internal functioning. That's administrative. I believe that the biggest help internal audit can be is to help administratively, internally. And I understand the concept of independence and the importance of that, but you set yourself up for independence. That committee is independent of those of us who are executing. So it's a very strained relationship
Inherently
at times.
tense.
So if you think that committee there is to monitor, well, you just went through a whole exercise where your goals and guardrails are going to be monitored. That's what you do. This committee is not to monitor that. I think one of you said, well, it was to monitor how we were doing it. I don't believe that's true. You're going to monitor against your goals and guardrails, because that's what you do. That's where Board Member Cole said, this is where you can be hands-on with your goals. Not so much with audit, I don't think. I think it plays a greater role administratively to help us look process, procedure, compliance internally. That's our job, not yours.
So there was a history of noncompliance in that seat, i.e., I wasn't here when this was created.
Yeah.
So let me just reference that from,
Not it.
but the reason it was created was the board felt there was not, there was some challenges for a number of years of the position. And therefore, the board felt what I've heard was there needed to be more oversight. It's kind of like, and I'm interpreting because I wasn't here for that decision. What I've interpreted before was kind of like assigning 2 or 3 board members to ensure that that office was doing what they were supposed to be doing versus the whole board.
Yeah.
That's what I interpret it to be.
Can I
But-
just say, that, I mean, this is a critical point, and this is really important to me. Then set a goal and a guardrail, monitor it, and just like it said, something about you have to evaluate your superintendent's non-performance, then you evaluate that direct report's non-performance, and you
Well, I'm not saying it was right, Stan, I'm just giving you context.
I'm building on that, I'm saying,
Yeah.
and when you set a goal and a guardrail and you monitor, when you get to the end of that, you have to evaluate non-performance, and if that non-performance and that individual doesn't have a strategy to get you to performance, you get yourself a new direct report.
They did.
That's what the board does. Don't come down and tell me how my directors are supposed to behave, or how my clerks are supposed to behave, or monitor every little step that I do.
Yeah.
Give me a goal and a guardrail, monitor, evaluate, and the only thing you should change, in my opinion, is your direct report.
They did.
Can I just say, I love how you said, give me a goal and a guardrail. Like, that's the first time I've just heard you embrace it and take it. I mean, earlier you said you all share it, but you said, give me. You like own that. I
Well,
felt that when you said that.
because this is the
You-
first time
Your
that I
huddle
really,
masses,
I
Leroy,
really
should
seen
be
this
free.
connection between goals and guardrails and that monitoring piece.
Yeah.
And when Board Member Cole said, this is a way for us to be purposely hands-on,
Yes.
because I can tell you in my
Yes.
40 years of working with boards, the biggest struggle is you get elected and you want hands-on. God, you want to do something. You want to have an impact. And we're fighting back going, no, that's my job. Don't tell me to put a new oven down in that school. Don't tell me how to clean that building. That's our job. And I struggled, what can I give you to be hands-on with? This, you just did it. This is what you guys can be hands-on with, and it has to do with exactly what we're doing. Student performance. You were down at downtown high school, right? Well, not this board, but they were writing things on and Talisa went up afterwards and just wrote academic performance. Academic performance. I told her later, I said, you had me at academic performance. Enough. If we're not doing something related to academic performance, we're doing the wrong thing.
So Stan, I was saying context, and my ending statement was when I've served on the committee, I didn't know what my role was.
Yeah.
Because I kind of felt like and I know some other people have served in the committee and have been very vocal. I was kind of like, well, this kind of runs itself for me, you know?
Yeah, and to your point, just from a coaching perspective, I realize other people view this differently. I can't imagine ever recommending to a board to have a subset of the board responsible for supervising the board's employee. Like, or said differently, if I'm a board member, I'm never going to be comfortable that you all evaluate the superintendent and I don't. And if the board has an audit executive, I'm never going to be comfortable that y'all evaluate the audit executive, but I don't. Does she work for us or does she work for y'all? And so in terms of pushing responsibility for oversight of a particular employee to a committee, I personally would not encourage that. I would encourage pushing responsibility for deliverables to a committee. And so maybe somebody needs to design the evaluation instrument for the audit executive. That makes sense for a committee. Y'all go design this, but then bring it back to the full board, and then we'll collectively decide if this is the instrument we
That's
want to.
exactly been our process.
Yeah.
For every direct report. That's been our process.
And that is a quality, that's a quality approach. Because I think it's cumbersome for the full board to try to design documents, but I think it makes sense for the full board to decide, is this document right for us, or what tweaks do we need to make?
And just be clear, I wasn't here for that decision, so I
We feel
I
you,
do
we
not
feel
want to
you.
throw that board under the bus. I'm sure
So-
they had
So-
a reason.
Yeah, but
They have,
I want to move, but I want to move
Yeah.
forward. I don't want to relitigate the past. I want to move forward. And the question that's moving us forward is, what did you put a Y on? So you were putting either a Y or an N. So Eric gave us an example of a Y that he wrote down. We've interrogated it. I still can't find any evidence that it should be a Y.
I agree as I continue to think about it.
Scratch it.
And, you know, and I think my colleagues know, I've been very focused over the years on board versus administrative.
Yeah.
And policy versus operations. And I think, you know, I really like what Stan had to say. And, you know, about the committees. I do see it, and I guess it really isn't my call. It's yours and Carolyn's. It appears that that committee is made up, both committees are made up of experts from outside the school,
Right.
from people in the community, who can help you look at things and see things in a different way. And that for you is probably a very good thing, and having been in audit, it's very much the same thing. But that isn't necessarily anything that the board members
Right.
have expertise in, and yet we tend to dominate many of those committee meetings, unfortunately, and I think they're worthwhile.
So-
But that's the
So
call
I'm
of,
hearing the Y switch to an N with a footnote that that may be example of something to hand off, you know, and that becomes his and, you know, and he runs with it. Michael, what do you have a Y for? You know, are there any of these that you put a Y next to?
well, I'll speak very quickly to audit accountability. As a former chair of that committee, I definitely see a Y. I see a Y first and foremost because the position of internal auditor is one that is statutory, first and foremost. It is one of the, maybe at best, 4, because legislature offers us a business manager person that could possibly be an independent direct report to us. So by law, we have the superintendent, the treasurer, an internal auditor that was given permission to be directly reporting to us, and of course, a business manager, but we don't do the business manager piece. The superintendent really acts in that role, so to speak. So one is statutory in effect. Secondly, because again, there is that oversight of that on the committee's part to adhere and report what the state audits us as. So there's that conference that we do, as he stated, every year, but we have that conversation with the state about their auditing and management report of us. So there's that statutory side of it that is interrelated. Here's the other side. I see it it helps us in a very generative sense. When we look at this from the standpoint of strategic planning as a board, when we look at it in terms of internal accountabilities, and that's inherently what the position was designed to do. It was designed specifically to ensure internal compliance and, you know, adherence to all the matters that the district is largely responsible for. How do you continuously improve to that endeavor? That is largely what a great portion of our work has done. How has this translated to student outcomes? One big, humongous way that it has done that is the reforms that have been made to the IT section of our organization. We've had some, albeit we've had some changes in leadership to who's been in that role of IT director or chief or what have you. We've seen tremendous change in those areas that have protected the district, that have allowed us to have greater and more relative equipment internally and even for our students. So, you know, and also internally, it's helped protect employees and information. We've had areas where there was some challenge with that a few years back. And as a result of the investigation and the subsequent corrective action that was taken, you know, those processes have now changed and been more defined. If I'm off, step in and tell me I'm off. But that has been my experience, particularly in my leadership at that time of that committee. I see it as having generative, you know, opportunity for us to be sure that we do our due diligence, not just for our students, but also for our staff. And when they're disempowered, when things aren't working well for them, there is a latent impact on our students. It is. And a horrible impact over time. It can create, you know, emergent crisis for us internally and organizationally. So I see Carol, and I see more the internal auditor, not just her as a person, but the internal auditor, that position as, you know, needed. I think that because it's
Whoa, we didn't say get rid of her.
I'm not, forgive me. Let me move to rephrase.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, okay. So the way I'm saying this is that the need for a committee in this space, I think is important to the board. I believe it's board work. I do.
The one exception I would have, Michael, is I don't believe there's any legal requirement to have those things. It's not legally required that we have an internal auditor. It's permissive in state legislation, and 3 school districts in the state have somebody in that role, but there's no requirement.
I don't think I said that. I think I was just clear that making that legislative, that statutory relationship, that is present. And we've leveraged best practices to that effect as a result of that position that have not only given us local, but national recognition in that role. Yes, doing administrative work, but at the same time, with a group of people at the table, and the ability where we can be stronger is where she reports more to us on what is being done. That's been my area of critique for her for a long, long time. I alluded to that when she was here. I think that we can do greater work with her reporting to us about what her direction is, what she's doing, where there's progress. In closing, and I'll lead it to a question 0, right? I'll tie it to a question 0, this idea of change and transformation. The question 0 for me to this committee, since we're talking about the committee itself, my question 0 is, how do we look at our committee work in this space and tie it more definitively to our goals and guardrails? Even at the time that it was governed by policy governance, its inherent weakness of policy governance was that, again, there was no tie to any of the direct reports. They were mentioned, but it wasn't any direct tie to what their work is specifically. We're in a space now to make these considerations. So I would argue that we keep this committee.
I just want everyone to know that Auditor Smith is actually listening to us on through Zoom right now. I think she put a message in. I don't know if it was something that she wanted to say. No. Oh, she just was saying she's here. Okay.
Got it. So, having heard those comments, I'm actually much more convinced that that's absolutely no correlation between that committee, not a legal requirement, or the goals, or the guardrails. So I definitely hear the things that it's doing, and I definitely hear that there's some work that has to get done, like, you know, supervision of board staff. That absolutely has to get done. I don't ever recommend that be pushed out to a committee. I recommend the board comes up with mechanisms for that to be something the full board does. But there are threads of work that I heard described that I think it is important to be clear about how that work gets done and who owns it. But nothing I heard in any way suggests that the function of this committee was designed to accomplish either a statutory requirement, you know, further a goal or further a guardrail. And so the whole point of this activity We are not yet at the point of, hey, you should delete this or not. Right now, all we're doing is saying, does it meet one of these three criteria, yes or no? And so I want to clarify that. I would really, really, really love folks to stay focused on the question at hand. Does it address a statutory requirement? Is it directly focused on the goals, or directly focused on the guardrails? If the answer to one of those three is yes, then you should put a yes to it. If the answer to none of those is yes, then you should put a no next to it. This, from everything you all have described, is very clearly a no. Now, whether or not you choose to keep it, that, we haven't gotten to that conversation. But I would ask you to be intellectually honest in this conversation. It will not benefit you, to invent ways to try to pretend that things are statutorily required or connected to goals or guardrails.
Can I say this?
What's up?
So,
Two things. One, if your tone feels like you want to get rid of it, I'm just going to say that's, since we're using tone today, that's what it is.
He wants to get rid of all of our committees. Let's just be.
Yeah,
upfront.
let's be clear. There's no joke here. There's no hiding that.
Answering AJ's question, none of them meet this strictly defined criteria. None of the committees meet. I spent an hour and a half with AJ on this particular point. None of them do. So every single one that we mentioned, he's going to have a direct response that is a valid response based on the criteria that we were given to define the committees in this context. And so let's just start there.
Yeah.
Let's
That's right.
work. Let's do the work, okay? If none of them meet the defined criteria, let's say that they don't, and let's get busy.
Then the next.
But what it put down to for me is, this might just be the point where, I don't agree with AJ
Yeah.
on the approach. And so we've got to make a determination of, okay, based on what we said we want to do and based on the structure that we've been given and that we've agreed to for the most part up to this point, is this the defining moment where we say, yeah, but we like the way that we're doing this portion and we're going to keep it? And I think that's a more productive conversation.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if we accept this idea that, Ryland puts forward, that making a connection between these and those is tenuous at best for most of these. I think there are actually a couple that you can make arguments for, but you'd have to make arguments. There isn't any of them that is, I think, just clearly this was explicitly designed to meet a statutory requirement or to address a goal or to address a guardrail. That doesn't exist. Are there ones you can make arguments around? Yes. But if we take that approach, notice that doesn't end the conversation. That just takes us to the next step of the conversation, to James's point. And so the next step of the conversation is, do you want to keep it? Do you want to delete it? Or do you want to modify it? This is why I said it is not valuable to be intellectually dishonest about the first step, because there's still always a second step. Dr. Pierce, you want to jump in?
Based on the memo that we received from Dr. Roush, our general counsel, we are legally required to have annual appropriations of funds in the tax budget to purchase, sell, and convey property and various tax levies. So Finance and Appropriations Committee should get a yes.
No, it's
It
not.
aligns with legal
No,
requirements.
because we can
No.
do it as a full board.
Do it as a full board. There's nothing that requires you to do it in committee. It's absolutely nothing.
Apparently Auditor Smith has her hand up, which I can't see. So Auditor Smith, if you can hear me, did you want to say something?
Yes, hopefully I don't break up because I am traveling. So I will hopefully stay in this area where I do have a cell service. The Audit and Accountability Committee you are correct. There's nothing statutorily that says that you have to have this committee. But the committee came about after years of the Auditor of State coming in and looking at our operations and seeing significant areas of fraud, areas of waste, areas of abuse, areas of no internal controls. So the Auditor of State, Jim Petro, before my time, made a recommendation that the district could benefit from having actually an audit committee was the first recommendation that the Auditor of State made. So the board created an audit committee, and then later the audit committee, working with the board, created the position of the internal auditor to go about and to do audits to see how we could basically get in compliance with those things that we were not in compliance with. So that is the history of how this department, how that committee came about. And the committee, the board decided to have the committee, first of all, be made up of, I believe it was board members. And then they realized that they needed some experts in the field, so it expanded to community members. So that is the history of the Office of Internal Audit and the Audit Committee. What the, I think it would
Thank
be, I'll just leave it at that, but that is the history. And what we do, we provide assurance to the board and to senior management that the things that they believe are happening, either they are happening or they are not happening. So as you're talking about goals and guardrails, internal audit is positioned well to see that the information that is coming to management that they're making decisions on is accurate, it's complete, and it's timely. I think one of the last things I heard was, so I'll just leave it at that. I believe that there is a tie for internal audit to definitely provide that independent third-party assurance that the information that you are making judgments and decisions on is accurate and it is complete. So I will go back off the mute and listen. And if I have another comment, I will use the raise hand feature.
Thank you for the
Yeah, could you, I don't know how Misty knew your hand was raised. You just saw it? Okay, because I can't see it from here. So we'll try to pay attention to that, Auditor Smith.
Ms. Smith, just a quick question too. Was there any punitive action on the part of the state for us to have this committee at that time, if you recall? Was there any punitive action that they might have leveraged against us if we did not develop this type of committee?
I would not say it was punitive on the state's behalf, but I do not believe that the organization would have made the corrections to eliminate those risks had the audit committee not been formed. Because if it was going to happen, they would have did it without the state coming in and saying, you could benefit from having an audit committee and having an internal audit function. If they could have did it, they would have done it.
I think, Michael's, there was something percolating in the legislature that was targeted at us.
Yes, ma'am.
And then it either never got appropriated or it never became applicable.
That was our alternative. And this is where Ohio is unique.
But so we are
this has
just
happened
like,
in other places.
so we are at this point, just like every other district, we have the option.
Like
To have an internal auditor, but we don't have to.
It's optional, having an internal auditor is optional in Texas, but there are places where the state has said, you all will in fact have an internal auditor.
But to me, this feels like a very gray or a red area. Because it's not a matter of if these committees are statutorily required or, us connecting the legal requirements to them. It's whether or not the committees are giving us the capacity that we need to be able to get the work done that we do as a board.
Yeah, there's no question there's
Adding
work.
value.
The thing is, first of all, it's not a referendum on anything the auditor does.
Yeah,
She's here, she's useful, everything. And I do want to correct her for a second, though, because she said, we do this. No, Auditor Smith, you do this, just like Talisa and Stan. It's up to you. You are the direct report who is responsible. And so I think the question, again, back to what Dr. Pierce just said, it's not about the committee itself. Like, the committee can still function if Auditor Smith believes it is beneficial to
Yeah.
her,
Yes.
and she comes and reports to us as her actual responsibility, and that committee can function either with or without board involvement at her choice. It goes back to what Dr. Pierce is saying. And look, guys, I'm gonna tell you straight. AJ and I got into it about these committees. Like, I still want to fight about some of the committees, but as a bigger question, I'm trying really hard. AJ. Do the committees help us with the goals and guardrails that we have established right now, understanding and appreciating the history that all of them went? Not saying that the work is not important, it is, but should they be modified in a way where they still are functioning appropriately and most beneficial to our admin side, and then giving us what we need as a board?
Yeah.
That's what I think, that's exactly where I think we
I
should be.
think that's the better
Yeah.
question.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the question we're trying to get to. Is so,
I
I want to
feel
respond to
very-
something you said earlier, James, because it got me to think, and I needed to reflect on a minute to be clear about it. You said, based on your tone, it feels like you're not a fan of this committee. And I was like, I think I do have a tone. Where is that coming from? And so it took me a moment to reflect on it. Here's where I realized the tone is coming from. We just went through a practice where you all demonstrated a high degree of competence as it relates to focusing on the goals you have for your students. And even woven into that was even conversations that showed that you had a high degree to focus on the guardrails you've adopted for your organization. And then the immediate adjacent activity is look at what is written in this document and tell me, is this focused on goals and guardrails? And all of a sudden the answer is yes, when the answer is obviously no. And so the problem is, it's not that what committees you all choose to have or what committees you all choose to have, but it is really fundamentally important that you all know when you are choosing not to be focused on your priorities and when you are choosing to be focused on your priorities. It is not helpful to you to pretend that things that aren't focused on your priorities actually are. And so to watch you go from having a conversation where you are very deeply focused in on your goals and guardrails, and then 10 minutes later, like all of that seems to have evaporated, that capacity for discernment. I think that was the concern I have, is every moment you choose not to be focused on your goals and guardrails is I'm not suggesting that is a evil thing or bad, you should, end all of that. What I'm saying is I want you to do that in the full knowledge of this is something we've chosen to do that isn't the key priority, but we think it's important enough that we're going to invest time in it anyway, because when you are kind of that intellectually honest about your activities, it will cause you to naturally moderate and say, well, this actually isn't high enough threshold that we should take time away from goals and guardrails for it. We aren't going to do this. This is high enough threshold. We are going to take time away to do this, and I think you'll naturally balance out. But if you can talk yourself into anything is goals and guardrails, then there will never be that moderation, and we'll come back and you all will have completely slid backwards rather than marching forward.
I think I started to lead us into that when I responded.
I would hope that we would be able to describe our goals and guardrails as a priority. But there are other things that we will have to attend to that are clearly articulated in the goals and guardrails document.
Agreed.
The criteria for this exercise was very clearly defined. Very clearly defined. And if what you're telling me is that the only thing as a board member that I am to pay attention to has to be clearly defined in that goals and guardrails document.
It's literally the opposite of what I just said.
It will be my priority, yes, because that is the work that we have put in. But there are issues that we will have to address that will be a priority for me.
Okay.
Should they come to my attention.
Let me just clarify. You all did just hear me say there are going to be times when you choose not to focus on your priorities because something else you think is important. Like, you're clear that that is going to be the case.
AJ, you can say that, but giving us the examples, and I guess we know our community and we know how we function. And in some ways, we can forecast in what we may pay attention to. So in this instance, I think what I hear my colleagues and the consensus that we are coming to is that there will be, or there may be, some committees that we are willing to keep because those are priorities that don't necessarily align with the goals and guardrails.
With your priorities.
You see them aligning with the goals and guardrails, but as we collectively and from a consensus see them aligning with the goals and guardrails.
You know, I'd like to add a different, maybe a slightly different way to think about this. And these may be dots that aren't warranted to be connected, but what I'm trying to discern is what value, and like I have a year and change now in on the Audit and Accountability Committee. And it's been a valuable year for me because I've gotten really smarter on the process, on the organization, on a lot of things. And I've worked pretty hard at it, actually. And one of the values of that work on that committee, I think, is clearly that we have community input with a lot of experts who are really helpful, and I think Carolyn would probably agree that they're helpful. And that I can say clearly is a value that the committee adds. I'm not so sure that it being a board committee is required for that. Well, that is not required for that value. What I'm trying to decide is what value it being a board committee and James and I add to it, because we're not auditors. And what I would have told myself before reading some books about, you know, effective boardmanship that I've been reading recently, thank you, AJ, is that what we were doing was doing board work in the sense that James and I were getting uber focused and uber informed so that we could turn around and recommend to the board, all right, we've kicked the tires on this or that issue. And it's our opinion, based on having kicked the tires in depth, that the board should vote X or Y. But what I realized I was missing in that process is that then it becomes James and my opinion and not the whole board's opinion, because the whole board's not informed. So that's really a failing if that's the value that we think the board is bringing to, the committee work is bringing to this board, even though I would have thought it was a value. But it's not really when you realize that if we become the subject matter experts and they all defer to us, then it's our opinion and it's not a whole board opinion. So that's the one thought. The other thought about some of these committees is that, and certainly I think it's true from what I understand of the history of public engagement, is it was formed to some extent to step into the breach when there was not any coherent public engagement happening in the district. And a group of, I mean, not entirely,
No,
but.
it was actually, I just went back and, it was actually brought down from the legislation.
Okay.
It was the Family and Civic Engagement Plan provided to us by down from the governor's office down to the state level to create a family and civic engagement district for the plan for the district.
And that doesn't
And
exist now?
yeah, there's a whole document on.
Okay, so I misstated the
Actually,
history.
If we follow this document, or go back to this document, they would align with, I think we've
Captured it.
We
down a
veered off.
different.
And so that's
level.
still the legal
went
requirement?
down
No,
No.
because
It changed.
Different
they said that we did it well.
Changed with governor, it
Yeah.
would change the
Gotcha.
regime and biennial budget.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It changed.
Okay, so I misstated that, but I guess my point is, in the last 2 years, under Talisa's management, we've created this whole Office of Engagement. And so, to some extent, you know, is there a need for that? And, you know, and then culture and climate, like, to some extent, I think we're trying to make sure we get it right, like it's well-intended, but I think we just end up adding a layer of, if not management, a layer of effort that, you know, we need to really think about.
Yeah, I have a question. Understanding, you know, that a lot of what we do is very generative. I would say our board model in and of itself is a generative model. It is a model that comprises what are our statutory responsibilities, what are our day-to-day kind of, meeting for meeting responsibilities. Also adds in, the hire and fire element, adds in the strategic planning element. So it comprises quite a bit. How does one, in our role particularly, without being reported to at a board meeting, how do we identify what is possibly a smoldering or emergent crisis?
Yeah.
Right? How do we understand this organization the way we should?
Yeah.
We should have an in-depth, intimate understanding of
Three
this
ways.
organization.
3 ways.
Just hold on, just hear me out real quick. How do we do that in a way through, this type of work? How do we learn these things about our organization so that we're ever aware, we have a pathway or a means, some sort of systemic apparatus by which we do have knowledge and interaction with what our issues are to become better and design systems that help improve that. And like I said, Carolyn has been that leader in that space, but that's the importance of our presence, to me, in that space, and more importantly, that committee as a whole. But how do we do that absent of that?
So there are 3 key ways that boards gain information about the institution that they govern. Probably the one that's most crucial and also often most underused is the one we just did, which is monitoring reports from the superintendent. So I think of that as internal monitoring reports. So this is where the board says, here's what our priorities are. On a regular calendarized basis, bring us reports about this information. In this way, you're not going out looking for information. You are saying what the priorities are and demanding that information on a routinized basis be brought to you. That is the first way that a board uses to gain this information. Now, I'm clarifying, I'm distinguishing how a board does, not how board members do. That is a separate conversation. How the board gets information is the first way is from internal reports. You also get internal reports, from your treasurer. These are financial in nature. You get internal reports from your auditor, obviously. This is where you as a board have said, here is a priority. You bring us information about this. So internal reports is the first of 3 ways. External reports then is the second of 3 ways. External reports are fundamentally the same thing. They just come from parties outside of outside of the institution that you're responsible for governing.
PDK, et cetera.
The most obvious example, PDK. That audit is the Council of Great City Schools brought you an audit about transportation. Each year you hire a financial firm to bring you a financial audit from outside of your organization. Each year the state brings you a external report on the state's view of your performance as a school system. They give you some type of rating. And so these are external monitoring reports. Now, most of those just kind of happen at you but you can also intentionally call for external monitoring reports. So when we put together this monitoring calendar, pretty much everything in there by default, will mostly be internal monitoring reports coming from staff, but you could just as easily say, you know what, we want an external monitoring report on interim guardrail 1.2. This idea of school climate, we've got our internal monitoring report based on Panorama, but we want to hire a third party that's going to do a random sample and completely disconnected from the administration entirely, and they're going to give us a third party report on interim guardrail 1.2, and that will be an external monitoring report that's completely independent of your internal team. That's a second of 3 ways that a board gains information about its institution. Then the third way that a board gains information about its institution is direct inspection, is that the board puts in place a system or some type of systemized approach to board members directly inspecting what's happening in the institution, and then coming back to the board and reporting out on the nature of their inspection. You all don't use this. But it is a pretty powerful tool when used. What you all often do is not direct inspection, is you as individuals kind of go out and do your own thing. That is not direct inspection, because that's not board activity, that's board member activity.
Would not our participation as committee members on the auditing committee, would that not constitute inspection?
So if the board clearly says, here is the specific thing that we want a monitoring report on, and then you all go and inspect that, and then you bring the monitoring report back to the board, then that could be a form of direct inspection.
That's what happens. This is what we practice.
That's precisely what we do. That is precisely what we do.
Well, so first off, let's be clear. No, you don't, because you don't have goals and guardrails that you've been using for these committees. So no, you don't go out and monitor your goals and guardrails and bring a direct inspection report back.
Here's an evaluation.
But you could, but I'm saying yes, you absolutely could.
We wouldn't create something. That's what
I'm saying you absolutely could. So right now, it sounds like what you're using them is to inspect a variety of things, but what I'm talking about is the board inspecting the board's priorities. The board has said what your priorities are, and no, from my observation, you are not using your committees to inspect your priorities. But to the point, yes, you could. You absolutely could.
But I think, again, that goes to what Board Member Ragland is stating, what I'm stating, and what Cole, I think, is stating, is that sometimes we will have priorities that do not align 100% with the stated goals and guardrails.
And when those happen on an episodic basis, not a standing basis, then it's not unreasonable for the board to say, we are going to dilute the organization's focus on our priorities because this other thing is so important that we want to spin up an ad hoc committee to go do a direct inspection on that. They'll go do that, they'll come back with a report, and then they'll report that out to the full board so that we can have the benefit of that direct inspection.
I appreciate your choice of word, dilute, but I think the choice of word, in many respects, sets a tone and a tenor that just really continues to just, these committees just they're not necessary, they're not needed, like you're pushing, and you're being very deliberate with the words that you're using. And I just
Yes.
want to call it out and put it out, that those words are very triggering because they continue to just radical leadership. It's radical disruptive leadership. I get it, I like it, but let's just use some different language. That's.
But let's just, can we just, I think we should just operate under this understanding. This is, the goals and guardrails document itself is relatively new.
Yeah.
Thank you.
None of the committees do this because none of the committees have been restructured in order to do it.
Which is why we're doing this
Of
activity.
course, we haven't done this in the past because we've just gone through this process
Right.
of getting goals and guardrails document together, to getting the goals and guardrails in place. This entire function has been something new to the entire Board of Education. And so, no, the committees aren't aligned with that. I think what we need to determine is whether or not we're going to do it, and it's going to be under this strict definition, as it's been articulated here.
Yes.
Right. Are we gonna,
That is exactly the conversation.
are we gonna
I think
follow
that-
AJ's advice or aren't we? And you know,
The activity, it's
I don't
not,
think it's that.
it's
I don't
not
think
that.
because-
The activity is
question
keep,
for
delete, or
AJ
modify.
Oh, okay, so my question for AJ
James is correct.
Your experience with an internal auditor, with your leadership,
Yeah.
how did you adjust,
question.
with your organization? If you had committees at the time, did you adjust those committees? What happened in your experience with, when you had a governance structure
Yeah.
that's similar to ours? It may not be the same, but similar.
Yeah, very similar. So, James's, point on this was spot on, is the nature of this activity is to first be very clear and honest with ourselves about what we have today, and then grounded in that, do the next step, which is to decide, do we want to keep it, do we want to delete it, or do we want to modify it? That is the only thing that's been put on the table. What's happened is we've spent literally the last 20 minutes defending what you have right now. That's not the best use of the activity. The best use of the activity said, okay, let's recognize what we have right now. Let's where it came from, which you offered, Carolyn offered. Let's be thoughtful about what we have right now, and then in the span of that, recognizing where things are aligned with our priorities or are not aligned with our priorities, make the decision: do we want to keep it the way it is, which obviously you're the elected officials. If you decide to keep it, you decide to keep it. That's why it's one of the three options. Do we want to delete it if you can't see any way to cause it into alignment and you don't think it's important enough to keep? Or do we want to modify it to cause it to move more into alignment? That is the question. And so that's the thing that I'm trying to nudge you into, is being thoughtful about. There are going to be times, I'm probably almost never going to recommend them, but there are going to be times where, as the elected representatives of the community, you say, we want to go this way that is not aligned with the things that we've said we want to put all of our focus on. And your energy as a board is in fact finite, which means every drop of energy that you invest over here is by definition an opportunity cost that is not invested over here. That's what that's what I mean by the term dilution, is that it is that you have to make decisions about how we deploy energy. It is very important to me that you are crystal clear about when you are deploying energy that is in alignment and when you aren't. Because if you can't figure that out for your own activities, your staff won't be able to figure it out for their activities either. And that's why this is important. This is culture setting. And so you obviously know that my desire is for you to be as aligned with what you said your priorities as possible. But notice the activity. Keep it, delete it, or modify it. And so I will answer James's question if y'all want me to, but I think the more valuable thing is for you all to go through this and say, okay, this one, no, it's not aligned. Nope, I don't think it should be aligned. I think we should keep it exactly the way it is. Or, nope, this one is not aligned. Is there a way we could modify it now that we have newly developed a set of priorities? Is there a way that should this be modified to be in alignment with those priorities? Or should we just keep it the way it is, recognizing that it is in fact not aligned? Or should we delete it entirely? Those are the options I'm putting in front of you. And what I would ask is that in order to forward this, like we could debate the finer points of all this, or we could take the next step of the activity, which is for each one of these, just say, hey, do you want to
Pick a different committee.
Yeah,
You wanna
can
Pick
we-
a different committee,
Yeah.
because you've picked a committee that is just a hot topic for everybody if you can't figure it out.
Can we
I think
start
they're all
with the
gonna do
first
that.
one?
So, all right.
Into discussion at some point.
So what?
I'm akin to the idea of discussing at some maybe latter point, modification. Modification.
For what?
For audit and accountability.
Oh, got you. So,
Dan's right, start with a different committee.
Can we?
so to clarify on Michael's point, the next step in the activity, which I'd invite you to do solo, we're doing this the same way we did, the agenda earlier. So you put a Y or an N next to each committee. That was the first step. Now, the second step is you put a keep, a delete, or a modify next to each one that you put an N for. And then we'll check back in with folks. So put either a Y, yes, this is aligned to our goals or guardrails, or it's legally required, or you put an N next to it. For anyone where you put an N next to it, now next to that, either identify we should keep it, we should delete it, or we should modify it. Take that step, and then we'll talk about it in a minute. But I want you to do that work first, and then we'll talk about where you are with it.
Can we please do this work and simultaneously take a break, a working break, so those that do need a minute to stretch, and so.
How about we come back right at the top of the hour?
Yep, at
And so
4.
you could do your keep, delete, modify, and take a break, whatever you need. We'll start back right at 4 o'clock.
Perfect, thank you.
Please stop contributing to the delinquency of an employee. All right, so it's 4 o'clock. We're 37 seconds past start time. So the question on the table is keep, delete, modify. Keep, delete, modify. So it was asked that we just start on the front page, Academic Policy and Accountability Committee. The question is, did you put keep, did you put delete? If you had an N for this, did you put keep, did you put delete, or did you put modify? Who will be the first to share?
I put delete.
Why delete?
This is administrative work. This is the superintendent's work. And we can play a monitoring role, but I don't see a need for a board committee. If Felisa would like help with her work from some outside people, great.
She can ask for it.
She can ask for it, but we don't need to participate at this level.
Keep, delete, if you put an N by Academic Policy and Accountability Committee, if you put a Y by it, this conversation is not for you. If you put an N next to that item that is not focused on your goals, your guardrails, or legally required, then do you recommend keep, delete, or modify? Yeah.
I've been there for several years. I always felt that academics was the work of the whole board, and it needed to be directed by the superintendent. I've been there for a very, very long time, and even when her and I talked about it, I was like, I pushed back a little bit. Then eventually, obviously, I gave in. I understand why folks would think it, but I've always been the same. I feel like someone else is looking and pay attention to academics. That's basically what I'm supposed to be doing as a board member. Shouldn't be one or two of us, it should be all of us, and in conjunction with the superintendent.
Madam Chair.
So I put modify. Specifically, do you want me to explain why I put modify?
Yeah, why modify?
So the job of this board should be to help to create the board monitoring calendar. The specific time that work should begin is May annually, and that report should be given to the board for adoption by our first meeting in September.
Let's see. Look, folks, this is what it looks like to make my job easier. You know, be really clear about what is it that we're going to do that's not aligned, or say, you know what, we actually do have relevant work to do that is aligned, and here's exactly what that deliverable is, and here's where it's due. That is exactly what we're asking with this activity. Is it aligned or not? If it isn't, do you still want to keep it anyway, or do you want to modify it, or do you want to delete it? And the modification I heard was that we definitely need to be responsible for delivering the calendar, and that needs to be delivered by May.
The work needs to begin May. The calendar needs to be delivered for board adoption by the first meeting in September.
Got it. Anybody else? Keep, delete, modify. All right, let's turn the page. Audit and Accountability Committee. If you put an N for this, keep, delete, modify.
Delete.
Why?
I think we have discussed it fairly well already as to this committee. And I think that this is one, again, that is administrative work, that is under the internal auditor's purview. If she wants help, she can put a group together to help her. But I don't think there's a place for board participation.
Anybody else? Keep, delete, modify.
So I'm interested in this whole direct inspection piece. And part of it is, I've also been vocal about this, without going to her meetings, and again, I prefaced it with, I didn't see a value per se for me as far as an inputter, but a lot of Carolyn's work is done outside and not something that we visualize. We're responsible for evaluation, and unless we figure out a way where we can, as a board, build a goal or guardrail so that we can see more of what she does, so that in order for us to evaluate it, I don't know, other than direct inspection, how we're going to be able to do that. We hear a lot of reports from Stanley, a lot of reports from Lisa, but not a lot of reports from Carolyn. And it could be the nature, as we've talked about, the nature of her role, right? You're not gonna be sitting here and going, we got 20 crazy things going in the district, hey, and then our community goes haywire. So I don't know if it's external monitoring or direct inspection, so I want to see what a modification to this audit and accountability committee would look like.
Mr. Chair.
I want to say modify, and to Ramona's point, I'm going to hopefully work with Carol on increasing the information that you all get every meeting. A lot of the details that are happening within the Office of Internal Audit are gone through with a fine-tooth comb during the committee meeting. And I think some of the things that we are needing to do based on what we've talked about today in adjusting how information is delivered to the board, getting reports from the committee meetings to board members well in advance, and then using the opportunity to present in person, maybe to highlight some of those areas. We have a dashboard that she goes over every single month that lists out in very fine detail all of the work that is being done in that department. And, you know, maybe it's the presentation itself that gets overlooked. Maybe it's the information is not being disseminated to other board members in a manner that they're able to receive it. And so I'm going to do some work with each of you to determine what needs to happen regarding the information that you would like to receive. And then I'll work with Carol and Carolyn to adjust those things in order for you to get the information that you need so that you understand all of the things that are going on. Unfortunately, for internal audit, on a lot of levels, you may not know or understand what is necessarily happening until there is a real problem that is outside of, you know, that is the focus of entities outside of the district. And I think that Carolyn and her team has done a really good job of making sure that we intercept things that could become that. And, you know, on a lot of levels, silence is golden for that department. You've seen even this year, first time in 20 years, we got a clean state audit. You know, and I don't care what you all think about the 3 occurrences that we did have. The state called it clean. I'm calling it clean. So, you know, say what you will about the audit not being as perfect as you'd like to see it. 20 years based off everything that this district has gone through, and you might not understand the importance of what she is doing because it is not as forward-facing as the superintendent's report or the treasurer's report, but we're going to work on that, and that's why my input there was modified.
Can I ask a question, AJ?
Yeah.
So, and I think this question connects again to changing the language in all of our, that guardrails paragraph to read our direct reports. So they can begin to vision how their work, how their current committee work aligns with our goals and guardrails. In this modification process, should it be the board chairs that are leading this, the committee chairs that are leading this work of how does the current work fit into the goals and guardrails, or are we empowering the direct reports to really think about it strategically in communication with one another to figure out how it aligns?
The board committees should belong to the board. And so my recommendation is if the board can find work that it needs done, then it should spin up a committee to do the work and then go away when the work is done. If the board can't identify work to be done, then I wouldn't have a committee at all. And that's why I strongly recommend, if there is not a clear deliverable, then you probably shouldn't have a committee. Like, if you can't tell me this is the exact deliverable and this is the exact date by when the deliverable will be delivered, then you probably shouldn't have a committee. And so I wouldn't, if your direct reports have something they need help or advice on, they will contact you. But I wouldn't sit by the phone. Because for the most part, visiting with your 3 people, they're generally the type of folks who they're gonna go figure it out on their own. They're probably not gonna call and ask you for advice. They're probably just gonna get it done. But if they need advice, they will call you. And so I wouldn't expect them to surface that for you. I think they already know they can. I think the more important task is the board as a whole says, here's the work that needs to be done. We understand that this is going to pull board members in a direction that may not be aligned, and we think it's important enough to dispatch those board members in an unaligned vector, recognizing that doing so is going to pull the full board with them in that direction, it's going to pull staff with them in that direction. But I think the board and only the board as a whole should be making that decision. And that generally, unless the board is convinced that that is really meaningful, the board should actively avoid doing so because of the organizational cost incurred.
Been thinking long and hard about this, and I am leaning towards delete, because I'm trying to think of, James and I are in the position as the board members on the board. From whatever detailed work we do, then we have to turn around, deliver that message to the board, and they need to, finally just make a decision if one's to be made, but even just in terms of reporting the activity of the Office of Internal Audit. And I keep coming back to this conclusion that we're just adding an unnecessary layer.
I would
but-
move to, I'm sorry, was there something?
So I guess I'm leaning toward delete.
Gotcha. I want to move to the next committee. I'm going to try to move through these just to get some ideas on the table. Climate and culture. If you put in next to this, keep, delete, modify. If you put Y, then this is not your conversation. If you put in, no, it's not aligned with our goals, guardrails, or legally required. Keep, delete, or modify. We'll hear, for each of these, just to speed things up, we'll hear from whoever the first 2 board members were most eager to speak, and then we'll conclude by hearing from the currently listed chair of said committee if they want to speak. Keep, delete, modify. Anybody want to speak to this one?
I think this one is, because it's new, I think this one does align because it's about culture climate, which supports the whole child and the, I don't have it in front of me, I shouldn't have,
Got
I'm
it.
getting
So
tired.
if it
But
does align, what is the deliverable?
I don't know, because it's so new,
Yeah,
and so
yeah.
the committee itself hasn't
Convened.
And so now that we have solid goals, it could. So maybe it needs a modification to more further align, but I don't think I'm in the lens of completely deleting this one because there are things here that I think that this committee definitely could work on. And some things that, to Tina's point, that we kind of have community issues that might not 100% align with what's on the paper that need to be handled. And so it's one of those balance things that, and I'm specifically talking about our school safety conversations.
All right, so as a follow-up question, I completely agree with you. If the community has concerns about school safety, that does in fact need to be handled. So the follow-up question is, who is best positioned to handle it?
Well,
We have to make this.
we did it as a board, and then we have put it down into a smaller group. And now actually, it morphed into superintendent and some administration kind of working in a research group with other partners from the city. So that's where we are
I
right
didn't even
now.
know that.
All right, so keep, delete, modify.
I don't know.
So the chairs get the,
All right,
We'll come to the chair last.
oh,
Yeah.
One more board member before we go to the chair. Anybody most
Delete.
excited?
Go, Tina.
For the reasons that Jennifer said, and I know it's new and hasn't had much chance to operate. But I think that the example with safe schools is a good one. And I think that where it's ended up, being with the superintendent and administrative folks, with the head of security, with city people that are in this, makes a great deal more sense to me. If there are matters that need board action, they can be brought to us. If there are things that we need to just know about, they can be reported to us.
Beckerly?
Okay, I think I'm tending toward delete with the idea that if there's things that come up, we should have a more specific charge. A couple of my thoughts are, some of the things I really liked about this committee, I'm starting to realize are really not board work. I liked having all the different categories. Hello, I'm Carol Beckley. My name is Carol, and I'm a micromanager. Hello, Carol. But I love the idea of getting all these different disciplines together: safety and security, leadership, because But that really is me trying to micromanage, and I'm owning it. The other reason I think delete is because the truth is, I've thought a lot about this over the past 6 months, 8 months, where are we in July? And talked with Tina, talked with Michael, talked with Cheryl Ward, Dion, Angela, all these people that are listed as the support, and it's unwieldy. I mean, we talked about, well, maybe we do it this way, maybe do it this way. And even just getting all the people in the room was a real challenge. So we have to narrow it somehow if we keep it, for sure. And I'm not so sure that it's not, it should just be deleted, and then we create committees as the need comes up for very micro.
So I'll speak to that in a second. The next committee, or tee up for folks who want to talk about, is finance and appropriations. On that point, and to kind of speak to a question James asked earlier, as a board chair, I used a lot of committees. I had a ton of committees. Now, every single one of them was ad hoc. We gave them a very specific deliverable. They went off at a very specific deadline. They went off and they did that. There's usually 3 or 4 members. They'd go off, they'd be on their committee, they'd get it. I had a 9-member board. They'd go off and do their thing, and then when they were done, they'd come back and say, okay, here's our deliverable, our committee no longer exists. And so anytime there was something that came up that the board had to attend to, if it was aligned, that we'd spin up a committee. If it was not aligned, we'd kind of debate, do we want to invest energy in this? And if we did, then we'd spin up an ad hoc committee, they do their thing. And so, just want to clarify, any assertions that I'm anti-committee doesn't match my record. Used a lot of committees, but we use them as scalpels, not as shotguns. And so what I hear you saying is, I don't see a clear vision for this whole committee, like living in perpetuity and doing stuff, but there might be specific items that come up that we might need to spin up a committee for.
Could I please add that with this one, it should be modified, specifically the reporting, focusing on a template report for guardrail, interim guardrails 2.2, 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3. It should be literally an ad hoc committee in establishment for 6 months to a year to create what that template report should look like across those guardrails.
I really appreciate your thoughtfulness on this. However, the monitoring reports are solely the property of the staff who deliver them.
So monitoring reports, in terms of the exercise that we went through today, we were able to quickly show, here's a missing element of data as it related to the slope.
Yeah.
Because these guardrails, you're going across 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3, 2.2 also relates.
Yeah.
So I think you having the opportunity in just this ad hoc for 6 months to a year to bring, here's what the template of the data will look like, could be very beneficial and helpful.
I strongly recommend that be work done by the full board. And part of the reason for that, I want to clarify. Monitoring reports are literally a slice of your superintendent's annual evaluation. And so, something I said earlier is I would not encourage outsourcing evaluation of a board direct report to a committee. The monitoring reports are literally, at the end of the year, you'll have a stack of monitoring reports. That is the data you're using to conduct your annual evaluation. And so any kind of, the elements of that, I'm always a little bit leery about outsourcing, only because you may be in a position of board members feeling as if they were deprived of being part of the brain trust in the evaluation of their own employee. And so I actually love the idea, and it's the right spirit, and it's the right energy to bring into the work. I would just, that particular activity, I would encourage to occur at the full board level, that's all. Finance and appropriations. Keep, delete, if you put it in for this, keep, delete, modify.
I think we delete it and give it to Stan.
Yeah.
Is there a second board member who wants to share keep, delete, modify?
To me.
Hold on, we'll come to you last because you're the chair,
Got
right?
you, got you.
Is there a second board member? Ragland, what you got?
I would modify the way the information is disseminated to the board, but I would keep the committee.
Talk to us about the modification. How would you modify it?
Maybe a streamlined document. I'm operating from the premise that I get the information fully in the finance committee meeting. Mm-hmm. If I weren't on the finance committee, I would probably tune in for that, because I think it's an area of weakness for me, and I feel like understanding it at that level is absolutely necessary. But I feel like there's some unreadiness from my colleagues around the time spent on the information being delivered during the actual board meeting. And so if there was a way for us to condense that information for them, I would do it. But I just see the functionality of that committee being pertinent to the success of the district moving forward. Everything from community input, from the topics of discussion, I would keep it, but I would modify the way that the board gets its information. And then with every other committee that is of interest, encourage the board to participate in the actual committee meetings. I think that's another way of helping us do a little bit more of our homework in advance of the actual board meeting.
Out of curiosity, before you mute, if this belonged to Stan, and he had a bunch of finance experts around the table and they workshop this stuff, and that was all live streamed and then recorded on YouTube so board members can watch it on their own time, would that meet the need for you?
Well, I think we have that function already. The current finance committee meetings are live streamed. They are recorded and archived. And the information is always available, regarding the monthly reports that we receive, as well as our forecasts. We receive those things in a very timely fashion, consistently every single year. And so it's not a surprise where all that stuff is. And if you want that information, you can have it. I just want to be careful that we're not saying, oh, well, let's just do away with the committee because, close your ears, Stan. Stan takes a half hour every time that he's given a report to the board meeting.
He'd still take a half hour because it's still his job to do the report.
Yeah, I know that, but what I'm getting from a lot of this, we don't, and this is from the top of the day today to now, is we need to find a way to shorten our board meetings so that we can spend more time with everything associated with the goals and guardrails. And if we spend 10 less minutes on finance and appropriations, then that's 10 more minutes than we can spend on goals and guardrails. Sure. And so I'm saying modify by figuring out a way to spend 10 less minutes on on finance during the meeting. Now, mind you, I value the information because every time I hear it, it's helping me get better
Yeah.
on the finance things. But that's just me and my personal, area of weakness that I'm trying to get better with. But that might not be the case for the other board members. However, I don't want to see the finance committee go away.
And one thing I will just highlight before we come to Cole, will be we're letting our chairs get the last word on these things, is that no matter what the outcome of this process is, one thing that I would consider inappropriate is for board members to have less access to information
Right.
as a result of this than they have today. So no matter, if you deleted every single one of these committees, I would still expect and challenge that whatever information board members got, they would still need to get. That just means now you'd have to be creative about how you have, and is that via YouTube? Is it is there reports that go out on Fridays? I mean, but what's not acceptable is in a dieting process, in a committee dieting process, what is not acceptable is for the board to have net less access to information. Like what you said, James, really resonates with me is as a result of having access to this information, I have learned more and I feel like I could be a better board member as a result. That can never be taken away. So anytime you decide that you want to delete something, that creates an affirmative obligation that, okay, what benefits was that producing and how do we reproduce those benefits in the absence of the committee? Last word on finance.
Before you do that, I don't see the connection between the finance committee and Stan's report that James was making. Because finance committee is there to advise Stan, and they're great, they're experts, and they help him do his thing. And I think there is question about how do we modify the report, how does Stan maybe add more of the goals and guardrails and alignment. I think that's a fair question, but to me, I personally am missing the connection between the committee and the report that Stan gives at the board meeting, like James was talking about it.
Cole, finish this thing out.
Yeah. For me, this goes back again to the conversation around audit and accountability. I think the issue was around reporting, not getting the information, not seeing the information, or not maybe understanding the information as it was given. And it was, it was my interpretation that we were really kind of correlating the performance during the actual board meeting to the functionality of the committee. And, forgive me if I made the wrong assumption that was the case on this particular committee itself, but that's kind of what it felt like. And, again, this whole process yesterday started off with us taking a look at the agenda, talking about the time that was spent on each particular issue on the agenda. The reporting of the Finance and Appropriations Committee is on the actual report is a product of the committee. The committee, literally hears the report, asks questions about the report gets submitted to the board.
All right.
Through the process that gets worked through during the committee.
Can we go to Cole now?
I'm sorry.
Can we finish out with Michael? We've got 3 more of these committees we got to get to, and we're almost out of time.
Give me.
Michael, what you got?
All right, very quickly.
Keep, delete, modify.
There's certainly opportunity for modification. I think that we can look in ways and where we condense information. I think that even in my conversation with Treasurer Pahoric last night, we can find some definite alignments to the goals and guardrails that give deeper understanding and explanation about what is being funded and why. We go through a bit of that exercise every time we discuss approving a set of line items, whether it's for new employees, upcoming programs, things to that effect, without going into some of the other more controversial things. but I think this is area of continuous improvement and growth for us. I have been around since since this committee was established, right? I know that there was not a finance committee prior to my onboarding, and that was 2014. I think this committee has shown some considerable value to the board. It has most assuredly made me a better board member, along with audit and accountability.
Yeah.
I think it's greatly improved my knowledge capital of this organization and helped me benefit that in a certain way. So I see opportunity for growth and modification. I think moving forward, I certainly intend to have greater conversation with Treasurer Pahoric to that effect, as well as Dr. Dixon.
Governance, policy, and advocacy. Keep, delete, modify. If you had an N for this, keep, delete, modify. We'll hear from a couple board members before we hear from Brown. Or if nobody wants to speak on it, we'll keep it moving.
Delete.
Oh, no. Modify.
Why delete?
As a member of that committee, I find often that there are a few policies that come through Neola, or they're statutorily updated by Dr. Roush. We have very superficial conversations around them. There are some policies that we have really deep dialogue around, but that deep dialogue should really occur with our board as opposed to with that committee. And so I think definitely, while Board Member Brown does a good job of chairing that committee, many of those policies we could move forward as a board and as a body. We could do it on a more calendar and scheduled basis. So we're taking a whole group of policies and really getting through them. And I think that would free us up to begin to write our own legislation, as opposed to getting canned legislation that we simply adopt.
One more board member? Yeah, what do you got?
So and I don't know if it's this committee, but
Keep, delete,
modify in a way, I think this was ad hoc, because we changed our policy structure. So we changed all of our policies over to a new system, right? Policy governance to whatever it is. Well, Neola.
Sounds like a lot of
Neola
commitment to it.
Neola. We were transitioning, so that's why this was created, so that we could switch that language into the new system.
So modify in what way?
Ad hoc, if needed, because of a change like that. But I'm also curious where the board work for governance or legislation, things that are happening at the State House where we need to be involved, where that falls, whether it falls here or not. You
It's
talk about what's
supposed to
board
now.
work.
Yeah.
You know, we constantly talk about X legislation is being heard that will impact our schools, whether it's school funding, whether it's changes to the way that the grade system or whatever. Those things are things that the board should be involved in, but we have not gotten to that that section. So I don't know if it's there, but that's something that needs to be done.
Brown, keep, delete, modify.
Modify substantially. I think that the committee, as wonderful committee as it is, and we've got some really good people, the Neola work, the compliance with legal requirements that are always changing, that's pretty routine. That does not get the kind of robust discussion that certain other matters do. And I think that can go administratively directly to the board, and perhaps in batches, which is really what the committee does anyway. Where I do see value is those robust discussions of policies that are just really significant, whether it's the transgender policy that we've done, whether it's
So what's the modification?
modification is we do those ad hoc when we need to, that they be with administration, or, and I'm not sure if this would work or not, if we did it as a board, as a whole, we might get better participation by all board members, which would be even better. Because we have a committee that's going to take the first look and work through a lot of these things, I think a lot of board members that are not on the committee are simply going to pay less attention to it. And when we bring it to the board, I don't think I ever get any comments back after the first reading about, that people are giving thought to it. So I'd love to see, if we could try getting rid of the committee if we're all willing to undertake the work to prepare for meetings and to prepare for these matters.
Thank you.
Really good.
People and operations policy. If you had an N for this, keep, delete, modify. Looking for a couple board members before we go to a dare. Keep, delete, or modify.
It can be deleted. For the same reason that Carol said. I mean, I think the benefit of this was just a couple times getting all the operations people in the room, which I think is just a message back to Dr. Dixon that they needed mechanism to connect on the operations side, and we have a new person now. And it became a space where we were like, we were like, tell us what you need, and they're like, oh, I don't know. So at this point, it didn't. We tried, and I think that if you need us in this area, we're here to do ad hoc.
Any others? Keep, delete, modify. Public
Agree
engagement.
with Jennifer.
Delete.
Public engagement and external communications.
Modify, specifically with the goal being to develop a process to engage the community. That work should start annually, every year, be delivered to the board for adoption in September's meeting. Given where we're starting right now and thinking about our goals and guardrails, that work should start now, and that plan should be delivered to the board January of 2022.
Can you say the first part again?
Develop a community engagement process for
Yes.
the board.
Okay.
Our regular.
What we were talking about earlier.
Earlier.
Yes.
So that would include identifying a schedule,
Yeah.
identifying how we're going to design it, if it's regionally, if it's 2 members, if it's office hours, all of that we discussed earlier.
Is there another board member? Keep, delete, modify.
Modify.
Why modify?
Modify again to solidify and embed a community engagement process by which the board has some ownership.
And regular.
So, yeah, absolutely. It should be ongoing. In 2013, or 2014, excuse me, we did a Dream Big, Moving Forward community engagement piece that also produced, which I think is important for us, some real valuable research information that we were able to present to the community and get their feedback. We turned it into an actual document called Dream Big, Moving Forward 2020. I think that continuing that kind of process, expanding, benefits the board, benefits the organization.
Reyes, you're up. Keep, delete, modify.
It's ad hoc, so I'm saying we keep it ad hoc for such things as community listening sessions, the FMP regional meetings. We did Step Up to Greatness, maybe modify student ambassadors. I mean, the list goes on. So it's ad hoc as needed. It has to be in alignment with however the superintendent, because we didn't have a engagement person before. So wherever that engagement person is going to land, and it should be ad hoc as the district needs it and as the board needs it.
But I think Dr.
has
Dixon's
some-
saying, standing for the purpose of being responsible for overseeing board engagement and scheduling it and making sure it's happening and calendaring it and tending to it.
So in that regard, it would be a standing committee, not an ad hoc committee. The specific job of this committee every year would be to develop the board's engagement
The
plan.
board engagement,
The
not,
board
not,
engagement
right, because
plan.
we have a,
Sorry,
thank you, that's
yes.
a good, big distinction.
Yes.
It's the board
Yes.
engagement, not what staff is doing, because the staff
Yes.
has this engagement plan. Thank you.
And I would not include all those little programs and
Right.
about the school and
Yeah.
all, like, no.
That's,
But it's
This
ad
is
hoc
for
to
us.
develop.
To figure out,
Plan.
how do we deal with public comment? How do we deal with public engagement? I want to be very clear on that.
Agreed.
and I suppose a vehicle, and part of that work is going to include taking what we learn
Yeah.
and bringing it back to the board proper and to you.
Agree, but I just want to make sure that if we're talking about board work, that it's be board-led and facilitated.
Yes, yes,
Because
yes.
I don't want it to
Create work for.
create work for the team because they're crafting another
Yeah,
engagement
Yeah,
plan
no, I
with
think
that
that's
department.
exactly
Yeah.
right.
we
We're
have that,
talking
yeah.
about making sure we, holding
Oh, yes.
ourselves responsible, or holding ourselves accountable for regular engagement with the community. Kind of like building on the listening sessions.
Right.
Exactly.
Because Ramona, what we've done, as far as our district priorities, we created that fourth priority with this authentic engagement, and that will be happening across the district with our families and our students, in our buildings, regional base. And what we're talking about here is how the board stays connected to the community through the listening sessions, et cetera. So, which I think is.
So Ramona just
Great.
asked me, what about FMP? Because FMP is a board-led, not really, let's give it up for the administration for actually doing a lot of it. But there's pieces of community engagement, it's a board-led initiative because it's gonna lead to levy.
Yeah. Can it go as part of that work?
I think it could,
Yeah.
I think it's tied, but it's also tied to just general community engagement, because in reality, that's the story we're telling, is our district story out to the community and why we're going to.
Or can listening sessions have a specific topic for that?
Yeah,
Whenever
it
they
could be
happen
any of
to
it.
FMP.
I think when we need to collaborate on a
Yeah.
project together, there's opportunity to do that. But I
Yeah.
think as we think about the critical work that we need to do in this first year to establish a foundation of good governance, we need to deal with the public comment portion of our agenda and really defining what we mean by public engagement as a board.
And you know what else I'm thinking now is, we don't need any community members. It's us to do it ourselves. Yeah.
So we've reached the end of our committee diet process.
I think we're a lot skinnier.
I think
not
we would
yet.
disagree. I
About
don't
getting
think
skinny.
so.
Look at AJ going, really?
Okay, so,
I'm sorry, but did we not just delete some?
No,
Yeah, I
one,
think we ended up with half.
one.
We
we
deleted
haven't done it.
No,
Deleted more than one.
you only, there was only consensus on deleting one of them.
One.
There's only, there's only one, I'm taking notes, there's only one that there was consensus
Really?
to delete.
Are you sure?
Yes. Trust me, if I'd saw more.
One operations.
Hold up, we said operations
So give us
and
your, what's
governance
your,
and
People in
policy.
operations and
Governance and policy, I thought was
Yeah.
a delete.
Yeah.
That's a
No, there
delete.
was not consensus for that. There was, it was actually the.
Well,
it
not
was
everyone.
Modify,
you
modify.
had three. You talked to three people. You didn't.
No, I'm saying,
to
of the
everyone.
3 people I heard, 2 of them for that one said modify, not delete.
I
At
wouldn't
the end,
describe that
Eric
as
said delete.
consensus of the group.
No, what I'm
Okay.
saying, what I'm saying is, if 3 of the 7 of y'all say delete something, then
Well, I guess what I heard was a recognition that we don't need standing committees. What we need are, like you said, committees on certain issues, and we have certain issues in some of these parameters, is what I heard. And so, as a standing committee, it doesn't need to exist in the way that it does currently, and that's the modification. And I still think that that makes us skinnier, AJ.
No, so if there, yeah, so if there are things that are being converted to ad hoc, legitimately, they're saying, this is no longer a standing committee. What I was not clear, I think, as I'm looking at my notes, I think there are only 2 of these that people said, yeah, that should definitely be ad hoc. The rest of them, it sounded like the modifications were, this should continue to be a standing committee.
okay, well,
Finance and Appropriations was my thought, was continuing to be a standing committee
Yeah, so that.
that
so-
has some modifications.
So that's what I heard, was a lot of that.
I didn't speak on all of them because I thought that we were just having a few people speak. I didn't realize we were.
Right.
No, that's
And
because we don't have
that
time.
was the
And
point.
we
Right,
don't-
right,
and we
right.
don't-
So
we
I
don't have
don't
time
know.
we don't have time to debate right now. The only thing I said is, there was only one of them for which all of the people who spoke, 3 of you,
Okay,
actually said delete. All the other ones, there was,
some sort of.
there was
Somebody
some, the focus was more on modification than anything else.
Well, I mean, after hearing Carol talk about culture and climate, because I first said, whatever I said, keep or modify. I mean, she said delete, so I would go with delete.
Then that brings us to 2, where there's a
So
consensus.
we haven't done the exercise of true consensus.
No. I'm not saying we did, because we didn't have time to. I'm just saying, of the conversation, most of the comments were around modify, not around delete. That's the only point I was
Yeah.
making.
I heard too.
And so, what happens from all these notes? Because it's time to talk about next steps after here. So as I promised you yesterday, I've been doing nothing but taking copious notes over these 2 days. I have a ton of notes. I also told you yesterday the next step after this was that I would have to go back and put together a rewrite of your implementation timeline for all this work that takes into account where we are now. I think as soon as you know, there was an intention that we'd be where we are right now back in April. And so we need to readjust. And so my next step is to take all of this feedback, and I've got pages of notes here, and then come back, submit back to you all a modified timeline that tries to account for all these things. And then you all will have to decide whether or not you want to adopt said timeline and proceed with implementation. That will be your opportunity to, as James said earlier, rebel and decide that this is not in fact the direction you want to go. Like, it literally needs to be a decision that the board makes as a whole. Yes, we're going to pursue this work, or no, we're not. But I will put that timeline together and then submit that back to you. When is your next regularly scheduled board meeting?
Tuesday.
It won't be by Tuesday. When is your next regularly scheduled board meeting?
2 Tuesdays after that.
I will,
Whatever that day.
Third Tuesday.
Third, so,
Yeah,
the third Tuesday, then I will endeavor to have it to you in time that you can, when do you need to have it so you can send it out to board members in advance of that meeting?
Tuesday.
Thursday. The Thursday before the Tuesday.
Gotcha. So I'll try to get it to you,
Thursday,
it sounds
we
like
can talk
the
about
second Wednesday. By the second Wednesday of the month is when I'll try to get it to you then.
Because that gives some people.
Do we
a
want to go ahead
weekend
and
to look at.
get, before, commit to, I think we said we wanted some additional dates, so Misty and I will work with AJ to get some more retreat dates?
So the
Yes.
11th.
Yeah, I'd like to.
If our meeting's
practice
gonna be
in
shorter,
monitoring.
Retreat days.
We
Yeah,
could do
'cause
a
our
retreat
meetings
trick
are
after.
Or we can do them on those days, okay, gotcha.
Retreat days.
You know, to continue the,
there's no,
on
there's
Dr.
no
Pierce,
executive session plan.
yeah, on
So-
the board dates, since one of the recommendations were, since we were modifying the agenda, that we can fit AJ in on those nights for more.
AJ, how long of a time, like,
No.
how long are your practice sessions?
He wants us when we're hangry.
How long are they?
No,
Absolutely not. I thought we had.
We're
to-
hungry and we're tired.
monitoring practices normally run about 60 to 90 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
And that's practice debrief.
James?
every other Tuesday.
Doc- Have you identified opportunities for AJ to go through some iteration of this process with at least your cabinet, and maybe that expanded group he talked about?
Right, as when he spoke about that, I wrote that down, because I didn't realize he would do that, so he is
Yeah.
going to do that.
Exactly.
I think that's because, and part of it, to your point, James, he has been working with the team on the alignment of our strategic priorities and the board goals, so they're familiar with him. So, I think that would be a great exercise for cabinet and ELT.
Yes,
Yeah, and just in case he's considering a move to, that's great apartment space downtown. Thank you.
So Misty, I put on my timeline, I'll have a revised timeline back to you no later than the 11th, hopefully sooner than that. And then I just want to confirm that is in time for you to get it to the board and on their agenda for your next board meeting? So as we close, so those are the next steps. As we close out, I just want to end, with create a space to harvest the learning. We spent large chunk of 2 days together. We started off with talking about our blessings that we've experienced, that this was really the first time that the whole team had been back in the same space in a long time. And we started by describing our blessings. Then we walked through the goals and guardrails and surfaced some areas of adjustment. I've committed that I'm working with your administration on making adjustments to those. Then we went through and did a agenda evaluation. Then we went away, we came back, we jumped back into the agenda evaluation conversation this morning, and you all offered ideas of what things you'd want to keep, delete, modify on that front. Then we transitioned from that into sample monitoring, your very first, and you all killed it. Like, I still cannot say enough how remarkable what you pulled off was. It is simply above and beyond anything I've experienced with other boards. And so I just really really inspired by, what's possible for your students through your intellectual, collective intellectual capacity. Then we moved into a committee diet activity, and now here at the end of our time together, if you could only use one word, this time we'll start with Talisa and work our way back around the circle, ending with Raglan. If you could only use one word to sum up your experience, one word that talks about what you'll take away, or what you got, or what your experience of our time together over these 2 days were, what would that one word be?
Someone used it earlier. I'm excited.
Excited.
Encouraged.
Encouraged. We'll come back to Ramona. One word.
Ready to go.
Ready.
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 Trouble with this one word thing.
Yes.
I do.
Mike?
Edified.
Edified.
Jen said it. I was going to say productive, but we're not quite there yet. On the verge of being productive.
On the verge.
Pleasant.
Pleasant.
Surprised.
Surprise. Raglan?
Pleasantly surprised. We can.
Energy.
One sentence.
Energy. Ramona?
I'm assuming you're asking, how do we feel after this?
One word.
Yes.
Tired.
You can't say tired.
So then, should I say energized then? Yeah.
Energized. I am incredibly grateful. I always find it weird when people tolerate me, and you all do. And so I'm incredibly grateful for that. There is nothing I want more than your greatness on behalf of your students. And it is my style, as is the same way with the students that I work with, middle schools, but for me, mostly high schools that I've had the privilege of working with, that they experienced the relentlessness of my expectation regarding their greatness. Unapologetic about pushing, in my case, predominantly African-American, Latino, boys and girls in Kansas City to their level of greatness of beyond and above whatever other adults had told them they were capable of. Similarly, there are people in your own community who have suggested what you are not capable of, and those people are demonstrably wrong. What falls to you is to show them the greatness that is within you on behalf of your students, and to the extent that you allow me to be part of your journey, I'm incredibly grateful. I'll get my work done and follow up. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, AJ, for these 2 days. Thank you for rearranging your schedule so that you could be with us in person. I think that did make a difference, and we
did.
appreciate you
It
for
did.
that. Thank you for your continued commitment to us and to our children, and to being hard on us and encouraging us and loving us all in the same moment. So we appreciate you. So thank you. With that, I will take a motion. Oh, do you want to say something, Aaron
I
Brown?
do.
Oh.
Rather than asking for a motion,
Oh, okay.
if you will just speak and say without objection, we're adjourned.
I guess maybe we could do that, couldn't we?
You
Yeah.
could.
Yeah.
All right, without objection, we are adjourned.
Woohoo.
Is that a new
Efficiency.
time?
Hey, we just saved 10 seconds, y'all. Hey, I'm not playing. Like, that is real talk. Like, everything you can say.
Last place.
Everything
Yes.
you can save every moment
We
you
can
can.
do the same thing at the front end.
No, one of the clips